Speakers.
Mommy talks a lot of shit about you.
What?
I was telling your mom you talked a lot of shit about her. About her. Alright, I'm here. I am open mic. I am video. Do you need us to turn on our cams and share screens to test your dumb stream overlay that no one likes except for you?
Whoa! I gotta get my
should be exactly the same as when we were streaming.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
I'll just stream.
You're not muted in Discord though, so people can hear you talking. Oh, alright.
That was pretty funny. I heard you like play out this whole battle, and then Rappy's like, are you saying anything?
The window shatters
or...
and they jump through and he slashes at the cloaked figure.
Yeah, like I heard that whole part.
It was a silent movie.
Yeah.
Oh,
They
what's
just had to
happening?
interpret what the
Like,
tokens were doing.
I almost wish they had their cams because they'd probably just be like glancing around.
There's like so
What's going on?
Well, they would at least see me talking, so they'd be able to jump at it sooner. At least you guys heard
Yeah,
it.
you always know this when I'm muted. And the problem is my mute keybind is fucking the multiplication sign on the numpad. So like, I thought that was a safe keybind, but apparently I use that a fucking lot in D&D.
Yep. I've done the same thing. Like I had it as like the minus sign on my number pad, and
I use that more.
I realized I hit it pretty often.
I'm gonna keybind it to Alt F4.
Want to see my cringy shirt?
Oh god. Why is it cringy? Is it because you're not wearing a shirt? Also, if you have Streamlabs open first, Discord won't open your cam.
It's not
You gotta-
Streamlabs. I have.
Okay.
It's easy.
I just have had that issue before where. Wow, that's cringe AF. It's pretty cool. It'd be better if it was a jersey.
I'm gonna reach it and get my Discord line.
Why are we on this page and not the one that we're all on? Oh, were you editing it? We're on the like cave page instead of the jail cell page.
Yeah, I was changing something.
Yeah, I figured. The moment I asked that, I was like, oh, because you were just talking about that earlier. Yes. Yes. You moved us.
I turned my thing on.
Thing. Hey, you're home.
Mm-hmm.
That was funny when you were just across the room.
Turn the laptop. Like, yep, he's right here.
I'm glad it worked out. Roll20 can make some of the machines chug.
Yeah, I just couldn't have, like, you know, dual monitor or other tabs about spells and stuff, so it just took me a little longer to, like,
2 laptops.
just double research it.
Alright, let's see what I remember. Eldith. Is that her?
So I want to test something just to make sure.
No!
So how do you share just the token face and not like a whole fucking bio?
Shift Z?
So if I do this. Oh.
Yes, that is how. I literally knew you were going to ask that today. When I went to get pizza, I was like, is it Shift Z or Control Z? I was like, Control Z's undo, so I think it's Shift Z.
Well, because I know if you shift click into it, you can click the show players button. I don't know if that like, gives you the whole bio of the person I'm clicking or what.
Why don't you try it now, and then if it does, you can remove it before the session starts. Because Scout's honor, I won't read everything.
I'll just do this roughly.
Okay.
This character isn't currently shared with any players. You want to share it with all players in game.
Oh yeah, I think it puts the thing in our journal
No.
when you share it. Yeah.
Okay.
So, okay. Is this lady Eldith?
Yep.
Okay. And the orc is Ront?
If it would make it easier for you guys, it'd make it a lot messier if I could turn on nameplates.
I don't know how that works. Because
Yeah,
I think nameplates, we can only see things we can control the nameplates of.
Yeah.
So, I'm just trying to remember for me.
Yep.
Stool is the toadstool.
Let me actually just switch my stream. As well, we're gonna go through this.
This is Bupido.
Bupido.
He's the old guy who looks like Splinter, right?
He's the guy that has a name that reminds me of Dragon Ball Super for some reason.
Bupido. He is a Duro. Duros are like
this. Wait, is this the fish guy? And then
Yeah,
this.
Sashar.
Wait, no. Is this the fish guy or is this the Kuatoa? Which one?
Both.
Or are they the same?
Fish is top.
Yeah.
Big guy is to the right.
Yeah,
So
that
this
guy
is this Shushar?
No.
This is.
Shushar.
This is.
Yeah, Shushar is a Kuoto, which is that
He's
guy.
the fish.
Oh, okay. I'm mixing
And
them.
this
Okay.
guy is a Quaggoth.
Oh, Quagga. Okay,
And
I
he's
was
the
mixing
prince
up
guy,
the-
right?
Yep.
Or he says he's
Elf
the
Yeah,
prince.
and he doesn't speak Undercommon, but something different, and we've learned to understand him using the spores. The Drow man is Sereth. Doesn't remember why he's imprisoned. He apparently attempted to murder someone, but has no memory of it. Jimjar is the bald guy, and he honors his bets and likes to do that. Then there's Topsy Turvy. Is this Topsy and that Turvy? Or
Topsy is the female looking one. If you
Pock mixing them up would just be totally in character, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Nervous people that come off as standoffish because of that, I assume. Lady. Okay, that doesn't help me on my notes.
Topsy is girl, Turvy is boy.
Topsy and girl, Turvy and boy. How do I tell
I gotta
the
double check that now.
difference between boy and girl?
I actually wrote
of
that Turvy had the wider head in my notes. That's literally what my note is.
Wait, what?
Okay. And then the drow that's in command here, which I'm sure you would point out that we recognize them when they come up, is Lady Ilvara. Is that who that is, perchance, or
Nope.
no?
So
okay, that's fine.
That's why I wanted to learn how to show this, because you should have notes on this guy.
Should I? All right, hold on.
Well,
oh yeah. I know who that is.
Oh,
yeah.
the dude who had the sword and
it's,
came back and got his face fucked up. He was like bandaged.
Jorlan.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The moment you said
following
that, I was like,
closely.
oh yeah, his face.
They were probably a few days he went missing, returned, and then he became Two-Face.
And then there's Asha, a drow priestess who accompanies Ilvara.
Yeah. You would have seen her following around the people, following around Ilvara, but not necessarily interacting with you guys in any way.
And then the person that replaced Jorlan in terms of like favor is Shor, Shoor, different drow, that now wields the weapon that Jorlan no longer has.
Correct.
Or I guess we don't know if it's the same one, but we could assume that.
You knew Jorlan had some kind of
it looks the same.
Looking
but
thing.
we don't know if it's. We wouldn't know if it's like they took it from him or if he gave it context, or blah blah blah. Yeah,
there is obviously a lot to assume here.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
So to make sure I remember, we've been here between 1 to 2 weeks.
16 days. Puck's been keeping track.
You don't know exactly, but
scrawling.
I trust Puck.
Etch marks into his scales because he didn't realize he could just do it into the wall until he'd already committed like 5 etch marks. So he just kept doing it. No, I'm just kidding. He has no
still don't necessarily know how many days it's been,
but he knows how many times he's been tired.
Sure.
That's good Puck logic.
So a day in the life of Puck is the amount of time between sleep.
Now, does he sleep like 3 times a day? So does he think we've been here for like a month?
Way more than 3 times a day, probably, if he can help it.
Is my stream actually displaying something?
It's displaying an image of what I assume is the bridges that we were crossing.
I see the map that I currently see.
No, you're talking about the stream. Sorry, are you talking about Discord stream or stream?
Yes. Like
it was showing the bridges that looked a lot like what you described and showed us last time. But now it's black. But I hear music.
Yeah,
black.
Well, yes, it's black. I hear music, but the music is super fucking faint.
Yeah, I don't really hear it.
Yeah, I don't know why it was better than that before. God damn it.
Well, good thing we're here early.
That's kind of why I was just like, let's switch this one. Might be loud.
That's better. It's not loud.
Oh,
I have it
turned it down pretty hard.
1 sec.
I mean, I have it at max, and it's like, it's really light.
I have it at max, and it's fine. That's good. We can always turn it down. We can always turn it down.
Yeah.
Is it too loud for you, though?
No, so I turned my entire computer sound down to like 4%.
Perfect. That's what I was going to recommend, if not. Okay, perfect.
It's weird, like, I can't hear it at all in the Discord stream. I can hear it on your Twitch stream.
Are you able to click the stream and then turn it up?
Yeah, that's what I'm like.
It might be your audio. Like, you might have do you have your audio on Windows relatively low as well? Or on Discord?
I shouldn't. Let's see.
Do you have Ryan muted?
Do you have the stream unmuted? And let me.
It sounds fine to me.
I have to turn it way up to hear it. That's so weird.
I mean, I might just have my Discord louder than you.
Well, because like everyone else is fine. It's just like that stream. Like I hear you and Nex like perfectly fine.
All right, I'll restream his stream so you could hear from my. No, just kidding.
Why won't that keep the picture up? Jesus Christ.
Are you planning on using pictures to... So, do you want to know what I do? Are you planning on changing the picture?
No, right now it's just a video. So they're just switching between the two of them. but I don't
Okay.
understand why.
Because what I do for mine, I have a completely separate window of Chrome that I F11 to full screen on a monitor, and then I share screen that.
That's what I was doing.
Okay.
Oh, but no, I'm share
But
screen.
then I don't put anything else on that. I don't put anything else on that. Share screening that Chrome plays all audio from all other windows, which is amazing.
Oh, I hear the audio now. That's weird.
Does that make sense though? Like why I have it set that way, so that I can just set it and forget it. Just don't minimize it. Just let it sit full screen. You can put stuff over top of it, and it won't interfere.
That's what I'm
You know?
doing. Oh, no, it keeps going back and forth. I think it's this thing I'm running. Must be.
Yeah, because I played my stuff through either YouTube or Spotify, and that's it.
Well, I'm doing.
I don't.
Too.
Well, what is that?
But it's just video. It's not working. It's fine. I'll just do this.
Ooh, I know your account name. It's Ryan.
Ryan downloads show and tell. Let's. I don't remember where to save those pictures.
You can always just drop pictures in Discord for us.
Get up.
Why is your stream titled Velkynelve? Is that spoilers?
Not really. I mean, you gotta figure out in the first 2 minutes. Velkynelve.
Are you gonna want to come to that achievement run, by the way?
No.
Okay.
I just don't care about it now anymore. I haven't for a while.
Your loss.
I bought my Prima Power Gamer Guide to Out of the Abyss, so I'm ready to guide us through it.
Yeah, just go sign into this website to find the actual tip.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta call this number. Only $4.99 for every 5 minutes for
It's
pro gamer
Ryan.
help.
It's Ryan's cell phone number.
Bitch.
Hey, Zar.
Ahoy.
Oh, hi there.
Oi, oi.
Alright, so let's
That
do
timing.
this instead. Turn off stream. Or new stream.
Turn down for what?
No, this one should work. But now it should just be the picture.
Trying to get the lighting right in my room. Ugh.
Infinite.
What?
Alright. But now you see the solid picture, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That gate on the right is where we're at.
Wow, spoilers. Now I know.
Who needs dark vision when I got pictures?
Yeah, do you have photographic memory?
I do, because I just took a screenshot of his screenshot.
I meant that, not you.
Maybe he does.
You have the keen mind feat.
Yeah, Dragonborn get a free feat, right, at level 1?
No.
Are you playing with those rule sets?
Yeah, it's variant Dragonborn, right?
I have this.
So you said your sound was fine now, you're on? Or is it still really quiet?
It's still a little quiet, but I can technically hear it. It's just really odd.
Do you plan on playing anything besides ambient, like pure ambience? Because ambience being light isn't as big of a deal as like other stuff. Because maybe the other stuff sounds fine to him, but maybe the ambient's just a little quiet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, should be alright.
It's just weird because like if I watch your stream, the voice volume is like exactly the same as how I hear it in
going
Discord.
to
Well, he
turn it up,
he
possibly.
balanced.
Hello.
Yep,
Is this louder,
It
you're on?
is.
Or everyone?
didn't change.
No change? Okay. That's
I
just my
actually can't
computer
hear it at
volume.
all.
Yeah, actually, It's quiet as fuck now.
I didn't do anything.
You turned everyone to my level. That's the opposite.
I don't know if it's just the part in the music, but it is quiet AF.
I don't even hear it in your stream on Twitch.
There we go.
It's fine if you
louder
just-
now. A little bit.
I'm barely doing anything. I'm so confused.
It's good now.
Now it's really loud for me. But that turned down for you guys.
Seems the same.
What are you listening to? The music?
Just trying to get the audio balance going. It's a whole another game.
Two things, Stoles. One, is Discord making you speak through your new webcam? And two...
I had Czar hop on. Czar hopped on earlier, and he said the new webcam sounded better, so we went with it.
It just sounds
What?
very different. I was like, is that really
Does it sound better?
Yeah, well, let's see. We'll go back to the headset.
So I have a million things open, so I don't know if it's just me that makes, or to me you sound laggy, or
It doesn't sound laggy, just different, and I don't know if it's
his
better.
webcam's not coming on to me.
I think that sounds way better.
This one does?
Yeah.
I don't know. Doesn't matter.
It's just the only way I've heard you, so that's it. Just
Yeah.
sounds naturally
So
better.
the
Familiarity thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe. I don't know.
the
But
webcam one has more bass for sure, as
Yeah.
this one's pretty muted.
however, your webcam doesn't seem to be working in Discord.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like,
I-
I literally tested it earlier and it was fine.
Do you have a program that's open with it right now? You need to close it.
Like,
No, I don't think so. Let me maybe my
Camera app.
like
or anything.
if I have Streamlabs open and it's not even like actively using it, I have to close Streamlabs and
That's
reopen.
okay. Yep, that's what's going on.
Yeah, and then
Restart your
'cause
camera.
It like prioritizes, it like has it ready to go.
I was
Let me
about to say,
turn this
what's
off
up?
then.
What's up with Stoles and trying to like do video in Discord and it always messing up?
I think this is the first time.
It is my first time
That's true.
ever.
Be gentle.
Ever. No, I'm harsh and cruel.
Oh, I like this layout, Brian.
I might need one extra person to put something up. Because usually Wrathy would have something up, and then I'd put up my chats, but I can only put up one thing.
Nice. Now it's all like
Yeah, you're blurry as fuck.
blurry as fuck. Yeah.
Just
What?
get really close
That's
to
just
The
it.
camera
think
goes,
that-
hey.
That's just what you look like.
It's just me, man. I'm low res.
You're like,
It's me. You're 8-bit gamer.
you need a voice changer. You're like in the identity protection interview.
Yeah, you're like one of
Hey
those robot
everybody,
voices.
what's up?
My name is Stoles.
That's so weird.
There you go. That's much better.
Yeah. I just like turn it off and on again, like you do.
Anything.
Yeah.
Nice. I turned my screen share of your stream on.
Jesus Christ. I'm not watching this, so it's fine.
So in one of the windows will be the stream that they're watching. One sec. I'll throw that up there.
You're just like split in half right now.
That's fine. This is how I live my life.
I can play two characters, you just lean to one side and the other side.
I'm got him. I'm Pock.
Would a two-headed ogre be played by one person or two people?
Yeah, I think it would have
Dude, playing Cho'Gall and Heroes was the only fun I ever had.
Yeah.
That's not true. You had fun when the game wasn't out.
True.
The question is, like, how do you determine which head makes the dice roll? Like,
They
does
have
the
to do it.
DM flip a coin?
I think they clash every time.
Yeah, they have to argue about it.
Contested
they
attack
clash.
roll. Contested attack roll every time.
I mean, they just roll with advantage every time, right?
So you contest a roll, and whoever wins the roll gets to roll for the.
That would take so much extra time.
It should just
you
be
could
like
have
a.
both of them roll it, and you could probably build in a way for it to roll like a d20 first.
Until
And
they
then-
waste all of their resources trying to beat their contested roll instead of the actual, like, using it for the actual task at hand. They're like,
Just counterspelling each other.
yeah.
They use action shirts to roll
And then they're
again.
like, All right, now you'll see true intelligence at work, and they have nothing left.
How is Wrathy late? Did he say he was gonna be late?
He said 9 p.m. It's not late yet.
All people, I was at least expecting him to be late.
Probably doing
Back
baby
to-
things.
Yeah, it's
So
fine.
you're not actually. I'm not
Different
gonna
than
screen
last time.
share this if you're not gonna use it, Ryan.
What?
There it is.
Hello.
Greetings.
T minus
No,
now.
I need a screen share of it because I need 8 things.
I was, but you weren't using it.
I was once we got 8 people in here, so it pushes things over to the red place.
Oh, okay. 1 sec. I'm gonna do a different one.
Like, just do anything else.
I'm gonna do.
I don't
this.
recognize one of these faces.
Still,
One of these faces looks different than the other. He's muted.
There
I
you
am,
go.
yeah. I was about to get up and I didn't want everybody to hear me like.
I'm gonna
Shit my
advertise for
pants,
my
man.
campaign in your stream.
That's
I don't know,
kinda weird.
dude. I think my hair is more thinning than yours is. See this? See this? Like all that.
It's the lighting. Man.
I mean, look.
Yeah, my I don't have like my like it's not receding, but it's like it's thinning, you know.
I'm receding big time. And
I'm receiving the most per,
Okay, you
per
win.
age.
You win. Yeah, that's true. Relative to age, Czar is number 1.
how old are you, Star?
I am 20.
Wow.
I'm going to be 25 in a
Going
couple
on
months.
36. Okay.
Oh
and
my
I've got a
God.
major Vegeta going on.
Vegeta.
That's what everyone's always called it
Yeah,
for me.
I just cut my hair. So.
Are you literally wearing a shirt with your gamer name on it? Hold up. Hold up.
Hold up.
The first thing he said when we got in here is, "You want to see my cringe shirt?"
Not wrong.
It's Majin Nex. Look, his hat.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, I'm just making sure. Hmm.
Of all people, I thought Nex would be ready to go on time, but he's not.
It's setting up the webcams and making sure you guys are flipped. That's literally
Just kidding.
on the fly. All right.
I'm just kidding. He tried saying Wrathy was late.
Well, I need all the webcams.
I was right on time.
Yep.
Turn on the music a little bit.
Was maximizing family movie night. Slipped out like, I don't know, 15 minutes before the movie ended.
What movie?
I don't even fucking know the name of it. It's the one with the is it Anne Hathaway, the witch turns kids into mice?
Passion of the Christ.
No.
Close.
I watched that a while.
Is that the Returners or something?
No.
No?
It's
That's
Oh, wait.
I watched it
Anne
this week.
Hathaway.
Yeah, it's on Amazon.
the
Oh,
witches.
that's
Yeah.
a newer thing. I was thinking like,
Yeah.
oh fuck.
It's the one that got like a lot of flack for them having like the deformed hands and feet and such.
Yeah, the first Google result when I search Anne Hathaway witch movie is Anne Hathaway apologizes for her character in The Witches.
It
This is
wasn't
so
like
dumb. Like, it wasn't
yeah.
that
What's wrong? What was up with the hands and feet?
So basically, they're witches and they have only these fingers, I guess, which I guess is like an actual like condition that people have, like a disease or whatever it is. Like, are you kidding me? They're fucking like, people are too sensitive, like way too sensitive.
Yeah, I'm gonna write an angry letter right now just hearing that.
Yep.
Dude,
Give me
Ryan,
one more
on your
minute.
stream, on mod view on your stream, I just always see mod actions. Added as permitted term by Rabbit Pinecone. You're a virgin vampire.
I forgot to do this one last time, so give me one more minute.
We got it. You're just padding stream time.
Hell yeah. But I start 30 minutes. More, I just want to get you guys' character tokens on here so people can reference it.
Let's see, 5 minutes in. Are we out of the abyss yet? No.
Pock kills himself. He's out. Didn't see that coming. Pock was just a vessel to create my half-breed Illithid character that spurts from his chest.
Where is... Got him there.
It's just what his character would do.
And then... Wrathy, you're a Birdman. A token for me.
I'm not a Birdman.
Or, sorry. His name is Rooney, and so it's like R&R.
Birdman.
Bird person.
Bird person.
Alrighty. So we're pretty much going to start off right as the 0 session with Gotham Rooney and Otto ended. You guys are being escorted into the jail cell here, and you're having your mask or your bandana, fucking blindfold words, taken off and being pushed in. As it gets taken off, Otto, you see this guy standing in front of you. I'm just going to show him to everyone. He is a man with a very scarred up face on half of his face, and his hair is black, which you're able to tell that he is a drow, just very fucked up looking. But he ushers you guys into the cell, kind of disgruntled, not happy to be doing this, basically just doing someone else's job, and he moves you along. He grabs Rooney, same idea, moves you in. If you guys want to say anything, go ahead. Yeah, Adam gets
Probably wouldn't say anything, but I'd probably just like closely watch the people coming in, just leaning against the wall.
So what you're saying, we noticeably see this drow, this sort of deformed drow, seem to be like not very happy with what he's doing.
Yep, he does not look very like this is like not his job.
We're still shackled, right? Like feet and hands.
Yep. So everyone in the cell, as you'll see when you're moved in, is shackled with a shackle around their neck, their arms, and their ankles, and all those shackles are chained together. You still have full movement, but any kind of big movements would be limited.
All right, well, as I walk by him, I turn to him and very quietly just kind of whisper to him and say, "Don't worry, all will be well."
We're starting off with all will be well. All right. He looks at you a bit confused, as I need to double check something.
Is there any chance that you give me that bag? I had a small pouch. It had some various substances in it. It has my medicine in it. I really need that. You wouldn't want me dying before the sacrifice in here.
Are you diabetic?
So he actually can't understand you guys if you're speaking in common.
Yeah.
So,
I would understand. So Elvish, yeah, that's right. I did travel with you, so I would turn back to him and would say, my friend here, if you cannot understand him, is needing his medicine. It was in his pack. That's all he's asking for. And he mentioned something about you wouldn't want him to die before the sacrifice, which then I have this thick expression on my face of, I'm gonna die. So part persuasion, part deception. I don't know what you want me to.
Yeah, roll for persuasion.
Or performance, maybe. That's probably more.
Whichever's higher for you.
It's all the same.
Is a high roll, but he would respond with a shrug still, and he would lean in closer and be like, "He's the least one we care about at this point." Because, as you may know from one shot, they didn't want a human; they wanted a tiefling. So,
yeah.
Basically, he's saying we don't care if he dies. Like, he's not that important. He's just done a little bit extra. Yeah,
upon now seeing the predicament that Rooney is in, he would start to issue out minor squeaks and caws as he starts to preen himself out of nervousness.
Okay. Both this drow and would look at you a little confused, but wouldn't really pay any mind. Just general bird things, I guess, for them. People see. But
How tough do these guys look?
so both of them look pretty well armored. They look pretty tough actually. They look like they could fuck shit up. They are both guards, as you could probably make out. They do have pouches and a shield on them. Yeah, so just a generic guard. But either way, he would again just scoff at the idea of letting a human die. Like, who cares? Like, that's not what he's here for. He's here to bring up the prisoners, lock them up, move on with his life.
I look at Gotham and I'm like, whoa, what did he say? What did he say? Am I gonna get my pouch? I need my things.
I'm like trying to form words as I'm looking at you, and I turn back at him, and again, Elvish say, "You don't need to cook, do you?"
And he'll say, "You'll be cooking plenty here. Do not worry."
Like as if I'll be cooked, or we will be cooking plenty.
Exactly as he said.
Okay.
You want to like roll insight or something to see, kind of try to catch his drift?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't.
You have no fucking idea.
I'm gonna be cooked. Okay.
First natural one. That didn't
I
take long.
turn back to Otto and I say, "He says you're gonna die."
Right, give me one second.
Just very matter of fact.
Oh, not like this. Also, I'm assuming, and I didn't ask you beforehand, as the GM, but I have the keen mind feat, but I am assuming that the drugs plus moving plus new environment underground means that I currently do not know which direction is north or what time it is.
Keen mind. Yeah, that's actually really nice.
It's actually a really broken feat, but like
It's fine.
I assume that I would have to like gather that information in some way before it became active in this campaign.
You
mean, it's
could
a
probably
feat,
observe the
though.
moss growing on Puck's back.
You haven't moved in the whole time you've been here.
You always know the number of hours left for sunrise. That would almost make me like disappointed.
Disappointed?
Yeah, you know when it is, but you can't actually see it.
I wasn't sure if you meant like disappointed that that information.
Personal torment, like.
Yeah. Well, there's the sun. Oh fuck.
Man, it's
Still don't
gone.
see it. Yeah.
I mean, it's a feat, and it doesn't say that there's anything. You track time, direction, and detail of uncanny precision. You gain the following benefits: increase your intelligence. You always know which way is north. I mean, it doesn't say like you need to research
No.
it.
It doesn't say you lose it, but it seems kind of like weird to. I mean, it's up to you. I just wanted to ask before I assume something.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna tell you at least what direction it is. I'll tell you what time of day it is. So,
Okay.
You know, north is that way, literally as the map is.
Okay.
The first thing he says is, "That way is north."
If he wants to.
Okay.
But so yeah, he would tell you you'll be doing plenty of cooking. We look forward to it, and takes his leave. Again, he's a bit disgruntled about everything going on here.
Yeah, I'll call out as he's leaving. I'll say, "Well, I hope to please you guys. I do cook a very fine meal."
And he's gone.
I assume you were speaking in Elvish there.
That last part, yeah.
Okay.
What's that
Alright.
last bit about cooking? I think. Okay. So I said, what was that last bit about cooking? Otto had asked. Got him.
Oh, that was still in Elvish.
Oh. Well, they
Um,
speak Drow, right? Or were they
I think
speaking in
Elvish.
Elvish?
Is Drow its own language? I think it's Elvish.
Yeah,
So-
Drow has its own language.
Well, it's like a dialect, so it would be slightly different.
Yeah.
I
So
think in 5e it's its own language.
Okay.
I got a ton of Drow characters that are defaulting. Either way, you're speaking Elvish too, yeah.
Okay, I do
No, it's not
understand
its
Elvish.
own.
Yeah, so all the Drow in here that I have are undercommon, not
Yeah,
Drow.
undercommon, yeah, would be the language. Yeah.
And then they know Elvish too. Some of them do.
Yeah, same script, but yeah, you're correct.
Okay, but yes, you are now locked in jail. You see in here a plethora of people, and I think I need to restart my Discord real quick.
Oh no.
Is max?
Is it gonna mess up all the?
It'll just give me
all
like
the
2
switch
seconds.
settings?
I'll be right back. Mm,
Hands again.
Would it like shuffle one and you'd have to
I don't think so.
all the tokens?
I think the order that people are in actually is like
by name.
alphabetical.
Yeah.
So I think it'd be the same. Yeah.
Give that a try now. Alrighty, sorry about that. You might have to turn back on my stream if you're listening to the ambient music, which was very quiet.
It actually is omega quiet.
I turned it down when I first started. I've turned back up a bit.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Alrighty.
Is music on right now?
It's just
Yeah,
ambient.
I-
It's like
okay.
super ambient.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've got a good volume.
it's just
now.
some water droplets, basically. If you actually look at that picture of the stream, that is where the 2 bridges you would have been escorted into the jail cell, which would be the cell on the right there, the door. Just if you want a little bit of visual of how you're transported across one bridge, through a stalactite, and then out the other side of the stalactite, across another bridge, into the jail cell.
Hey, Ryan, before we get much further.
Sure.
You don't have webcams on your stream right now. You gotta pop out maybe.
Yep, you're right. There we go. Alrighty. You enter the cell. You see a few different people. You see a red scaly dude. You see a smaller green and black scaly dude. Over here you see a shorter, dark-skinned guy. I won't go into too much detail with these guys quite yet. You probably have never interacted or seen this race on the surface. They are somewhat rare. This is a dwarf. Her name is Eldith. I kind of went over with this guys with you in the zero if I remember.
Yeah, at the very end.
Yeah, she would probably be one of the first people to talk to if it's not Beck or Pock. We have a dwarf who's in here, which is odd. We have 3 deep gnomes. We have an orc. We have a quaggoth, which I keep referencing this picture for you guys, just so you have an idea of what he looks like.
Can you say again how large they are / how large he is? Just because I remember it being brought up.
So quaggoths are hunched over, but when they are standing up tall, they're 7 feet tall.
And is that true of him too? He's
Yes.
not any different. Okay.
He's not any different. He is exactly the same as pictured here.
All right. Cool.
That's why I keep showing the picture, because like that icon makes him look like he's some kind of like uppity guy.
Well, you could just make his icon or like the token large.
I could change it. Well, so is
It's fine. I just wanted to know.
Yeah.
For me.
quaggoths aren't large creatures though, so they are still normal sized. Then we have a fishy looking dude, which you've also probably never seen, many of you, and that would be everyone. So wherever you want to take it from here, whoever you want to talk to, any of you guys, it's not just them 3.
And we're chained together.
Not together. You're all separate, but
Okay, we're separate.
your
Our own legs
neck,
are bound.
wrists, and ankles are all bound to one chain.
Okay.
Not to each other though, just individually, like you're shackled to yourself.
Yes, it's just limited movement shackles.
I think
Huh?
I'd make it a point to start just going around and sort of just gently introducing myself, but not wanting to get too in front of anybody, just because I am still in a strange territory, but nonetheless I'd be trying to make acquaintances.
Okay. Again, Eldith would probably be the first one to see you guys pop into here. You would notice that you guys obviously aren't drow or anything like that. And she would approach you and she would be like, "Ah, hello there."
Ah, greetings.
Welcome to
How are you
Velkynelve.
and who are you? Velkynelve, you said?
Velkynelve. I was trying to do like a dwarf accent with it, but it wasn't really working out. Yeah, should welcome you to the place where it is at.
Velkynelve means welcome.
No, that is just a place
That's
where
where
you
we're at.
go.
I see.
Velkynelve. And but she would say, yeah, like, welcome to the fun. How did they get you?
I turn and look at Otto. And just
They thought I was some grand archmag tiefling, but obviously I'm a human. So really, this is all a misunderstanding, I guess.
Oh, that is quite unfortunate. The cell here is getting particularly filled. It's quite odd.
Hawk will back and say, sounds like they misunderstand a lot. They were trying to take me and they got you.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going around here lately.
So I'd tell her, my name is Garam, and who might I have the pleasure of meeting here?
Ah, yes, I am Eldith. I am from Gauntlgrim. And, as she says Gauntlgrim, you can see she kind of increases her posture as she's quite proud to say that. As yeah.
Is that a place in the Sword Coast or?
Yep. Are you asking her?
Yeah. Well, I think my character would know if it's in like if it's in a particular region. I don't personally know.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
So,
I mean, I was traveling with Rooney, and I would make it a point to try to learn places. So
I don't think you guys would know about it.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't know about it.
But if you wish to ask her, you can go ahead.
I would shakily approach, probably stuttering a bit, and say, "Greetings, I'm Rooney."
Oh,
Like, very nervous.
what are you? I've never seen anything like you.
I've never seen anything like me either.
Oh, strange one, aren't you? Those. Oh, and I would say, Rooney, you also have shackles that are on the back of your wings that are kind of holding them tight together, just so we don't have to go down that road. But
I was gonna say, do the shackles around his wings, they look like they could maybe be loosened just a little bit to make him more comfortable? Like I could manipulate them a little bit?
it is pretty solidly chained with a length of chain purposely. So it's like they're basically being held together tighter. There's not really much you can do to loosen it out.
Yeah, it was more just like to give him some relief.
Mhm.
Not so much actually like changing anything.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you can try. Maybe try to slide him around a bit or something like that, or slide closer to his back so there's not as much slack.
Yeah, just to, again, try to give him a little bit of just in-character relief, you know?
Okay. Yeah, you give him a
I'm
little...
not trained in thieves' tools, so sleight of hand, I guess, maybe?
Yeah, go for it. Oh, okay. So yeah, they were kind of high up on his wings, and you were able to kind of maneuver them down a little bit closer to his back, which gives the chain more length, and then that lets him kind of spread him out a little bit more with a little bit of relief.
I pat my hand on Rooney's back and say, we will get through this together, friend.
Thank you. That is most welcome.
So how long have you been here, Miss Eldith?
Oh, I've been here... I fortunately don't know how much time has passed, but imagine a few 10 days at this point. It's been doing the whole grind, going back and forth, getting water from the waterfall, cooking food for these guys. That's all we're good for.
You're a cook too.
No. I don't cook anything. They just make us cook.
I see. Well, maybe I can brighten your spirits with whatever I'm able to find. And then, just forgetting my manners, I turn and look to Otto. So, and this is our good friend as well. I'm trying to recall his name. I'm kind of leaving it to you to introduce yourself.
My name is Otto. Yeah, I'm not sure. Have you by chance seen any glowing worms around these plants?
Glowing worms? Not that I believe. I think I know what you're going for, though. You're looking to dancing lights. Is that what it
Looking
is?
for components for dancing lights. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Is
Should-
phosphorus or glowworm.
Gotcha. I should say that she hasn't really ever looked that close to them. Look for something that specific. But she would point out to the different plants in the corner. But she'd be like, I mean, you could take a look at them, but that's, for some of us, the only kind of light we have here, as probably you can see.
Mm-hmm. What about you guys? And I'd come over to these two odd fellows. Oh, sorry, was I too close?
He's a little skittish. I'm Beck. This is Pock Pock.
Okay.
So,
How long have you guys been here?
I'd look to Pock Pock for that.
Oh, I've been keeping track. I don't know why she hasn't. She's been here longer than us, but he'll sort of turn to the wall and you'll see some scratch marks on the wall, and it looks like some form of tally mark system, but there's no uniformity to how many like hatches there are across how many slashes. And at close glance you see maybe like 30 to 40 hash mark in total.
Shit.
Wait, what?
What exactly are you counting here?
Wake times.
Wait, times.
He's like a toddler.
Beck will kind of just slowly turn to them and be like, he sleeps a lot, so
Yes, okay.
probably not as long as the marks appear to be. But
Well,
we've
she
been
said
here for
she's
some
been here
time.
about 10 days, so. Did you guys come in at the same time? You and the dwarf woman?
So wait, she's been here 10 days?
I think that's what she said, right?
A few 10
A few
days.
10 days.
A few
Oh,
times.
okay.
That she knows of.
So it could be a month.
Yeah. Much like your keen mind, she can't tell how many times the sun has gone up and down from being inside.
Pot Pot is just gonna look confused and be like, "What's a 10-day?"
It's-
Literally.
Say, oh, you see your hands? So count 5 and 5. Oh wait, do you have 5 fingers?
Oh, hold up, I think they do. I haven't looked up that anatomy of a kobold. I've looked up.
You look like a fucking penis, though.
It's not-
I was like, so
Rooney
that's
would hold up
the
his
number of
hands
days, and
and
that is a 10-day.
Rooney would hold up his
Oh.
hands and only have 3.
He'll look back at the tally marks on the wall, and then he'll say, "Almost 2 10-day."
Oof. That is quite some time. How are you holding up?
Very not nice here. Be careful.
We were the last set of new people to be brought in before you guys arrived. It's been some time since we've seen anyone else arrive.
Pock Pock has a tip though. Be the best slave you can be.
Yes,
no.
He nods at you and says, that's what I'm going to try to do.
Pock Pock will nod in agreement.
So what about the others here? You guys seem a friendly lot. They're all sort of seeming to be keeping to themselves. Anything to say of them?
He's fun. He'll point across the way.
He'll notice you pointing at him, and he'll sit up and get out of his bed that he was leaning on. and like looked at like, why are you pointing at me?
And Pop will sort of motion over, like, come on, come on, come on.
He walks over.
Actually, quick question. Can, I forget, do we share a language or no?
You and Jim Jar, and so Jim Jar is not shared languages to you guys. That's probably
Okay.
why he's a little confused.
Then, okay, I should have thought this through.
It's fine.
Is there means to communicate in here, right?
Yeah, I was gonna ask Pok, if we're gonna introduce these guys to others, we should probably go grab Stool. He might be willing to help us.
Yeah. I'll just lead over this way.
Beck will look to the other three and just explain that. Point to the mushroom guy Stool over there.
Jim
I don't know
Jar
how-
would be a little aggravated as you walk away.
Yeah, he'll mention to Jim Jar, just like hold the hand up, like just wait a second,
Uh,
and I'll point to Stool and say,
yeah.
that thing is able to let us communicate. His spores. I don't understand the intricacies of it, but
Can
once he's here,
What?
come over here and take a big whiff without doing anything?
You can, but nothing happens.
yeah, like do we need
Oh.
Stool, or like does he just spray us?
So Stool gets what you're throwing down. As Pok came up, he would have let out a little bit of his spores before Otto got there. And would have started talking telepathically. Hi, friend. What can I do for you?
Oh, I want to talk to my other friend. Thank you.
What? Oh, okay. Oh, do you need me to help?
Yeah,
And then Stool will
very helpful.
walk towards the middle a little bit, and he'll see him like kind of like dig his feet in the ground and just like do a little shiver, and a bunch of like spores will come out of him. And now you guys are all able, as you breathe in the spores, able to talk to each other telepathically, regardless of your language.
Take a big, deep breath as the spores come out. I forgot that he was the source of it, so that's what I did.
Would I be familiar of anything like this from the Feywild?
Oh fuck, I don't know. I don't know. It'd have to be something I have to
Is it a
look at.
fey creature?
Yeah. No, it's not a fake creature.
So yeah, I would be very curious and breathe it in.
It's like now we can understand each other. Jim Jar.
What?
These
What do you
new
want, little
people,
one?
They need to experience everything here. Do you have something you can bet with them about?
Let's see. How about we bet the number of days where we'll stay here until the caravan finally picks us up to kill us all.
Okay, that's not as fun as the other bets we've had, and kind of.
Yeah, sorry. It's been quite a while. Music just get really loud. For me, at least.
I just started hearing it.
It's the same.
Yeah.
What have you guys been betting on?
Things like who the guards will try to kick off the bridge or punch or knock over, who can throw rocks against the wall the hardest.
What do
Fun
you
stuff.
bet exactly?
Show them, Jim Jar.
Look, you see, this guy, he's easy to entertain. So we just bet a couple of rocks, and we just kind of go back and forth with it. It's just to do something, you know? We've been locked in here for quite a while. Nice to get home. But, yeah, I just make bets. Let's say he kind of went over one, but let's guess how many Quaggoths are going to walk past in the next, 10 minutes or so. And if you win, I'll give you 2 rocks. If I win, you give me 2 rocks.
Can I just like go over there and get my own rocks?
This time.
Pop will say, but it's 2 rocks on a bet. You could end up with 4.
No, I could just find a way to break this wall a little bit. I don't know.
What?
What? I mean, we're in a big rock.
No.
As you guys are talking, At this point, everyone in the cell, Pok and Becky, including you guys, have already had like your dinner for the day. So Rooney and them were late arrivals. Not necessarily late arrivals, just the time they came. After a while, though, Jordan would come back up along with another drow, holding a couple of different pots or plates, and he would ding on or smack on the cage or motion over to Gotham because you can actually speak to him. Bon appetit.
Ah, yes.
I did the wrong voice. Bon appetit. And he hands you the bowls through like a little slit, and it's just some nasty food, broth.
Can you loosen this manacle a little bit so I can actually use my wrist a little more? I might have a hard time eating this. Just, I'm not asking you to take it off, just like a little bit, so I can move it.
He looks over to Gotham.
Oh, translation. I relay back what he's asking for, and I just like, emphasize just a little bit.
Well, maybe they need the sword.
And actually, I'll also whisper to him. He seems to be a frail little feather, if you know what I mean.
Need a guy like him's gonna just be not sacrificed. I need a guy like him's just gonna be killed if he's gonna keep acting this way. He needs to watch himself.
You need to watch
If he
yourself.
weren't to
He
watch
mutters in
himself.
common, you need to watch yourself, and walks away.
You know Undercommon?
Oh, he's speaking Elvish, I thought.
Yeah, he is.
Do you understand Elvish?
Yeah.
Oh. he does.
Oh.
Okay.
I did not know that. Did you initially mean to speak to him in Elvish?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's just like a revelation in the moment.
Yeah,
Shit.
so Gotham is equally surprised that he just spoke Elvish, so he's like, oh, didn't know he spoke our language. He kind of takes a step back.
Yeah, Jordan was not happy with that remark, but he's done with your guys' shit. Again, he does not like doing what he's doing right now, and will get in the cell with you, but not really, because I just wanted to line him up, and they will walk away. And you guys now have a small portion of soup, basically, among the three of you.
So what's in these bowls?
It's just basically whatever was left after everyone else ate for the entire night, which is just basically just some stale tasting broth. Mostly tastes pretty watery at this point, a little bit salty, a little bit peppery. There are some chunks of like meats in there, not really sure exactly what it is. And a couple of different mushrooms in there.
Did they leave any bones?
Any what?
Bones.
Bones?
I'm asking the group if there are any bones in their soup.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and look, and I'll try to identify what the type of meat is.
Okay.
As well, if there's any bones in there.
Rooney would just slurp his down as quick as he got it.
Intelligence, perhaps?
Go for it.
Can I roll any lower? Jesus.
It just looks like I mean, any meat's pretty edible depending on how it's cooked. But yeah, you're not really quite sure.
I'm suspect as I look at Pok and look at the meat.
Sometimes there are bones, and I like bones.
They would know.
Getting it out into bowls.
What's that?
You said there is a pot as well as bowls.
No, you said he handed 3 bowls in, one for each of you, and a wooden
Got it.
spoon.
I got the bowls in my 3 hands.
Well,
Actually,
Otto was
I
up there.
I do have a mage hand, so yes.
Why can't I hold all these bowls?
But Pok and Beck would know, for at least meats they might have seen familiar. Maybe the only one really would have been fish. As there is some fish you can get in Underdark. But yeah, other than that, it's just been meats that were already cut up, slabbed up, and then they just cooked them.
I'd probably just explain to them that whatever the guards don't eat is what they give us at the end of the day. Best just not to ask and take it for what it is.
They don't die, you don't die,
Okay, but are there any bones? You never answered me.
No.
As a medium, do I find any?
No, there's no bones.
I'm just gonna Charlie Brown walk away.
Okay. All right. Stool will go back over to a little corner. He likes hanging out with the plant over here. It reminds him of home.
Rooney would ask Beck, how long do the spores last? How long would we be able to communicate freely?
It's for a little bit of time, as Stool's talking to you through your mind.
Rooney would be a little shocked that he's communicating from so far away.
Yeah. He doesn't really have a sense of time, but it is a decent amount of time.
Usually just a few times a day, we're able to communicate amongst ourselves.
Not many people here understand us. It's kind of different now that you're here.
Well,
Well, I can at least speak with you lot and probably those couple over there without the mushroom. And I point at the gnomes when I say over there.
Oh, what languages do you freaking speak? Jesus Christ.
Elvish, gnomish, common.
Gnomish. Alright. Actually need to see, do deep gnomes speak gnomish? Hope so.
I think or it's Nerfevlin or whatever. But usually they speak gnomish as well.
Oh, these guys actually speak common.
What?
I thought they were only undercommon. My bad. But yeah, seeing you guys talk, even though you guys are still speaking, you guys wouldn't necessarily know they can speak common.
Maybe they're so nervous and shy that they just pretended like they can't.
Exactly, actually. So you guys would have noticed. Roll me perception checks if you're, looking around at different people.
Does that include Beck and I?
I mean, I'm
Go
probably just
ahead.
looking at-
You
probably
guys.
just looking at them.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! All right. So yeah, as you look around at everyone, you would. Jesus. You guys see everything. So I'll just go into a bit more detail then how much you're seeing from each of them then. As for the two deep gnomes over here, you could tell they're very skittish. They won't really make eye contact with you. They're kind of just like crouched down, sitting there amongst each other, just going back and forth at each other, rolling some rocks and stuff. They're just obviously they're socially awkward. They don't want to interact with you guys. And Jim Jar, you saw that he already had some pretty good confidence. He leaning on this bed, just jumps right off of it, walks on over. He's not too afraid to interact with you guys. I guess I'm just going over names of people too. Would Pock and Beck share these names at some point?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure, like, while we're all sitting, I'd probably just kind of briefly point at the room, like, and give everyone the names. Topsy, Turvy.
I think the description you gave of Pock would apply to both of us collectively. Of Beck and Pock would collectively act the part of Red in Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah.
Showing you the ropes.
Like, you're the new fish in the jail, and we'd kind of briefly just give you the quick, like, 2-sentence intro on what we know of these people.
Okay, I'll just go through it real quick then. You would, from them talking, or if you guys interacting, you would find out this guy's name is Sereth. He is a drow who's also locked in a cage, which is really odd. The reason you would learn why he is trapped in here from Beck or Pock after their multiple days of being here is that he is actually jailed for murder, a murder that he does not remember committing.
He's cool.
He's cool. Is that what you said?
Yeah, Pock would make sure to say that.
Okay. Bupito, he doesn't really have a reason to be in jail, as many of these people other than Sereth. He was caught in the Underdark, and the drow brought him here. And he
What's his
is Bupito. I can type everything out. and he was just another guy captured. He's actually very confident in himself and communicating and things like that. He hasn't really interacted with you guys yet, though. Just a lot of NPCs. But you learn that he's a pretty talkative guy down the line. Then we have the fish-like guy. His name is Shushar. He is a Kuatoa. From talking with him, you would find out that he is from the Dark Lake, from a town right off the lake called Sloopdoop. He is pretty chill. He doesn't really care what's going on with him. And what's up?
Did you say he's from Sloop Dupe?
So, yes.
Okay, I put Sloop Tube.
It's actually
sure.
Yeah, let me double check.
I didn't have that info.
It's actually Sloop Blue Dupe.
Sloop Ladoop.
Sloop Blue Dupe.
Oh, Blue Dupe. Perfect. Sloop Ladoop. Okay.
Yep.
The fact that I can't pronounce this is probably perfect in character.
Dude, you have no idea. Okay. So anyways, like Sloop Blue Dupe's like easy for me right now. So Shushar from Sloop to Dupe, he tells you about how he's from the Dark Lake, which would be an interesting tell, being that there's a lake somewhere in the Underdark. But he's still pretty chill. He doesn't really care that he's in here. He is kind of like, oh, this is my life now kind of guy. He thinks he's in here. That's just a reason. Him being in here is just part of life. This is what is going to happen. It is what it is. I kind of described him as like being like kind of also like a hippie, a little bit.
A stoner hippie fish is the names I had.
Stoner hippie fish.
Hell yeah.
Like, yeah, this is just life. I'm here to live it.
Fuck it, dude.
But deep down, he does want to go back to the Dark Lake. Jimdar, he would be probably walking around with you guys, probably hands on his hips, just like all confident, like, but short, looking up at you guys.
How tall is he?
Good question. Doesn't have the height on character sheets.
Is he taller than 2'4"?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Definitely not be the shortest one in the party.
My description for Pok Pok is standing at a grandiose 2'4".
Not 100% sure, but
It's fine. It's not.
yeah. But he's a pretty confident guy. Likes to bid things. Pretty much, you guys have already talked to his little bit of depth. For now. Deep gnomes. We'll figure that out in a bit. But moving on. Prince Durandil. Oh, sorry for caps lock.
You have to yell.
Durandil. He actually would have approached you, Rathi, pretty quickly. Now that I think about it, he would immediately have been came over to you and started speaking to you in Elvish. Again, he is a Quaggoth. He is not an elf. He would have approached you and be like, "Ah, good sir, I see another elf here. Oh, how I miss the company of another that wasn't a drow."
Trying to think are these creatures primarily of the Underdark?
Yep.
So I probably would have no familiarity with them. Yeah, greetings. Haven't encountered any of your kind before. Might introduce myself, and I'd try to get to know about him a little bit.
You do not know of me, Prince Durandil? Of the kingdom of Neldorindit? Fucking up. Nelrindinvane. No, Nelrindinvane. Oh, fucking put it out. These fucking names are gonna kill me.
I'll say, well, no, my apologies, but you must tell me about you. I'm sure there are many great tales I could tell of you.
Would Gadam be familiar with elven areas in the High Forest? Because I know he's more
Forest,
Fey.
if it's more wood elven, then probably not. No.
Okay, roll me.
I mean, I'll roll like a history.
Yeah,
or whatever,
roll history for me.
Probably not. Yeah, no.
Okay.
Probably not.
So yeah, so he introduces himself as the Prince of Nelrindinvain, of the High Forest. Basically would talk to you about what happened to him, that he was within his castle, and a great wizard came and turned him into a what he is now. And
Oh, so he states that is not his original form.
yep, he says he has been permanently polymorphed into, or at least as far as he knows, permanently into what he is now.
Insight?
Can I, insight?
Question. He would not have told Beck and I that because
Nope.
we are not as like kin to him, correct?
Exactly. The fact that like someone
He
was speaking
probably just
Elvish.
wouldn't have talked to us,
I
Yeah.
mean,
or like
Maybe
not
just
standoffish probably, but
yeah, he wouldn't have gotten too in depth with you guys, or no excitement for him through you guys.
perfect.
You mean he's not even interested in the bird person?
So 12 and 10.
An underground bird is a sad sight.
Actually,
It is,
if I may, this is obviously after, but that is something that we think would be interested enough that I would try to inspire myself with, although I have to do that typically ahead of time. So
Go ahead.
you're
I'm cool with giving some leeway first session.
okay. D6. So 15.
Okay. So you don't necessarily think he is lying, but you also question his sanity. Because the way he's presenting himself, just like he looks like a quaggoth looking thing, that something's not right in his head. Something doesn't seem right.
Yeah, so kind of half talking to him, but then half trying to speak a little bit louder to get all this attention. I'd say, oh, well, how long have you been here for?
Ooh, the whole thing, or everything that happened at the tower, that happened. Well, I've been down here for pretty much the same about the amount of time the dwarf here showed up. It was a couple days after. So, whatever she said, it was a few 10 days. But you'd figure out pretty much everyone in here has been in here for about 30 days or less. Just in general scope. But yeah. But he would also go into a bit more detail that got turned into one of these things, and then got kidnapped and brought down here. They wanted me to do all these menial chores. A prince like me? Never. And as I refused, they locked me into here.
I would comfort him, but then also just kind of catalog this in the back of my head for a tale to tell at a future time.
And then
As he starts going off about a prince like me, Otto sort of loses interest and walks over and I can't remember your character's name. I'm sorry.
Rooney.
Rooney?
Rooney, do you still feel like digging in the dirt, or has that feeling passed?
Rooney would just kind of like look back and just be like, he's far more focused on the predicament he's in right now, and doesn't even acknowledge your question fully. He's just kind of confused and.
Well, I was hoping somebody might help me find. I'm looking for like a worm. It's about yay big, and it would glow. And this seems like the kind of environment that you might find one. And those plants around the room look like the kind of environment that maybe one would live in.
Would I have seen them on the
If
way
you're
here?
bored and you want to dig around for a worm,
Yeah.
don't eat it. I know.
No,
birds
actually,
enjoy it as a food, but
I can't hear you right now.
he would actually perk up at at a task to try and get him out of his stupor. So he's like, "Yes, what does it look like? What is it? What do I have to do?"
Big, it glows. I mean, you can't miss it. It's a worm. Don't eat it.
It's like
He's very concerned that like this bird is just gonna be like.
Oh shit! Instincts.
I may be a bird, but I'm smart enough to control my own instincts.
Okay.
Anyway, so he would just start like pacing around the room, looking at the floor for a description, a worm of Otto's description.
I would go to the gates and see if I can see anything from outside with my dark vision.
Having left the cell to do work during his time here, and Puck's nature to sort of scavenge what he can, would he have noticed something like that at all? Or like a retroactive roll for as he was out in the past or something like that to determine it?
Or the worms?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure you'd be bored enough in this jail cell when you weren't doing menial chores. So I can see Pock digging around for no reason. So go ahead and just do like a roll. Just like
a religion?
No.
I'm just kidding. Investigation
or perception or investigation. Because you'd be digging around.
Investigation should be more active.
Perception
would be more like you just happen to have noticed.
Okay. Yeah, go with perception.
Survival, then.
Actually, survival would. No, because that is specific too.
Dirt.
Yeah, survival is your.
Doesn't matter.
Jesus.
You just like to.
Kind of shrugs.
Yeah, you just like to sit and stare at walls. You don't do anything else.
No, I found other things.
Oh.
I'm just taking the task as something to do to like distract myself. That was what I was trying to get.
Puck had a moment of trying to actually be helpful, but then decided to shrug it off and move on with his life.
So I'll go back to Prince Quaggoth here and say that is such a sad tale, but I think we'll, from the looks of it, you've been here a while, so I'm assuming we'll be here for a while too. I'm sure we'll get to know each other very well.
He would really like a sad tale indeed. How dare they try to make me do that? I will kill them the next time they try to make me do anything like that. And you'll see him get like extremely enraged.
Question: has he been talking to them in Elvish, or was he using the spore communication?
Elvish. He would have latched on to Godum's Elvish.
So only Otto and Godum heard that information stuff.
Yep.
This is a personal roll. If it's 11 or higher, then okay. I would notice his sort of enragement from this and try to persuade him to continue down that path, to see it as potentially an opportunity for, I don't know, confusion or just something to spark anything that could potentially allow us to escape. So I would just kind of continue. That is a shame, and I think you should do something about your captors. They should be treating a prince in that way.
And still quite going off the deep end, but exactly. As soon as I'm out of this cave, as soon as I'm out of this jail, they are all dead.
Would this be the first time we have seen him so enraged? Is
yes.
This extremely out of character for him?
Yeah. You may have noticed, and sometimes when you had to do chores and stuff, unless you're really roll me a perception, both Pock and Beck. Okay, so it's Pock, and so you definitely would have seen him get super frustrated or angry at the chores he had to do. You would have seen him get put in his place though, whether it be through knock him out with a crossbow or something, or it's just general the draw poison that knocked you guys all out. Basically sedate him, get him back in the cage. You wouldn't have thought anything of it, though, as just another Quaggoth getting mad, because you wouldn't have had the knowledge of the whole elven backstory. So yeah, you've seen him get upset, but quickly put down.
I don't know what you said to him, newcomer, but he seems awfully upset.
So remind me again, with this telepathic link, we can only communicate to individuals, or is it a shared?
It's shared, basically. If you want to speak.
My understanding is that we can all communicate that period, but you spoke in Elvish specifically, so that's why he was popping off.
Yeah, like if you want to communicate, so you can be specific about it. If you only want to communicate through telepathy with one person, you can. If you want to do it through everyone, you can.
Okay, if I were to realize that, then yeah, I would say to Beck. There we go. I would say to Beck, I may have a plan that I'm working on.
Pock will say to Rooney, I think he doesn't like your friend. Because you would have just noticed it getting loud.
I'll say, well, store up that aggression, and I'm sure you'll know when the time is right. And I'll try to slip away to speak with others.
The prince would let you walk away, but he'd still be pretty enraged. And he'd fly over to the bars and grab onto him over here and be like, "Let me out of here! I will end you all!" And a drow. Oh, shit. I can't stop scrolling.
I think that guy might be more Freddy Prince than, like, Prince.
A drow would be standing here, and he'd be hissing at them and spitting and nastiness at them, at the drow, and the drow would shoot him with the crossbow. And
Oh,
Okay.
shit.
yeah, he's alive. He's just knocked the fuck out.
Pock's gonna place one of his rocks that he won in a bet with Jim Jar next to him and then walk back.
Did you just lose a bet?
I don't want to talk about it.
What exactly are you betting on? Oh, God.
Beck will sigh and.
It was
How
who would
much
get
does he
hurt
weigh?
Uh,
next. He's big.
yeah, well, he's 7 feet. Probably, but
I was just gonna try and drag him like to the side.
yeah, you can go ahead and do that. Where are you going? Left, right, down, up?
Just like again, I'm gonna just lean him up against the wall here.
I'll kind of make his way over and just do a quick, like, medicine check, I guess.
Okay.
See what. You got hit anywhere serious? They used a poison, like, kind of what's going on with the
Go ahead.
arrows. I can roll for it, I guess.
Okay. Much like you experienced yourself and watched your two friends get nailed with, it was just a bolt. Did some damage to him, nothing too crazy, but it was coated in the drow poison and knocked him out. There's nothing left on the bolt that's sticking into his skin, as it just, got.
I was about to ask if I could kind of, like, look and see if I could identify any of the components of the poison by smell or anything, if I might have any knowledge about, I don't know,
No.
counteracting the poison or anything of that nature.
Don't believe you would be able to determine anything.
Okay.
It is very specific poison.
I'll still go through the motions. Make myself look smart,
Okay. Performance check. Uh-oh. Thank you for a second.
He's performing in real life.
Intensely.
I don't want you to hear me, like, chomping on pizza, so I was gonna, like, mute, not turn it off.
Oh. Yeah, all that would happen. Aldith would not really say much. Through talking with her, you'd find out she's not too happy to be around these Underdark races. Okay. And she really does not like being down here with the orc. Winter. Though if the orc is also a bit antisocial, not like these guys are, where they're just like scared to. But it's like if you're not going to ask him questions, he's not going to ask you questions. He's down here. He's stuck down here. Stool would be making his rounds at this point, seeing all the exciting stuff happen, and probably would have approached one of you guys, maybe got him, and be like, "Are you gonna be my friend?"
Oh, well, of course, little creature. I would love to be your friend.
I just want to go home really bad.
Oh, where's home?
The Neverlight Grove, where all my friends are.
And is that how far away is that from here?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure where I'm at. I can talk with the plants a little bit, but they don't even know where it's at. It must be pretty far away.
How long have you been here for?
Oh, again, they've all been here for less than 10 days. I don't have a specific answer, but probably between 20 and 30 days.
Well, yeah, I'd be happy to be your friend, and
Yay!
anything you can tell me about both the others here, as well as what you found while you've been here.
Not a lot that I found out since I've been here. Most of these people didn't want to really be my friend. They ignored me a lot when I tried to talk to them.
As Pop walked away the moment he started talking.
Why would anybody do such a thing?
I don't know. I just looked so different compared to them. That's what they told me. Specifically, Ron.
Yeah. He's the
Otto
one
kind of
that-
like looks over and like sees him talking to the mushroom and like kind of gets real interested and walks over this way.
Yeah, like a part of me is
You see him
wondering,
kind of like just like looking under like the, what do they call it? Like the gills of the mushroom.
The
Yeah,
like
yeah.
spore
part of me is
stuff.
kind of curious, like if these like edible.
Kind of like
Oh,
looking
yeah.
at it, like trying to see like where the spores come
anything, man.
from. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Do you-
he's really like
Do you
getting in
telepathically
there, like,
think this
up
out
in
loud?
that mushroom like in that mushroom space.
No,
you
I'm
know?
thinking kind of like would my character like think that about another living creature.
How big is he? Stool.
Yeah.
He's actually a smaller guy. I know his token, like he'd be like a Pock level token. I could probably reduce it, but he is a small guy, a couple feet tall. So
As, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, Otto, you looking down, you're like on the fucking floor trying to look up into him. So
Yeah, Otto would still do it. He's really curious about that mushroom.
he would be a little confused, but he'd still ask you, Otto, are you gonna be my friend too? Can I help you?
Yeah, I'll be your friend. Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely. My name's Otto.
my name is Stool. I just want to go home.
Where's your home?
It's the Neverlight Grove.
Neverlight Grove.
Yeah.
Have I ever heard of Neverlight Grove?
All my friends would love you guys to go there.
Neverlight Grove. Where's that at?
Oh, it's a part of the Underdark. I don't know if you understand Underdark, but it's part of
I don't know anything about the Underdark.
Oh, well, I can't really figure out how far away it is from here, but since I can't figure it out, I can assume it's pretty far away. None of the plants know about it here.
Do you know which direction it is?
No, I don't. Then
Are
he-
there a lot of your kind there?
Oh yeah, there's tons of us.
I like look at got him. Like
I would kind of curious. How old are you, Stool? You seem kind of
Is that even relevant for a mushroom?
Well, Rooney's kind of young himself, so he's like kind of inquisitive about other creatures.
Seeing that he is a small little mushroom, hasn't really had a chance to grow into a big mushroom, I'd probably say he's a few years old. He's pretty young.
Oh.
And just based on his demeanor and interacting with you guys, you can tell he's childish in nature.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting.
Yeah.
But I wasn't sure if childish meant like actual few years old or like anime child.
What does that mean?
Like they're a
She's
1,000 years.
300 years old.
like is that Stool checking your bulgy wolgy ubu?
Like anime Dragon Girl. It's like I look 12, but I'm actually 1,000.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Oh no.
No.
I wasn't sure if this if this mushroom was gonna be like 300 years old, but acting like it was like a toddler.
No. So he wouldn't even really have the concept of age in his, like, growing, I guess. So he wouldn't necessarily know, like, answer, like, I'm only a couple years old, but again, from interacting with him, you would know that he is of a childlike state mentality, not anime.
See what I wrote in the chat. I wanted, as Otto walked away, to see if Prince Durendil has anything of interest within his possession. I know of interest doesn't mean much here based on what we would have access to, but I basically want to pickpocket him while he's unconscious.
Okay. You go to pickpocket him, and he looks like this, but with a loincloth and shackles. There's nothing else. There's nothing else on him.
Do I find anything? Okay.
I'm not. This isn't nothing else.
You search under the loincloth.
I know. But
Okay.
Stool would then be very, very excited. So many new friends. Not you.
Glare.
What the hell?
No. Oh, you pointed at Pock for not you, and then pointed at back for a continuation of friends.
Does he have eyes?
He can see, but he does not have actual eyes. He can see you guys.
So can we perceive where he is looking?
So yes, he would have like a front, and you would kind of imagine his whole stump like a moving head, basically. Like think of like anime in that way, I guess.
He's swiveling.
Yeah, like you would see him like turning and stuff like that to look in certain directions. At first glance, you might not know which way he's looking, but after, like, if you call his name, you'd probably see him twist and look up to you. He has four stumpy feet too. You can walk on a little bit.
So while we're all kind of standing here talking right next to Bupido,
Bupido.
What is he doing?
He's just watching you guys. He doesn't understand what you're saying unless you're talking in your heads. But if you do want to get into talking to him through your mind, he's actually kind of hard to RP. Like he has very specific.
I go up to him and start talking.
All right.
Tons of questions.
Pock suddenly cares about him.
Yes. How can I help you, young sir?
I look around. Young?
Yes. Look at you. You look healthy, young, and ready to go.
You look like a man.
Am I wrong?
I'm probably the oldest person here.
Oh. How old are you?
Now.
I don't think 38 is wrong because that was the wrong race. God, I'm probably like
38 years old. Okay.
No, it's like the equivalent to that would be, I would say, probably like around 150.
Okay. 150.
I will say 152. They're done.
Indeed, you probably are the oldest one. My apologies, you old wise man.
I say, yes, you see this white hair. Very old, very wise.
My apologies.
Are you guys speaking telepathically?
Pepito would be speaking to everyone, at least within the area. Not to disrupt too many people.
Sure, just not direct. Just casual.
Yeah, for the sake of not having to jump around to 10 different NPCs communicating with each other and you guys not talking, sure. I'm not going to keep, jumping around that much. So, one at a time, maybe a couple.
Unless we specify it, typically.
Mm-hmm.
So as he starts talking to me, I go over here and start talking to them. So yeah, I just try to get a little intel on him. Mm-hmm. You said Durgar captured the Underdark.
Yep. So
what sort of mannerisms do I?
Not a Durogar. He's just a Darrow.
Darrow. Oh yeah, Darrow.
There are no Durogar here, but Darrow typically do work around the Durogar, in which he'd probably share that with you. Would share. Yes. I am from Greckelstag. Or Greckelstag. Fuck, let me look it up again. Fuck that one up too. Greckelstug. Right the second time. Yes, I am from Greckelstug, where the Darrow and the Dark Dwarves, linger and live. I was out on a trip next thing I know, I was knocked out, brought here, and here we are. He would have been added not very recently, recently compared to Eldith. He probably would have been here for about a little less than 20 days. He was probably pretty new when Beck and Pok got here. But he would just share, yes, Gracklestug. I need to get back there. All my research is there. Everything I was working on my whole life. Just need to get back.
Oh, what kind of work?
Oh, various things. About people, their demeanors, how they interact. I'm very interested in other people and what they do and things of that nature. I just like to study them.
I think we are very much alike then, in some ways.
Oh, that would be quite surprising. And
so I'd probably spend a little bit of time doing some small talk with him, of explaining kind of my upbringing as a entertainer and chef extraordinaire and so forth.
You can see him really absorbing the information. He would probably wish he had something to write this stuff down with. He'd actually probably say something like, "Oh, if only I had my books, I would write all this information down."
I was waiting for something like that, and that would be my character's realization of, oh, my books, a recipe book, and I would start to like frantically look around and start like pacing and freaking out a little bit.
Fuck! I forgot to do something that I meant to, I guess I could do it now. Sorry, give me 1 second.
I went to the wall.
I need to grab a token that I forgot to grab earlier.
You stone meld in anxiety.
I mean, if I really wanted to, I could just like Misty Step and go boop and bye. But no.
Unless.
Actually,
They're
is there a somatic component for Misty Step?
It's my racial.
But you still have to do the
Verbal.
spell.
Yeah, no, it's not even as a spell.
It's just verbal. Yeah, you're right. Misty Step is just verbal. Okay.
Well, it's technically Face Step.
Okay.
It's not even Misty Step. It's
Alrighty.
equivalent to it.
So, what I meant to do earlier, that I totally slipped my mind, is this boy would be coming up the stairs over here, which you probably wouldn't see until you got closer to the gates. And you would see he'd have a drum, and he'd be, as he's walking by, dong, dong, as he's hitting it and walking by across the bridge.
Is he like looking at me as he does it, or like?
No. He has no idea it's yours. Yeah, he's
like,
just
like a giant, like Hodor, just like not really realizing what he's doing, just like.
That's what I imagine. Like just entertaining himself as he walks past.
Okay, I'm sure I recognize that. So, verbal somatic, yeah. So when I see him kind of pass with his back turned towards me, I will mage hand, and so where the bridge is that like a drop off?
So there is a railing that holds everything up around here. There is a rope railing, but not as sturdy as the wooden one.
Do I see anywhere where I could like? So this is what I'm trying to do: knock it out of his hand and move it to a position that he just can't see, and hold it there, like underneath the bridge or just out of line of sight, like as if like the drum got knocked out of his hand or fell out of his hand, and it went over the ledge and it's gone.
Okay. So you go to cast Mage Hand?
And so I'm guessing sleight of hand maybe would be.
No. So you go ahead and you cast Mage Hand, and you. Is there like a hand component you have to do? I can't remember if it had.
It's verbal and somatic, so I would mutter something and gesture.
Okay. So you go to gesture, nothing happens.
It doesn't work. Fuck.
And he just keeps walking. And that will be your first. Maybe.
So we are shackled just tight enough to not be able to do somatic. Okay.
You
Unless
know.
it's the room.
Yeah, so
Right.
you have full free movement. Like, you can still walk at your 30 feet, like if you were in combat, or not walk, but to your full 30 feet of movement. You wouldn't be able to dash, because then they would start getting in the way as you try to move faster in those 6 seconds. But you still have full normal movement. You can do any of stretching. You do, honestly, you could probably do jumping jacks in here. Do
So you could
surgery.
have performed the component.
Yes.
Just, something's limiting the magical effect.
Yeah, you just
See if
tried to
there
do
are
it, and
miracles.
no gas was with it.
Does Otto notice this?
Perception check. Yep. So you saw him trying to cast a spell. You saw him do the hand gestures, and you saw nothing happen. You maybe almost think that got him like changed his mind last second.
Just like walk over here and go. That's interesting.
Would I do this? Yeah, I'd be mildly irritated. Before he gets too far, I would call out at him viciously, you might say, viciously mocking him. just to get his attention, but also just to see if maybe that would work, because it's verbal only.
So you would shout some slur at him, but nothing would happen.
Motherfucker. Okay.
That was it.
Would
DC
since
13.
we-
I would say usually that is a little
I
bit
guess
more effective.
I'm still gonna roll the DC to see if he cares.
I would ask Gotham why he was yelling at
17.
someone.
Wait, do you guys see that? Or did that? Oh, 2G.
Well,
Okay.
Let's see. I would say to Rooney, he has my drum. And also, prior to that, it reminded me that I'm missing my recipe book. All those books, all those recipes that
My spell book, man. Nobody cares about your recipes.
spells they can come and go, but recipes they're forever.
They took all our stuff. I don't have my lockpick anymore.
What do you need to? Can you remove these manacles if you had something?
If I have my lockpick,
What does the lockpick look like?
it's a little metal thingy, and my friend's name is embroidered on it. What's the word for that? It's like scratched.
It's like etched into it or engraved.
Oh, engraved.
It depends on the.
like Beck said.
That's not what he said. But okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
All right,
is that?
now.
What is that?
Oh,
Trump.
Jesus. What is that?
The rat? The rat.
I
Rat?
I try to grab it with Mage Hand.
Nothing
Oh,
happened.
I can't catch Mage Hand.
Nope, nothing
Wouldn't you be
happens.
able- You were looking for bones earlier. Rats have
Rooney
bones.
starts
Doesn't even care
chasing
about
after
that
the
rat.
rat.
Alright. Make me a athletics check. See if you
Oh
can
my God.
catch up to the rat.
A random rat just grabs
Okay.
everyone's attention for no reason.
Hey, I'm a bird. At least I have a reason.
Everybody else has been very still. Nobody's moving.
And we'll roll athletics is strength, right? I guess whatever, it should have been dex, but oh, okay. You catch the rat.
Yay.
It's
No.
squirming around in your hand, trying to get free.
I'm gonna quickly go over to Otto and I'm gonna say, "Watch, this is what's gonna happen to that worm of yours."
No, not like
No.
this.
Rooney just, holds the rat in his talons and, kills it.
Are you gonna
Wait,
finish
what?
that?
You're gonna kill it?
Wait, why? I don't know. Like,
I mean, you can. I just didn't think you would just fucking.
It's his,
If
it's
I-
his instinct as a bird.
Okay.
If I saw him like trying to kill it, like assuming it was an instant, I'd probably be like try and yell like, "Wait!"
Yeah.
I don't know how
Um,
fast you were doing it though.
Roll me a
I-
perception check, back, and I guess everyone can.
Nope, I didn't see it.
Oh, well, I definitely do not notice anything.
Okay, so yeah, Rooney wouldn't know
You're
what's
the one
going.
doing-
Yeah. So what you would have noticed is it would have literally just came in through here. For Gotham, Auto, Pock, over here, it came through. It went over to this plate because it was obviously looking for some food, and then as you guys saw it, it tried to get the fuck out.
Are you gonna finish that?
Do you want to split it?
Yeah.
But did you kill it, or
I
was
see,
Beck
I see.
stalking
Wait,
stopping
wait, before you guys do that,
it?
you might you might want to question yourselves. Where did this little creature come from?
The little hole.
The rat
You
is
noticed it too?
going to try to bite Rooney.
I think so. I think he said I noticed it.
I'm gonna pick up stool.
Anyone who rolled a higher than 10 would have known.
I
And
peer inside the hole to see like how large it is.
does 23 beat your AC, Rooney?
Yeah.
All right, it bites down. Okay, it does 3 damage. Jesus
God,
Christ!
that's stronger.
I reduced it to, bunched it a bit, and now makes me a dexterity check. Makes me a dexterity check to see if you can hold on to it.
Oh, for the okay.
No, okay, you lose it. You drop it to the ground.
Can I try and grab it? And
You fucking
grab
got.
it?
Yeah,
Try and step on it as a reaction too. God damn it.
you just got bit. You're freaking out. Pock
Will
pock.
that just be a dexterity check?
Yeah.
Fucking
Or
around, chasing that rat around, Otto walk.
do acrobat. Okay, that works. Oh, you.
Acrobatics would have been
He
higher. So.
he gets bit. He drops it. You're just below him. You catch it.
All
It never
right,
hits the
I'm
ground.
As if I'm just gonna eat it alive.
You're just gonna eat it.
Right then and there. I'm not. No, I'm like. I'm like looking at everyone else as I'm about to do it. Like, am I gonna get in trouble?
I thought we were gonna share.
Maybe you could use those bones as a lockpick, and then go back to helping Bottom with whatever he's looking for.
That's actually a good idea.
Bone lockpicks. I didn't think about that.
And while that was happening, it looks like Beck was trying to bring stool over to see if we.
I would have. Yeah, I would have noticed like the rat
during
and
the
stuff like
chaos.
that. So I would have tried to pick up stool or like encourage him to get over here and release his spores.
Well, I mean, you guys are all spored out. Oh, for the rat. Holy shit! I never even thought about an animal. I don't think this. I think I'm just gonna limit this to humanoids. Yeah. Stool's gonna say it only works on smart people, but he will still do it just in case you think this is like some kind of wizard or something.
Why does it
Then how
work
did
on him?
Then how did it work out? Oh, I was gonna ask the same question about you.
Puck narrows his eyes
What?
and then just.
You fucking eat it. All right.
The bones.
Yeah. Do you just?
He'll remember that he was gonna split it with Rooney and like take a bit out of his mouth and hand it towards Rooney.
Rooney would just turn his nose up at you and be like, "No."
Okay. Pock will start like picking at his teeth after with some remnant of bone that he had.
Can you pick these with that bone? And Otto kind of holds out his arms as best he can.
Disadvantage.
Why?
Why?
They're just gonna catch you. You need a better plan than that. I could try.
Yeah, who cares? Just try.
All right, disadvantage.
Just, are you only trying to do the wrist ones?
I see my hands.
Okay.
Sure. And it's a very crude tool, so disadvantage makes
Disadvantage.
sense. Unroll thieves tools with dex first, so 10.
No. I'm trying to remember what the DC was. I think it was.
I feel like it'd be higher than 10.
Yeah.
It's probably like at least 50.
After
I think it's
after,
15.
like fiddling with it for a minute and not really making any headway, Pock will shrug and then like pull the bone out and continue using it as a toothpick.
As you pull the bone out, it snap.
Oh.
So you'd have half of one. Double disadvantage, maybe.
We'll use it as a toothpick. Do I have to roll at disadvantage to use it as a toothpick?
No, you could still use the piece of it to pick at your teeth.
Is the hole that the rat came from fairly large?
So make me a perception check, everyone who's looking over at the hole.
I'll just give Gotham advantage since I'm right here.
Assist.
That was my disadvantage. We fucking refer to
What
my
the
image
fuck?
as perception checking.
All right. So the hole looks fairly small, But you do notice the rocks over here are a bit loose around the hole. And
I look around the room to see if any of the others are looking at my direction. I'm assuming so.
they pretty much were all looking at Pock Pock. Yes, he devoured everything. So not really
An extra meal.
They're looking somewhat in that direction, but not at you. Their attention is definitely not at you. And
I
after
try to get Otto.
what's that?
I was gonna say I try to get Otto's attention and just like don't say anything because I like eye down and just like open my eyes wide to have him notice that there's a hole there, and I kind of like say, get in front of me just to not draw attention to me.
Sure, yeah.
And I'll just start to like kind of just dig a little bit.
Okay.
Would we know at
Give me
this
1
point, like, how often do the guards patrol? Like, since they just gave people dinner, like, are they not going to bug us for the night, or like, would we have any indication that like they come around every hour or so and check up on us?
You would know that they do patrol probably every 30 minutes to an hour across that bridge. That Quagoth was probably there to patrol you, but was more entertained by the drum.
Fucking asshole.
I would probably, having kind of noticed they're investigating the hole, I'd probably just kind of go stand over here near the gate and just like keep a lookout.
So, sorry, what were you doing again, Rathi? Got him?
Digging. I'm doing what Ronnie wanted to do.
Okay, roll me a like strength check to move those rocks out of the way.
Okay. I'm not even gonna roll. I go to start rolling and I think, I stand up and I say, hey Rooney, come over here.
Oh, sure. What can I help you with?
I just kind of point in that direction. I say, there might be an opportunity for us to dig here.
Ooh, I would like to do that.
It almost looks as if that asset was added to the map later.
I
Shut up.
noticed that.
Make a strength check.
I thought that earlier,
until
actually.
right
It's
now.
like-
Until the one digging.
It's like one of the first things I saw was like, oh, we're supposed to use those rocks in some way.
It's like the anime where the one thing that
Yeah,
characters are going to
everything
interact
else
with
was like
faded.
When I mouse
like
over
a
this,
Dragon Ball
it's
Super.
highlighted. Very weird.
Yeah. So there's
Oh,
3
actually-
different assets for these maps that you can use to make them, and I used the wrong one for the actual background.
Oh.
That's why it
Sorry, I
stands out so
actually
much.
move it.
One's more
I didn't
cartoony,
even
one's more
notice
realistic,
until this came up.
which is fine. Rooney, go ahead and make a strength check for me as you're trying to move these rocks out of the way and dig them out.
Can I do a I'm not assisting him, but can I do like a performance or whatever it is just to kind of keep attention away from him?
Sure. Yeah. My God.
Not advantage,
Oh,
obviously.
so Rooney's brittle bird bones just fucking can't handle trying to lift this boulder out of the way. Perhaps if he had some help, maybe it could be a lot easier.
Perhaps Beck and I should switch spots.
And instead of like distracting, I'm actually drawing attention to him.
Yeah, you're not doing a very good job. You're pretty much doing nothing other than just... Yeah, you're drawing attention more than distracting.
What's this drow guy doing while we're here?
He would have been pretty much chilling out. Yeah, I guess he would have been sleeping more than anything, just laying down. As I was saying before, they already had their dinner, so it's winding down. People are getting ready just to knock out for the night. And this guy in particular would have been just, more people, okay, whatever, going to sleep. And yeah, I guess during the entire time, he probably would have went to sleep.
Okay.
Stool would probably, after that performance check, be like, what's over there? What are you doing?
Nothing. Nothing.
It looks like something.
It's a,
Looks like fun.
Possibly a tunnel home, but you gotta be
A
quiet.
tunnel.
we have nothing to hide from you, friend. It looks like there might be well, that rat scurried in from there, so I don't know. It stands to reason that might be able to get access to there.
Yeah, that not friend ate that rat. I was kind of sad for him.
Me too. Me too.
But you were gonna do it too.
Yeah, that's why I'm sad.
Oh, oh, I see. Oh well, people eat my friends all the time. I get it.
Shit. Hold on.
So-
That would probably make me think about eating him.
Holy
no.
shit!
No,
Oh my
it,
god!
it wouldn't.
Eating
close.
stool.
It was
Your
close.
your name's Rooney?
Yeah.
Maybe Rooney should let me try digging. My people are known for digging out the great sewers of Waterdeep. It wasn't my job, but it's where I came from. Maybe I can do it. And he says this not stealthily at all.
Gotham would say, I thought your kind just served great dragons. You mean to tell me that you served the sewers?
You would notice that Pok Pot, or you would have noticed, has dark onyx scales that are sort of accented by luminescent green marks, which sort of set him apart from normal, like, forest-dwelling kobolds. And sort of the sign of brave or foolish kobolds who take up residence within cities, despite their best instincts to search or in search of like shelter and work because of no other alternative. But he would just sort of look at you like incredulously and be like, "Of course we serve dragons."
Duh.
Rooney would just say that he would be honored to see how a real kobold digs.
Is it a strength check?
Nope. So you nailed it. Roll me dexterity with advantage because you are a sewer rat.
Shit.
You know how to maneuver these things in a more agile fashion rather than just pure strength. Oh my fucking god!
Retcon what you just said.
We're very perceptive, though.
That's on script as fuck. See, I did it.
Hold on. So
Anyone else watch?
I would look at Puck and I'd say, no. I mean, I am still I look at Rooney and say, we've been traveling for what, a year or 2 years in these lands, and still learning kind of what the creatures do and don't do and kind of the mannerisms. So I mean no offense, but you look like you're pretty adept at doing that. Why don't I think I've got a perfect song for you that can help with that. So I'll give him a. I don't need it to inspire. So I'll give you a point of inspiration, and you can add a d6 and maybe make another attempt.
Does that work?
Or well, I guess sorry,
right,
defer to DM. So I'm going to give him a d6.
Go
Why
ahead.
not you give it to that roll or another roll?
Do another
While
roll
they're
with the
While
inspiration.
they're doing this, I would go over to Beck and explain the situation quietly and see if maybe he can help and I can keep watch.
Did you say do another roll?
Yeah, do another roll with advantage with the inspiration. You can add
Another roll.
+5.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I rolled
You're,
a
you're,
5.
you're trying to get what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep.
Oh.
I'm gonna keep watch now. And
Either way, the DC was 10. It was 10. It was fine. You got it.
Okay.
So move the rocks out of the way. You can move them, by the way.
What? Since when? Oh, is this what you were asking me about before? I hurled a rock across the bridge.
Jesus Christ.
Not really.
Well,
Not really.
And you see
I
a
saw that.
small, like, the rat fit out of it, and it was, able to get, it was roomy for the rat, but it still is a pretty small hole. Pock, you're rolling an intelligence check. This may be not the best thing, but
Nope, this is the perfect thing.
you're just gonna fucking nail it because these are dexterity checks, sir. Yeah, okay. You being a sewer rat and everything, you'd be pretty confident you could actually fit. Yeah, you'd be pretty confident you can fit through here.
I'd go.
God hears the voice of the DM and says, "Sewer rat." Sewer rat.
I immediately poke my head in just to get a look. I'm not going through, but I'm like, ooh, what's in there?
You see it. There's a little carved out cavern in there.
I knew my plan would come to fruition.
And by carved, I mean it's just really rough, not like someone carved it.
Sure. It's not made; it's natural, sort of.
Yeah, racks and stuff. Yeah, you now know of a hole that Pock can fit through.
Now I know how we all can get out. And he'll point at the hole, which is clearly way too small for everyone else.
Beck will just kind of like look at Pock and just kind of like rub his forehead, just used to his shenanigans by now.
Well, wait. I've been coming up with a plan. I didn't tell you yet, Beck. But
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
Stool?
Oh, so you want to talk to Stool?
He's like, because Stool's right there. He's like, Stool?
So I was gonna say something to Stool. Oh, you are a true friend. You found a way out. I can go through there now and leave.
Shut up, Stool. Shut up, right?
What? Why?
You can be our. No.
Oh, sorry, I moved you.
Listen, no, stop.
Get
You can be our
closer to me.
friend. Stop.
What? Oh, I'm stopping.
You can be our friend, but you have to be quiet about this. You can't tell anyone. You can't let other people tell other people.
But everyone could be free.
Yeah, I'm not saying that can't be true, but the more people that know about this, the more dangerous it is.
Oh. Okay. Well,
And
what
with
are we
that-
gonna do?
I'll show you.
Oh.
Pop-Pop's gonna rummage into his belongings and pull out a coil of rope that he found while
Where did you get that?
trust me, Pock is the pickest-pockest kobold you'll ever meet. And he's gonna lay out a rope.
Pickets pockets the key from that drum asshole.
He'll pull out a coil of about 5 feet of rope and step away and look proudly as it lays on the ground.
Otto looks very confused.
Yeah. How long have you had that?
Couple days?
Did you bring it in your prison purse?
No, I found it. I was doing work and I found it. And now we're gonna be free.
I look at Otto. I look at the rope. I'm confused as well.
How's your 5 feet of rope going to help us?
I look at Beck.
Watch! He grabs his rope.
Beck shrugs.
One sec. He grabs the rope and then like shimmies into the hole.
Oh god, he might be gone.
I've been waiting for this.
Otto's just dumbfounded. He's just standing here like,
I'd probably like lean in and just whisper like, Pock, where are you going?
I'm here. I was just. It's a demonstration.
Be careful. Beck knows there's just no way he's gonna be able to like stop Pock from doing what he wants.
Pop-Pop's just chilling at the entryway.
You're just not even going in. You're just chilling. It's like you're home now.
He's just like there, like.
How
You can't
long?
see him unless you like put your face close to the hole.
I'd probably like just whisper to them like he's a silly little creature, but he means well.
The other people in the cave, have they taken notice of this yet?
Only Stool did. Again, Turvy and Topsy aren't trying to interact with you. You would have noticed over time people have been starting to go to sleep and crash for the night. People on the far side of the cave, no, they're not paying attention to you. They're doing their own thing. Topsy and Turvy, no. Jim Jar may have noticed. Especially when all the commotion is going down. So yeah, Jim Jar probably would have approached. What are you guys doing over there?
Jim Jar. Wait. Stool.
What?
I can't remember what languages people speak.
Hmm?
Does Jim Jar speak common?
I-
All I speak is common and draconic, so.
He would be talking in his head to you guys.
Okay.
And he does speak common.
Okay. It's like, Beck, I think we've made too many friends.
You guys,
What's up, Jim
You made the
Jar?
best of friends.
you guys find something? I saw you moving some rocks back there. Are you gonna use that big rock in a bet?
Yeah, I bet that you can't resist touching it. I bet 10 rocks.
Oh,
Jim Jar, you're small. I bet you can't help Pock Pock come back here with the key.
No.
I'll bet every rock in this room.
Look, I don't take bets that I know I can't win.
Oh, I thought you were confident in your skills. My apologies.
Look. I'm not dumb. I know where we're at. I know we're chained up. My bets are very straightforward, very simple. Now, maybe if we get out of here, then yeah, we can bet, hey, maybe you won't fall off that cliff. Maybe we, those kind of bets.
Is that threat?
But, look, I understand what you're saying, but there's only so much we can do here. But what we should be doing is trying to find a way out. We need to get out of here. And I bet you guys can.
Pock's
2 rocks.
picking up what this guy's throwing down. Alright, but I still bet you can't resist touching these rocks.
How much?
I said 10.
10 rocks. Oh, man, that's a lot. Do you even have 10 rocks?
He's got that big one.
Ow. You got 10 rocks? How long have you been here? Holy crap. All right.
Not just 10 rocks, but some of them are from outside.
Ooh,
the set.
exotic rocks. So you can kind of tell he's just kind of humoring you. He's not that dumb. He's just trying to be good to you.
I'm just humoring him, because I am.
Yeah, you guys are both
dumb.
just fucking going at each other with your dumb humor. He's like, all right.
I'm going to be the person that Pock likes the most in here.
I won't touch your rocks. Whew. I get my 10 rocks. And he would lean back against this stack of hay stuff. And he would lean back, put his arms behind his head, and close his eyes.
About how long have they been doing the rock stuff in the corner?
I mean, for how many checks they had to do, probably 10 minutes, maybe 15.
Okay, I'd probably wander back at some point if I didn't see anyone. Maybe, I don't know. Just kind of.
Otto might, during all this, might chat with the drow to my left.
He's sleeping. Yeah, unless you want to wake him up. Yeah,
No, I
so
don't want to wake him up.
yeah, he was probably one of the first to sleep.
If we're quiet enough that he's not sleeping, I won't wake him up. But if he wakes up, I might chat with him.
Again, the day is wound down at this point. They had their last meal. They know it's pretty much time for them to hit the hay. Topsy-turvy, after Jim Jar getting too close to him, would have scattered down here to this little rug. Probably would have went to sleep also. Now that Ront is asleep and out of the way.
Alright. You look like the brains of this operation. He'll be speaking to Otto. Do you want me to see what's over there? You think it's safe?
I mean, I don't know. Without magic, I don't know any other way out of this predicament. I can't get through there, but if you can, then.
Let me rephrase. You look like the brains of this operation. Turn to God. And ask the same exact question. I'm sorry, I'm having too much fun.
To be honest, all he can think about is what he can cook that's out there.
Oh.
I mean, I've only known him for a couple of days, and all he talks about is food. It's unreal.
Oh, you're looking at me. I thought you were talking to Otto.
I was.
Yeah,
but
now you're the
he
brain.
gave me an answer I didn't like, so he turned to Gotham and said, and just changed everything to as if he was talking to you.
I look at Otto and I say, he's partly right. But I mean, if you can somehow manage to get through there, you might be able to find a way to, I don't know, maybe there's a guard, maybe there's something you could, pickpocket, grab a key.
Didn't I already say to steal the keys from the drum idiot?
He has a drum.
Smart guy.
He's an idiot.
And while you're out there, you find a drum and a cookbook. Don't worry about any kind of spell book. Cookbook.
Okay. I'm gonna roll stealth while I poke around.
Yeah. I need you to roll, if you're going to go through this, I need you to
What are you
roll a
If
stealth
you see
check.
any worms or grasshoppers, bring them back. Glowy worms. Or
All right.
grasshoppers, bring 'em
All
back.
right. Wait. Ready? Back. What do you want while I'm out?
Beck
Alright.
thinks about his shield, but knows there's probably no way he's gonna be able to drag it.
I mean,
Through the hole, so.
if you see a pouch with some bone fragments and feathers in it,
Oh
I'd
yeah, I could use
appreciate
more
it.
toothpicks. You're right.
No,
Okay.
no, 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 no. Bring it back intact.
I'm not gonna break them. Jeez.
Don't put them in your mouth, you.
19 still.
All right, you're able to maneuver in here. Like, honestly, any of the rolls you do in here you can do with advantage because this is pretty much your territory right now.
Okay, I'll just roll it again. But okay.
I mean, I'm just saying in general. This is like a little bit of a skill check thing, but so you start your way through. You go through everything through here, boop, and then
Rip. It says rip.
then let me make sure I have the next map
I don't
right.
like this anymore.
I'm gonna reveal.
Anyone know the Nutty Putty Cave story?
No. I don't
Guy
think I like that.
spelunking and fell upside down and got stuck.
Yep,
Never
yep,
got
I
it
know.
out.
Yeah.
It's the first thing I thought of when he's going through here.
Oh, I need to copy your token.
What?
Oh, I almost just deleted that map you guys are on. That would have been bad.
Just Alt Z, Control Z.
So I'm gonna move over to a map. You guys are gonna be a little bit out of it, but if you have like questions for things while you're doing it, just let me know. Or while you're in the other room. Holy shit! How did I copy the
Wait,
quad?
are you moving me to a different map? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Oh shit.
And since you're familiar with this area,
Are they gonna see it, or should I stream it on Discord?
everyone's gonna get switched to it, just for the sake
Okay,
of
okay.
everyone seeing what's going on.
I just I didn't set up.
Control,
I didn't
copy.
expect Lockpop to be the protagonist.
There you go. All right, and then we're gonna move everyone to here.
Where?
Top
You're
right.
way to the right.
Oh, I see. Oh god. What the? Okay.
I
scurried.
Freaking can't select my roll 20. No. Sorry, one second.
Are you trying to move the camera on your stream?
Yeah.
Just what you can do it as a DM. I think it's like shift, either hold click on a position or double click or something like that.
So
and
you're
it'll
so
move the
far
camera.
over to the right that
Oh,
it
you can't
can't.
center. You can't center. Gotcha.
It's fine. I'm just gonna let you progress further into here because I assume you're going to. Boom, boom,
I go
boom.
back. I'm scared.
Okay, I mean you can.
I'm just kidding.
So you can move up a little bit, and I need you. Okay, before we get too far, I want to make one more check. As you were going through this cavernous area, you're going for quite a while. I don't have an exact measurement by any means, but as you're going, you can hear the rush of the waterfall actually above you as it's going over the rocks because there is your room,
Yeah,
a waterfall.
I remember the layout.
Yeah, so you can hear the rush of the water going through above you. It's very noisy. You come to a part where there is like cliff edges to a certain degree, but to intelligence, make me a dexterity save
With advantage.
with advantage, yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ! All right, you're fine. What is the DC?
Say Jesus Christ, and then you're fine.
Because you would have fell into the cavern and out the waterfall, but you're good. So again, you're going through a watery, slippery area. You're used to this, though. It's your bread and butter, and you're able to get to where you're at now.
It's my shit and piss, if you will. I worked in the sewers.
And then you do come up to more rocks that you are able to move. Are you just yanking them out of the way, or are you trying to look around?
I would. I guess I would look first. So I can fall here. You said it's
No, not in here. You're past that area. So it's basically
okay.
the main room, the waterfall, and now you're into this room.
I guess do these rocks look similar to the ones that?
Yeah, it'd be the same thing, like dexterity with advantage.
I would do it as
shimmy.
carefully as I can, I guess.
So you're trying to make like a little noise, or?
Yeah, stealthily. Anything outside of the cell, I'm trying to be stealthy right now.
Okay, roll me another stealth check as we come into this cavern. Oh my god. What the fuck? Alright, so you're not being stealthy.
That's the second time I've done that.
Tell him to roll perception, then we'll just get 20s. See? Jesus.
Okay, so you're not stealthy. You're just so excited to like be going through this cavern that you're stealthy at first, but now you're just getting more and more excited. You're going and going and going. You get to the rocks that are in your way, and I guess you're gonna try and move them. So make that dexterity check. Yeah, you just swing them out of the way.
Do I perceive that I was not stealthy coming this way, or do I not really know? Do I think I'm stealthy?
Would Pok Pok think he's being stealthy? I feel like Pok Pok would have gone.
I mean, so Pok Pok has a lot of experience trying to like steal from people and stuff.
Okay.
It's up to you. I don't know. Or does my stealth check? I guess stealth check implies I am attempting to be stealthy, whether or not I am.
Yeah.
Beyond me, right. Okay. So never mind.
Okay. Well, lucky for you. Yep, you move the rocks and you peek inside. Luckily for you, it is way late into the night. Dinner's already been done, and you are now, when you peek in the main hall. This is the area where you may have gone to cook food, though they probably didn't have you cook very often because you're so small. But you would be familiar with this area from bringing in crates of food and various things. And you find one person sitting there.
Is it Drum Boy?
And as he's sitting there on the bench, you see him flipping through a book and tapping a drum.
Alright, I want to... Can I clearly see most of the room here?
Yeah.
So... Alright, I want a perception check to see... I plainly can see the drum, right? Like, I don't need to roll to see the drum.
You can hear the drum. His back is to you, but you can hear dunk.
Oh, he's doing it.
Yeah, he's flipping through a book and playing with the drum.
I want to perception check to see if I notice anyone else, or also any of the other items that other people were asking me to look for.
Okay.
I'm consistent as fuck. What the hell?
Not much in here. Thing draws your attention the most is the drum, because Pokpok's gotta get that drum. That's what he needs. He needs the book and drum. But you don't know what the book is yet. But
fuck, am I gonna do this?
You are aware of the different things that you are delivered and up here as you've interacted with it, and you're not into the room. You just peer into it, but you may be able to find other things.
Okay.
And no, you don't see anyone else.
Do I from previous interactions, do I get an impression of the intelligence level of these creatures in any capacity?
They're not stupid by any means. They're easily entertained, but also easily angered. So, as far as
I feel like I'm smarter than them. This pot.
You probably think you're smarter than everybody.
Yeah. I mean, you probably do think you're smarter than a dumb Quaggoth. Like, I'm a kobold.
True. I do.
But
have blood coursing through me.
You did have a pretty bad stealth check, so I will say as you move those rocks out of the way, it did make a good amount of noise.
Sure.
And the Quaggoth will react and be like, "Oh, what?" And you look around, kind of back and forth. He doesn't know exactly where the noise came from, but he will look from side to side, just like, "What was that?"
Sure.
Another one in here.
we'll wait, seeing him do that for a good amount of time. I guess until he settles back down into playing with his drum.
Mm-hmm. And he does. He goes back to flipping through the book. I'm like, oh, that looks tasty.
Raffy's like,
God damn it, Pot is the worst person to be doing this.
You don't necessarily have to do something, by the way. Like,
Oh, but Pot would. That's the thing. Would he though? Let's see. No, I think he knows better than to reveal himself right now. Just considering all the hostility when he's been out and about. So to be out and about during off hours, he wouldn't have a good plan for how to talk himself out of that.
do you just leave this area open? Do you seal it back up, or are you going back?
I would seal it back up and go back.
I won't make you
Just
roll any
have it.
checks for that.
Okay.
And you already know where the slippery parts of the cavern are as you go back, so you'll be able to avoid them as necessary.
I have proficiency in this particular terrain now.
You're going to hide. And it'll jump back over to their back.
Alright. How long would that have taken? Like 30 minutes?
Not quite that long. While it was a long cavern, not long as in like travel time, just getting your orientation. It was probably about 100 feet.
Okay.
Oh, wrong map. And guess who's back?
Puff will scurry out and say, I did it. I did it.
What did you do?
You're muted, Stoles. I saw you.
He just asked, what did you do?
And Stool says at the same exact time as him, what did you do?
I found a way out. It goes to the kitchen. And
Kitchen.
I found your drum.
I started looking around on your body.
And he was talking about yummy things he was looking at a book about.
Who's he?
The guy with your drum and book.
You didn't get it?
Why would I do that?
Did you get the keys he probably has at least?
No. Look, you have to bide your time here. If I go out there on off hours, I'm dead. It's the last you've heard of Pock, the pickest pockets kobold you've ever met.
Isn't
We don't
off
take
hours
his pockets to anything.
You have
Off
the
hours
pickest
the best time?
How did you
your
pick his
pickest
pocket?
opportunity.
At this point, Otto's like making it. He's like, "What the fuck?" It's like probably waking up this drow next.
Yeah,
to him.
yeah. Ugh.
What did you
Pock's
pick
gonna
his
stand
pocket?
next to the hole and point at it as if he wants you to go do it.
Do I think that I could fit inside of it?
No. This is a Pock
Can I
hole.
get my
Maybe a
Can
stool
I get
hole.
my hands into the hole?
Sure.
I'm gonna put my hands into it and see if I can cast Firebolt.
Okay. Go ahead. So you stick your hands in there and you try to cast Firebolt.
To see if the
Yeah.
room is...
Does anything happen?
You cast a Firebolt. And you goes fucking down to
Well, okay, that at least tells me one thing.
Okay.
I did not think you would try that.
So
That's
this
actually
wasn't totally
really
with
cool.
Pock
Let's
Pock
all
tanks.
take a deep breath. Listen. One thing I've learned is my work in Waterdeep is if Pock gets caught, Pock gets hurt. And I think these people mean to do a lot more hurt than the people I used to pick
Well, if Pock stay here, Pock gets sacrificed.
No.
I look at the back. Do you think
Pock
you could?
doing work.
Does this hole seem like it could be made bigger? So once so I asked Pockcock, inside, once you're inside, did it open up to be larger to where one of us could possibly fit in there?
Did it?
No.
I don't know.
It's a pretty
So-
solid tunnel. If he was to expand the size of it, he would need some kind of tools.
maybe if Stool comes and helps me, I can scare the drum guy and speak into his mind.
That sounds scary, though.
Yeah,
Are you gonna be my friend then?
we already are.
Oh, let's win.
Quiet.
Oh, this Drow would have woke up and Otto, he'd be looking at you and be like, "What's all the fuss about? Can't you see we're all trying to sleep? Damn new guys."
Yeah.
I
Hello?
would go over to him and I would say that they're just looking to start a revolution.
Oh, jeez.
A revolution?
My cat uses that.
I would point at the prince up there, and I said, "Yeah, he's part of the plot. He's gonna
Oh my god.
stir some sort of commotion at some point." And so I said, "You don't worry. You'll know when the time is right to make your move."
Are you trying to escape this cell?
Not this moment, but when the time is right.
Can I go along with you?
Of course.
Oh,
Just
Side
it's,
eyes.
it's really important. Yeah, it's really important. Me and Stool, you see here. Stool. We need to get to Neverlight Grove. Really bad.
Oh, yes. Yes, tell Stool to be brave and help Puck. We need the drum. It's very important.
Help you with what? What are you guys doing?
You have it never late.
Oh, we need to get there. Like, it's dire. We must get there. And he's not.
Insight?
Yep, go ahead. He really wants to go to Neverlight Grove.
Because he wants to eat all of them?
No. Only that's you. You're inside yourself.
Okay.
No, he doesn't give you any specifics, but we need to go to Neverlight Grove. It's super important, obviously. He's like, I have to freaking read you guys emote talking. He'll be like, well,
Sideline RP.
when you guys know of a plan, let me know, and I will assist you in any way I can. I know a good amount about the area around here. You need some guidance.
And what is your name? My name is Gotham, or Mostini.
Got who?
Gotham.
Got who?
Gotham.
Oh, my name is Sereth.
Wait, he's Sereth?
I'm Sereth.
Wait.
Very mixed.
Okay. I already had him written down. He was the one for committing murder. He doesn't remember. Okay, got it. Got it. I say, well, it's a pleasure to meet you. And absolutely, should we find a way and have a plan, we'll be sure to let you know.
Tell your friend to continue staying quiet as he is now.
Tell your friend to continue being quiet as he is now. Also, can you tell him to be brave for me?
Who? Oh, Stool?
Yeah.
So, as you would see, Stool hasn't actually said anything at this point. So, he would go down.
Because he's been talking to our minds.
Yeah. Well, so everyone right now in the whole area can be talked to through their minds. But Stool just hasn't said anything.
I just mean before when he was like, "Oh, what'd you do?" That's when he was being loud. When I just got back and was telling him I did it.
Oh, I honestly assumed the way he was going off on it wasn't in the minds necessarily, saying it out loud. But that was maybe a bad assumption. I should have asked. But we are where we are. He's like, be brave, Stool. You can get through with this. And he's like, whatever you're trying to do, I'm not really sure. Who are you again? And he's looking at Pock.
Pock.
Pock?
Pock.
Pock. And he goes back here and lays back down. Back to dreaming of the Neverlight Grove.
So during this time, Otto's just been kind of looking around the room and like seeing like, okay, like what here could I burn to make 10 gold worth of charcoal, if anything. Like if I burn
Charcoal.
like, all this, well, because charcoal is essentially like what, like condensed carbon, right? So like you could, I guess in theory, make it from ash of some sort.
Hey, yeah.
No? Yes? No?
I feel like it'd take a while to produce enough for 10 gold worth.
Kind of a stretch, I feel.
Do you probably don't say that you're looking for
No,
that.
I'm just like thinking about like,
Yeah.
okay, like is there any way to make
I
10
like-
gold worth of charcoal out of like all the crap in this room that I could set on fire?
I
He's gonna
mean,
put his hand in the hole and point the fireball at himself, but over his shoulder.
No, I mean, you
I
can put the
okay.
stuff in
don't
that
feel like there
hole.
would be, but I do like the thinking about it. Like, that's cool.
Okay, that's kind of what Otto's doing.
Would Rooney be able to? If I noticed that magic seemingly couldn't be used here, would I? If I tried to discern where my bonded weapon was, would I be able or unable to discern where it is?
I kind of, when I initially was thinking about this, I figured that bond is more of like a natural bond than necessarily like magical.
I mean, it's the same as written in the Eldritch Knight. If you look at that, it's just that this is one and not two. I
Okay.
perform a ritual and bond myself with a weapon. I can link it. Really
But
quick.
you've already casted ritual. You're already bound to it, and now you can sense the direction
Yes.
it's at, right?
Yes, I can sense. As long as I'm on the same plane as it, I can tell where it is.
Okay, so yeah, you don't need to cast a spell to do it though. So, despite being in this room, which Otto, make me an intelligence check.
Oh, me?
Yep.
Uh,
Sorry, I just like went on to you. You probably do
Oh,
Rooney
that's
too, to be honest with you.
in.
Okay. After shooting the fireball down the tunnel, you would have figured out that this room is warded for magic, but obviously they didn't warded this little tunnel because they didn't know it existed.
Sure, yeah.
Is dragon breath weapon magic? Like, would I know if I could breathe fire if I wanted to?
Only one way to find out.
You said it, not me.
I would say a dragonborn breathing fire is more of a natural thing rather than magical.
Okay.
What's up,
Alright.
Breathy? I know you've been trying to talk.
Yeah, so I am going to, from all of my, not adventures, but of all the adventurers that have come to the inn that I used to reside in for all those years, think of the mightiest of the mightiest small creatures and come up with a tale of effectively replacing Pok for one of them, and try to inspire Pok as best I can, and communicate that yes, it is after hours, and this is the ideal time that he needs to go and get what he can because there are less people, less guards about, and that he really should go back in there and do his best to acquire whatever it is that he can. And I'm going to both try to persuade as well as use my last bardic inspiration on him. Oof.
What would I? Was it insight against?
It would be like an insight, yeah.
Okay.
So you may not still act, but you're at least inspired.
Yeah.
Pok will immediately try to convince Stool that the song was about him, but also be like, okay, here's my idea. Big dumb guy has your drum. He's sitting in the kitchen alone, and Stool can shoot his stuff in there enough to maybe make him breathe it without noticing, and then I can yell at him to put down my drum. I'm a big scary monster of the Underdark and scare him away. That's all I need you to do, Stool, is just spurt your stuff in there.
Oh,
Oh.
You hear the hilt of a sword as he pulls it from his side, clanging against the bars. Clang! What are you guys doing?
Oh,
Trying to find a place to sleep.
There are plenty of places to sleep, as he points to these areas. There. It's not my business if you wish to sleep, but you're in for a rough day tomorrow. And then he would do his generic patrol. Roll me deception, got him, just to see if.
Yeah, and I also want to like move towards him though. I want to try to like engage in conversation with him, but I will roll the deception first. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you deceived him, and he like just fucking playing places to sleep.
like, what's wrong with you?
No, but at the response to him saying that there's a lot in store for us tomorrow, I would just say, "Oh, I hope that you're going to use my culinary mastery to cook you guys up some better food than what we received tonight."
Mm-hmm. And he'll respond like, "Oh yes, we saw among all your things a large amount of food. We can't wait for you to cook that up for all the different guards and people here."
It would be an honor.
Very well. I will put in a word to see if you are on the next shift.
And that's all I would really say. Just
I love you.
move back casually.
He would walk back this direction. You'll notice that the drow never walk this direction. Only the Quagos. Or at least not often.
From that direction, yeah. Okay.
All right. Whispering. Stool, if we're going to do this, we have to do it now. There's not. We have to do it and then go to bed. You ready?
Yeah, I'm still not really sure what I'm doing, but sure.
Can you shoot out your spores enough to maybe make someone breathe them in without noticing?
Let me check.
Let me check.
I would have to get kind of close to him. Like, I can only cover, like as you saw when he went to spread his spores in here, he moved up here, and then at 30 feet radius. He's like, it depends on how far away he is. I can't go super far.
If I can't talk to this thing, I don't know how I'm going to get the thing. I can try, but if they know about Pock Pock's hole, it's going to be the end of Pock Pock. He's talking to Gatem, who was encouraging him.
So Gatem would catch on to what Pock Pock is saying, and would equally try to inspire Mr. Shroom Boy. Stool.
I don't think it's a matter of inspiration. I think it's a matter of logistics.
Well, no, he's also seems to be cowardly in what he's trying to do.
Oh,
just
yeah,
in
very.
getting him there. So
He's probably the most cowardly person I've met. That's okay,
so-
Stool. That's why everyone likes you. It's cool. We're friends.
So I will try to inspire / persuade him, and say, yes, just listen to your small friend here, your newfound friend. He knows what he's talking about. It'll be perfectly safe for you, and I'm sure there'll be many tales to tell in your name.
He's just sending us off to our death for his
Alright.
Insight.
I was
What's
just
that?
seeing how Beck would react to him, obviously, like encouraging them to go.
We're going?
I
Sounds like
guess,
it.
I guess I'm going back. I'm just fucking commandeering the session.
I'd go to Pock Pock and I'd probably just tell him, if it looks like it's not going to happen, I want you to come back here quickly. Don't risk everything. We might still be able to use this.
I
to
never
escape.
would. lest not you forget the days I waited underneath that cart like a dog in the streets, biding my time to save you from the shackles of your captors. I'm gonna go in the hole now.
I will salute Pock as he enters the hole.
Stool's gonna follow after. Oh shit! Sorry,
What was
Otto.
that all about?
Otto, would you have tried to dig up some worms and stuff like that?
Yeah, I would have been looking around. I think
Roll me
realizing,
investigation.
there's not enough charcoal, and then maybe I might check over by this plant or something.
Yeah, roll me investigation.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, you find a few worms.
Okay.
Among the glowing
You guys
plants.
probably see me digging through and picking up a few worms and putting them in my pocket, which you probably think is pretty weird. But
And Rooney, yeah, I was gonna say, would you have tried to look for your weapon?
Yeah, I would try to look for my weapon, because I would guess maybe that my weapon and pouch are in the same area, but I don't know that, of course.
Yep. So as far as the direction of your weapon, it's this way. Ish. Yeah, this way.
It's stirring a pot of food as we speak.
Not that way. This way.
So I have a couple questions as I approach because I'm still racking my brain of how I'm gonna fucking do this. Would I know Lady Elvara's name, and would I be perceptive enough to know that she is in charge and people may be fearful of her?
Yeah, Lydia Vara's name definitely would have come up multiple times while you're here.
Okay.
You probably would have actually witnessed her walking around.
Yes, you mentioned that.
Yep. Jorlin, when you first met him, would have spoke very highly of her. She is the mistress. She is the commander. She is the one that will bring you to your demise.
And I know his name too.
Yep. And but after the fact, now Jorlin's a bit scuffed. Okay. Stool.
I'm ready to proceed. Once you're ready, if other people have stuff to resolve, I'm going to type my thoughts. So
I just wanted to go through everyone if they want to do something. And Beck, was there anything you needed to go over? Did you want to breathe fire on someone?
No, I mean, after they go in the hole, I'd probably just lean against it, kind of covering it up, looking like I'm sleeping, just in case the guards came by.
Okay.
One other question: would I have picked up on them talking about? Is it Lolth or Loth? I don't know how it's pronounced.
Loth. Either way.
Loth. Would I have picked up on them talking about that?
Yeah. You guys are going to the city of spires to be sacrificed. To Loth.
Okay.
Which you would have, they would have said Menzo Barazone at some point. But Stool would squeeze through the little hole. Oops, sorry, but in there, and you just see him just trying to squeeze in, and then he just plop through, and he'll waddle his way through the crack with Puck Puck. Oh god, this is really tight. Oh gosh, I don't know if he has a god.
Okay. So we're gonna scoot through. Do I need any rolls? I assume stealth at the very least.
Yeah,
for approach.
Yeah, do stealth, but for the fact just getting through this quicker, we will expedite a bit.
There's a roll.
You are stealthy, and Stool is gonna bank on that with.
Okay. I'm not asking much of Stool. I just need him to shoot his stuff.
Just remember, Puck, you have inspiration to use as you see fit. You can do it after you've seen the roll.
D6, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right.
I'm assuming we're gonna move up and move the rocks.
Yes.
How mad would you be if I said he's gone?
Pop-Up wouldn't care. He'd go explore the room.
Well, as far as all this stuff, get rid of that. There you go. But he's still there, and so you just want Stool to go in and spread his spores. Oh yeah, okay.
Close.
If he can reach.
Just you want me to do it here?
Oh, is he speaking into my mind?
Yeah.
I always am quiet. Pop-Up will still be shh. Even though it's in his mind.
You just see Stool just shake his head what the fuck do you mean? But he doesn't really, like, just shakes his whole body.
He's like, oh, yeah, if you can reach, I just need to be able to speak into his mind.
Okay, I have to be able to get you both with it. I think I have to get a little closer.
Here, okay, and let me just climb on top of you so that you can hit me no matter what.
What? No. You're gonna squish me.
Okay.
This is how mushrooms die.
Okay, fine. I won't.
He will step out a bit, and from here he'll spread his spores. You do notice, like, when he spreads his spores, and then it's just like nothing coming out. You see like yellow like stuff go throughout the air. But as it gets further and further, it does dissipate more and more and more, but it does get to him and you.
Okay, so I give it a few seconds to assume that he has a chance to breathe.
He's holding his breath.
And I motion. Yes. With the drum.
Roll me a perception real quick.
Okay. Do I still have advantage in here or no?
Not for perception check. Just like your tunnel rat stuff.
That's fine. 7.
Okay.
Okay. Into his mind, I want to attempt to. I don't know how telepathic speech works, but I want to try to sound imposing and powerful as much as Pok can, and say something along the lines of, "Pay attention, O great powerful servant of Loth. I see of you have happened upon a great implement indeed. Oh yes, a great powerful implement. You have served me well thus far, but you yourself must serve a greater purpose. Lady Lavar requires your quarters, and I require that book and that drum to be left in this room."
Okay.
And he'll hear a voice in his mind speaking to him.
Roll me intimidation? Deception?
Yeah.
I think intimidation more. Maybe deception. Both of them kind of work. Whichever's higher.
I prefer deception, but...
Whichever's higher.
Okay. And I'm going to use inspiration.
It's okay.
It's a d6. Okay, at least that's a good roll.
Okay.
13.
So you're saying all this into his mind, and it is going through, and you hear him go and wake up as you just.
Oh no! Oh no!
I will just like. I assume that's why I need to roll perception.
Yeah.
I'll continue on and say, "Yes, awaken. You heard me true. It is I, he who Lady Elvira serves."
And he's like super confused, and he doesn't know that he needs to also talk in his mind. So he's like, what purpose? What?
Lady Elvira will tell you all you need to know. Now leave.
Lady
What you have
Elvira.
found here for me, the great Loth.
Lady Elvira. Oh, okay. What? Then he'll leave.
Does he leave the stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, he's so confused, like, he didn't think of, like, grabbing the stuff. That was not important to him.
Alright, so
Yeah.
I'm going to wait a minute just to make sure that no one comes. And then...
Yeah, you hear the door open, because there is a door to the main hall. You hear it open and slam shut.
Okay, I'm going to quickly gather up what I came for. But then also I want to sort of just peer around the room up here. I've been in here before, but I haven't had an opportunity to like really rummage through stuff. So I guess I'm looking for things similar to what was asked of me from the rest of the party. Not really high priority on the shield because even Pok doesn't think that would be here, but you never know.
Yeah.
I think it was glowworms. What did Rooney ask about?
I mean, you don't remember, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Well,
I mean, Pok roll intelligence, if he recalls.
Oh, that's going to be a hard no.
Nope.
I don't remember.
Honestly, I don't even remember what Rooney said either.
Glowworms.
I do, but I still want to break immersion.
Oh.
Well, what was it? Because I'm curious.
Oh,
I'm
it
not gonna-
was my pouch of bones and feathers.
Oh, right.
That Pok wanted to use as toothpicks, and I vehemently
right.
refused.
And that he would
so.
bring back intact.
Yeah. so I said-
Is there actual like food here, like decent food?
So obviously these icons are a little bit more robust than I would have liked.
That's why I'm asking.
But there is a good amount of surface world food here, which you wouldn't necessarily know why, but it would have been Gotham's food that he would have been lugging around.
Well, I probably would scoop up a small amount that I could just easily carry,
Okay.
not like
Yeah,
encumber
there's
myself.
there's grapes, there's tomatoes, carrots.
That's probably that's what I would probably try.
You
to
do
do.
see on the table there a knife, other things of that nature, mushrooms.
I would definitely grab the knife.
All right, grab it.
Oh shit!
Immersion.
Oh shit! Alright. Pock has a knife.
You put it on his
Can
icon.
you put my token behind? Can you right click it and put to back?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That is perfect.
And from what I remember on Rathy's icon with his drum, it was fairly small, but still got the job done. So it would
Yeah,
fit.
It's small.
It was
It's like a
like
hand
a-
drum.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it would
Okay.
fit in these caverns and stuff, no problem.
All right. Well, I think with that, I would feel satisfied. Like I came out with much more than I intended to come.
I God, I can't stop thinking of that YouTube video of that kid running like around a pool, and he says, "I got a knife." I'll link it later.
Hold up, I gotta look this up.
It's so
I got
fun.
a knife.
He's like, "What do you have?" He's like, "I have a
Big,
knife."
Cool, I got a knife. Let's see.
Yeah, it's called Crazy Kid Runs Around with a
Crazy
Knife.
kid runs around with a knife. Yeah, that was the. I typed kid pool. I got a knife.
What the?
No!
Kid, what do you?
No, I got a knife. All right. I got a knife. He's gonna run up to Stool and say, "I got a knife," and then get into the tunnel. So you did great. Good job. We're gonna get out of here soon.
And let me see what
And
you
then-
have.
Are you playing it for this?
Yeah, because everyone else is watching it, so I wanted everyone's stream to know what the fuck's going on. Oh god, I can't even drag the video over there though.
Yeah.
Peter's dying.
We would make our way back once you're ready.
And let me see what you have. No!
Alright.
It's amazing. No.
Okay, so you're going back.
Yeah.
Okay. Stu will be like, "Oh, you got a knife."
Okay, but this is our secret. You can't tell anyone, not even the rest.
Okay. Can you be careful with it?
Help. Put
Oh, I guess I gotta switch the map for you, don't I?
Yes. That's
I'm
what
like,
I
why aren't
mean.
you going?
So Pop will scurry out and then give room for Stool to come out.
And Stu will push against the edges of the hole and pop! And he'll fall in. Oh,
And
make
then
that. Oh, gotta keep track.
You return.
the drum and book, and he says, "Yes, I scared away one of the mighty like, beasts." I don't know that he would know what they're called, even though he's seen them. Because I don't feel like they're...
He would put his hand on your shoulder and say, "I see. I knew you had it in you all along."
I just needed the right tools.
Were there any other books? Were there any other books?
Hmm.
Oh. No.
Did you see any
No.
small pouches?
There were a lot, but I couldn't possibly look through all of them. Most of them had like spices and such. I did
So-
find
I
that,
understand.
and he'll just like throw a bunch of fruit on the ground and stuff.
Are you
Oh.
asking about your spellbook, Otto?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what he was asking about.
Yeah,
But
so
I,
what do I have?
explicitly didn't search for it because Pock would not have really.
He wouldn't know. Yeah.
The reason why the Quaggoth had the recipe book, because I assume with Rathy's intricacy in writing stuff down, he probably also drew things like, "Oh, you need this herb, or you need this meat and stuff," and then maybe detailed the recipe. So that's why the Quaggoth was interested in it.
So I don't know. Next, if you want to look at my character sheet, like I've unchecked everything I don't have on currently. Would you just want to check what I do have now?
It
From
would, it would literally just be the drum and the cookbook.
Also,
Okay,
Um,
no ingredients though.
No ingredients. Well,
Okay.
a couple of things that he brought back, like just like fruits and stuff. But not all of them. No way.
would this knife count as a dagger that I have?
Yeah,
Or is
just
it-
like Just like a dagger,
dagger's
son.
1d4. Yeah.
Okay. I don't mention that I have a dagger.
Rooney would, Pock dropped the fruit on the floor, right?
Yeah, I just like.
Roll me sleight of hand, because you don't really have anywhere to store the dagger. You don't. You're not like armored or have pockets.
Yeah. I'm conveniently not mentioning it.
Okay. So you have the dagger clenched between your butt cheeks.
No, I have it in my loincloth because no one knows the correct anatomy of a pistol.
Is it just like sticking up your loincloth a little bit?
Oh my god.
I'm really excited.
Oh god. Why?
Gosh.
Alright.
No,
Well,
no.
I wasn't expecting to take this amount of time in the jail cell still. But
Welcome to D&D.
yeah, it's been like I've been having fun. I don't know about you guys, but
Welcome to DMing.
No, I
Yeah.
hate it.
but
That's why we're laughing so much, because it's so awful.
Yeah.
oh man.
We're actually all watching a comedy movie
Yeah.
while you're playing.
But yeah, still, the magic thing is actually a important part of Pock's progression that's going to happen. So like, not knowing about magic is part of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's good.
Well, it's gotten pretty late now. You guys would probably be feeling physically tired at this point. Obviously, you don't have to rest, but whatever you'd like to do next, just let me know.
Pock, tell us. Oh, good night.
What?
Okay, can you just tell me, so this tunnel here, does it go... What direction does it go that way?
So it goes.
What direction is north?
It goes that way, and I point
So
this way.
If that way's north, it goes this way.
Yeah.
He just points.
there's potentially a better map I could show you, but
And then which direction do you turn?
it goes west and then southwest and then more south into the main hall. So it's like southwest or west southwest.
It's at the kitchen. It goes to the kitchen. You'll
So
see.
it's like, yeah, of course. Of course, very important, the kitchen.
And
Uh,
next, you said that.
Stool, when you were out there, did you figure out which direction your place was in? Did
Hey.
Stool figure out which places?
Oh, sorry. I was like, I did not follow that.
Oh yeah.
No, Stool still doesn't have any idea of which direction it necessarily is because he's not sure where he's at.
So it's not. The question was more like, Otto is trying to figure out if it was blocked because we're in this room with like a magic
No. So
like barrier of some sort, or if it's blocked because we're so fucking far.
So Stool can communicate with plants to a certain degree, like there's certain connections to everything. And he is just so far away from the Neverlight Grove that the plants around here don't even know about it really. So yeah, Stool's just a bit too far away to figure that out.
Next, you said that my sword was in the opposite direction of the tunnel, right? Like northwest or something.
More west. Let me look at my other map real quick just to give you more accurate.
While you do that, Beck, were you gonna ask Pock something?
No, I was actually gonna ask pretty much what Stoles did. Just
Okay.
tell us like about the room you came out in and if you saw anything else.
Pock would motion for Beck to come over here.
It's pretty much like exactly west of you, Rooney. Like,
And
And
can
then-
I tell about how far it is? Like,
oh fuck.
I don't need like exact yards or feet. Just generally close, medium, far distance.
You based on when you were walked through his establishment, even though you're blindfolded, you would have actually sensed yourself. You would have sensed yourself with it the entire time, and then it would have been stored. So actually, you would have known where it got stored, just based on that. But you'd probably medium-ish. Like you're not hot, but you're not cold.
Okay.
So I don't want to give exact, like not exact feet, but even in vague feet. But you feel fairly close to it.
But so basically, I'm asking, it's not like kilometers and miles.
No.
away.
It's within
like
the
it's
same
maybe
area.
It's like
Yeah.
at most like a few hundred, a few thousand feet
Yeah,
away.
you would be able to tell it's within this outpost that you're in. Sorry.
Gotcha.
I didn't understand 100%. What's Pock doing?
Pop back over. I didn't mean to say it that way. And then stealthily pulls out the knife, but not realizing that he like pulls it out in a way that's like threatening towards Beck. And be like, I grabbed this. I don't know what to do. I'm panicking. What?
I'd probably like kind of grab his hand and push it back toward him and whisper quietly to
Dexterity check to see if you make him stab himself. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Should I keep it in the hole with cut and stuff, or should I keep it on me? I don't know. I don't know what to do.
Got a knife. Stool says it.
No.
I'd keep that on you for now. We may, depending on how we decide to get out of here, we may need access to it quickly.
Okay, and if someone finds out I
Can
have
you
it,
open these with that knife?
what's that?
No,
Which-
never mind. I'd like had held out my hands to see if like you could open my. Can you open these with that knife?
Try.
I mean, are you gonna try and cut him, or cutting a chain with a kitchen knife?
Or open them in some way with the knife? I don't know.
Cut off your
I don't-
hand.
Yeah, I could do that. What God just said. I feel like Pock would not know how to begin to try to do that, and also
Okay.
isn't dumb enough to break a knife on metal.
Okay.
But he is dumb enough to say, and if someone finds out I have the knife, I stab him and kill him and push him into the water, right?
Well, but we all know you have the knife.
Well, we're all on the same side here. I mean them and emotions.
Okay.
I'm not gonna stab you. Don't be ridiculous. Unless.
Unless.
No, you're fine. I don't need to be stabbed.
It's like, whoa, man.
In there, it's not bad.
Okay. I'll keep it on me.
Keep it close, Pock.
Okay. I'm going to bed. He curls up on the ground.
I'll push the rocks back, like, over the hole. And then I'll probably just, like, lay down in front of it.
Rooney would sit by this fish boy and go to sleep.
That's a toilet right there, by the way, Rooney.
I didn't know that. Okay, I'm just gonna stand in the middle over here then.
Okay.
Get off the shitter! Wake up!
All right, so you guys go to sleep for the night. Otto, you would probably be awoken a few times through the night as guards walk past to check you out. Probably confused why you're sitting right
I would
next.
try to like keep track in my head of like how like the frequency at which they pass by, like or at least like the frequency at which I woke up. Like,
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe my thought is like maybe with Keen Mind Feed and like I would know like okay, I usually sleep about 8 hours. They came by, I don't know, 3 times, so they're coming by like every 2.5, 3 hours, like however long. You know what I mean?
Yep. They don't necessarily just like keep track of time themselves, but you would probably get on a roll of between every 15 minutes to an hour and 10 minutes, basically about an hour. A guy walks over and will peek in, check things. After a few hours, I mean, you'd eventually just fall asleep, but you would see a shift change of a couple different people and just different drow walk by, check things. The Quaggoths, they just kind of patrol when they want. Sometimes the one will walk by after 2 hours. Sometimes another one will walk by after 5 minutes. Like, they don't seem to have any kind of routine. Any other questions for the night?
It's about. Let me look real quick.
Do I have any nightmares? Or do I sleep well?
gaining my health even in prison?
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
You lose health.
That reminds me, I needed to give Prince what's his face back his health.
So at one point after a guard wakes up, if nobody else is looking around, like everybody else seems to be asleep, I might try to like extend my hands through the bars and see if I can cast bonfire on the other side of the gate here.
Yeah,
In
yeah.
any way.
A bonfire, you can throw it down. It goes down.
It goes down. Okay, and I would just immediately like release the spell and like go back to sleep.
Okay, yeah, no one
Like it would
notices.
just be like gone.
Mhm.
Okay.
I guess I should have mentioned this a long time ago, but Pock and Beck, you would know that the stalactite that's just across this bridge is always occupied by a drow or two. It's like their headquarters for watching over here. I'm obviously not going to say, oh, they saw that, because I never explained that.
I mean,
But-
no, if they did, it's fine. Nobody said anything,
But
maybe they would have.
I think they would have said something if they were aware of
Okay.
it. So, but either way, just for future, there is 2 guards posted at the stalactite. The door, while it is a wooden door, it does have slits in it that they can see through.
Even if I knew that, I would probably still try.
Give it a test, yeah. Yeah, you'd see it probably just like turn, just like because the bright light suddenly just lights up the room more than usual, and then just went away. I just like happened. All right,
It was storming
storming.
underground. It's just a storm.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you do go to sleep for the night. You are riddled with nightmares, all of you. You are right, Pock.
Oh shit!
Nothing too
I was
specific.
meaning.
But just disturbing, disgusting dreams. Creatures like devouring pieces of your body, little by little, and small and large, crushing you. Just things that just like keep waking you up in the middle of the night, like making you just like when you like when you're falling asleep and then you like fall and you like gut. Okay, Pock gets 8.
I'm just kidding.
He gets no whatever.
You
But-
need entertainment.
Yeah, you would be riddled with some nightmares and probably not get the best sleep, but you would eventually wake up to what you would think would be morning. Otto, with your keen mind, you would probably does it say specifically, or I guess I could just I don't
All
remember.
it says is I would know how long until the next like sunrise or sunset, right?
Okay. You would feel that the sunrise as you're sleeping would be in a couple of hours. So you could probably assume sunrise is 7 o'clock in the morning. But you'd probably think about 7, 8 o'clock. Yeah, you guys get up in the morning or what you perceive as morning. And it is time for your daily duties.
Duties.
Duty.
We'll expedite this a little bit, just because get to the thick of things here. But Jorlin would make his way with his other buddies and would grab a few of you. This elite, or this drow, I keep calling them elites, would ask Jorlin if Gotham could cook. And when they came to get people, they would grab Gotham. They would get over here. Gotham. They would grab Pedo. And they would grab Kirby. And so, Gotham, where'd you go?
Got him.
Oh, there.
I'm here.
You'd be escorted to that main hall where you can cook. I'll bring you over to that page and everyone else in case you want to put on a show or something. To you.
Of course.
Mhm.
Pock with the knife.
Don't mind me. Just watching them work. I'm in the tunnels, like.
So grab your character. You can probably drop yourself on there. But
Is this going to be the them show for a minute?
probably.
I'm just gonna
So
warm up with a plate of pizza.
yeah, got him. You'd be escorted to the main hall. You would see that Turvy would get branched off to lug the barrels from the waterfall, and Bupito would be managing the lift, which would be over to the side. Before we jump into this, I'm going to show you a different map, because you would now be escorted through this outpost, and you get a better vision of it. So, hopefully it loads up. There we go. So the small dinky room with that one in it is actually the jail cell, which is why I made it bigger and a different map, because it's so freaking small on this. But you would have been escorted out from here, through the tower, through 2 different doors that were locked and then opened for you, across this bridge near this waterfall. This is where Turvy would have been left to get the barrels off to the side here. You then would have been escorted underneath this bridge. This bridge above you is actually a very steep bridge that goes up to a stalactite and to a closed door. You would have been brought around here, where Bupito would have been left over by these Quaggoths to help with the lift, cranking and stuff like that. And then you would have been brought over this direction to the main hall. Any questions about what you're seeing?
Nope.
Okay. And these 2 little circle areas are also stalactites. They're just hanging from the ceiling that have carved ways to go into them.
Alright, so once I'm in that mess hall there, I would look around, and I'm assuming I would see like a lot of the ingredients that I brought with me, but
they very much
would.
But
go ahead. What'd you say?
No, you go ahead.
So I just looked to see that I could find all of those, but then I'd also see what else they had just on their own ingredient wise.
Second, I'm grabbing some NPCs for you so you're not alone in here.
I'm scared.
They're all stacked.
So I knew that Pok had come in here. I don't necessarily know where, so as I'm doing all this, I would just be kind of casually looking around to try to see if I can find where that entrance was.
Okay. Roll me perception.
Don't find it. Okay.
No, you're being
good.
Yeah, you're being pressured to cook, and these guys are very much waiting for you to deliver. They are purposely making you use a large amount of your own ingredients.
Yep, that's actually what I was going to do. Is I was going to use like majority, like 75, 80, maybe % of really good ingredients that I would normally reserve for just myself, just to make sure that I can cook something that is very appeasing to everybody. And yeah, just try to use my culinary skill to cook as best as I can for them.
Okay. Anything specific? Jesus Christ, I can't speak. Water.
So we have the Quaggoths, is it?
Mm-hmm.
We have elves, drow. So maybe history checked it for that. The Quaggoths I don't think I'd be familiar with at all, but the drow I think I would at least have a understanding of them from history. So I guess try to see if I can think of something that would at least appease them, because it seems like they would be the ones that would want to please the most.
So for the Quaggoths, history check, yeah, you wouldn't really know much about Quaggoths. As for the Dark Elves, or the Drow, you would actually not necessarily discover, but just through, thinking about it, they have been banished in the Underdark for a long time. They've been living off of Underdark-typed food. While they do bring in people like you with food to get made, this is kind of like their chance to taste the surface world food. So they are very much like, yeah, we want this shit. So anything that you could cook that was surface world would be to their palate.
So I wouldn't cook anything that they would normally eat. I would cook something very unique.
Yep, the things that they eat are fairly bland, especially in this outpost. They're not getting anything fancy here. This is like a 1 in a million chance for them right now.
Okay. So as I'm cooking it, I also try to like, I'm not gonna try to smuggle anything. I'm not gonna take anything on me, but I do want to look around now that I've heard. Obviously, Rooney, having traveled with him, I know what he has in possession. Hearing Otto, the different things that he's looking for as far as his spell book and such, and his materials. And then I heard a shield. But just anything else, I would just be looking around to see if I can maybe potentially find any of it. Both here as well as when I'm assuming, get escorted back, I would be looking as well.
Okay.
But again, not taking anything.
Yeah, roll me another perception check. Okay. So as you're digging around in these things, you don't get the sense that the items that were taken from people were stored in here. Your Drummond book just happened to be those things that were just like tossed to the side, just who wants this stuff, and the Quagoth just seemed to have picked it up. So no, none of the things people are looking for are here. However, as you are cooking, you do notice that you don't have a knife.
There is no knife. Fucker.
I knew this was coming.
So I would just say very openly, actually, would I make a connection? So would this be deceitful? Yeah, I mean, I guess it technically would be deceitful, but I would just openly ask, because you guys don't have a knife to cook with? Like, I need such a chop. Just a small knife would do.
This guy would stand up and he would inspect the area a bit. Knife. Where's the knives? And then he would open up the pantry here, then he'd walk back over, open up this one here.
Actually, in my bag of stuff, I think it makes sense that I would have some sort of like small knife.
Mhm.
So maybe if my ingredients are here, maybe there would be something in there.
They would have thoroughly separated
Taken
stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
They very purposely moved the food. But do you want to comment to him that you had a knife?
I mean, I think it would make sense that I would have had something. So yeah.
Okay. Roll me a persuasion, I guess. Yeah. So you mentioned to him that you had a knife in your belongings that, you could use if he wasn't able to find one. He just kind of shrugs it off, like, whatever, and he will walk away briefly. And then he will...
While he walks away, I'm just going to give myself a point of inspiration to use in the next 10 minutes if I see fit.
Okay. And the drow comes back, the door opens, and he gives you a knife.
Shit.
He's like, and he will say like, "We're watching you," like, as if they weren't anyways when they expected you to already have a knife there.
I would immediately respond and say, "You're more than welcome to watch over my shoulder if you'd like to learn a few things." Like again, like very like cordial, like.
Mm-hmm. So he doesn't respond to that, but the Quagoth would quickly get up and be like, "Oh, yeah, I want to see."
Is that the same one?
Maybe.
I need to roll with them.
I'm done.
Okay, so I would do my thing. What do you want me to roll?
Performance, charisma, just whatever is like higher for you.
Like proficiency for like cook's utensils and such.
Yeah.
Or just performance.
Oh yeah. You can roll cooking. Yeah.
Either way.
Cooking.
Maybe you're actually use my point cook,
I'm gonna use my
but
point.
you look like you're good.
Roll d6. There we go. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
15.
So you're putting on a good show. You're, even though you're not used to this knife that he provided you, you're chopping away. You're moving around. You're dancing around. Cooking up some
Somehow
food.
I found an egg, even though I didn't have any eggs, and I do like the flipping thing they do at the hibachi girls.
Sure.
The flaming onion tower.
The flaming onion tower.
And yeah, the Quaggoth is watching you, and he's very easily entertained. And as you're cooking foods and stuff, leave the fucking knives alone. He'll mention like, "Oh, that looks like that what was in that book I was reading."
I wouldn't even respond to it.
Okay. But yes, so they're expecting to make a large amount of food, which you said you are using a very large amount of your ingredients for this. You don't have an exact number, but you can estimate you're probably looking to feed 2 to 3 dozen people outside of the prisoners.
Yeah, so I think I had calculated that with 8 gold, that'd be about 16, so basically 55 silver per. So party of 5 to 6. So you said how many? 3 dozen?
3 dozen, about between the drow and the
6,
Quaggoths.
so let's say like 6. So 3 to 4 gold worth. So there's like 5.5 gold left of the good stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. That works.
Okay. So you do your thing. We're gonna expedite here, unless you have anything else you want to do.
No, again, it was just kind of getting inventory, not taking anything, but just making sure to look around.
Okay.
And make a good meal.
All right. You cook everything up, and you do see Bupito and Turvy also get moved into the room. I'm not going to actually grab their tokens, but they are also followed by Jorlan and another guard. You guys collectively grab a bunch of plates and bowls of stuff, and you guys are escorted back to the cell. I assume this cooking and stuff probably took a couple of hours. Maybe not that long.
Hour and a half, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
For that many people.
Yep. So you got your job done cooking all the food over about an hour. Bupito got his water barrels, or Kirby got the water bottles, and Bupito helped with the lift, which you may find out that it's just to make fun of people's strength, lack of strength, because that lift requires a lot of strength to be able to crank it up and down this 200, 300 foot cavern. I guess that's something else I should have explained on this map, is that this is a very large drop down to the floor. And that's why there is this lift here to bring people up and down. It does swing over and up and away.
Are you showing us something?
Oh, did I not move you guys? Sorry.
Sorry.
I
knew what you were talking about because you showed me in back, but
yeah. Actually, let me reveal a little more. Now that I can actually see it on my stream. Oop. There we go. Yeah, you're in an outpost way up in the air, a couple hundred feet in the air, and then there's just a very large drop. The entire stalactites are connected by a bunch of webs at the probably between either at level with the ground that you're standing on, or 5 to 10 feet down. Then below that, near your area, is the waterfall plus the pool of water that leads out.
Okay. Yes, I mean, the only thing I do on the way back is, again, just try to check to see if any of these rooms may be rooms that would hold our supplies that have been taken from us.
Gotcha.
And then perhaps just kind of get a sense of either total count or like the rotation between people.
Based on the amount that you cooked, and just like I was saying, like about 3 dozen people, you would estimate that there's more drow than quaggoths. But that estimate seems pretty good for the amount of people that are here. As far as like shift changes, you're cooking most of the time and just being escorted over. It's not going to really go into too much detail with that. But only thing you really know is that there's always at least 2 drow in this stalactite as you're escorted through it. There's always at least 2 there, if not more. Rooney, did you say anything about the direction of the stuff, of your weapon, to the other people?
I do not think I would have before anyone left.
Okay. Alright. Yeah. You'd be escorted back with Jordan and the rest of the crew. And we'd go back to the starting cave. And this elite would have stayed in the stalactite, so there'd be 3 people in it now. And Jorlin, you, Pepito, and Turdy would be delivering food to everyone in here, and which is much more than they've ever gotten before. You made a feast. There wasn't anything just like left over that was just like junk, and you did your job, so everyone gets their food. As you're walking in, Gotham, Jorlin will make a comment to you. I want to talk to you after you pass out food.
Oh, sure, of course.
And
I would tell the others, enjoy. I hope this cuisine is appetizing.
Rooney would give a hearty thanks and slurp it down.
Pop up, snatch his food, and then go somewhere alone and eat it as quickly as possible, as if there was a threat of it being taken away.
So I would actually eat it, like, if Jorlin is still there, I would eat it and talk with him if he's willing and able.
Pock basically eats like a dog, just like as quickly and as like no regard to anything else, just scarf it down.
But okay, so
Or a sewer dog.
rat.
No, he ate that rat to make a point.
So Jorlin would have already ate at this point, but he would, allow you to eat if you wanted to first, or if you wanted to talk to him while you ate. That's fine.
I'm thinking about talking to him while I'm eating, because then I can potentially hide reaction while eating.
Okay. So he's leaning up against the bars now. He's just back to you, but talking to you. And again, this guy has a massive scar along his face, black hair. He's really fucked up looking for a drow at this point. You've obviously seen he's been frustrated and stuff with his current position. And so he's just gonna kind of just lay you the groundwork. And he's just gonna ask you, what would you do if I left this gate unlocked? What's that?
Nothing.
Okay. He would just ask you, if I was to leave this gate unlocked, would you guys flee?
So I would immediately do an insight, because that just would put me on edge, and I wouldn't know. So,
Roll history. I don't know if that matters.
Do you have a bonus with insight?
it would be +3, so 11.
You don't really feel like he's lying to you. He's just more. He seems like he's being more curious than anything.
Just like musing rather than like baiting.
Yeah, so I would say, well, if you left these open, then I would be free to, cook you and the others fine meals. I guess whenever I saw fit. Kind of playing along with it that way.
No, he shakes his head. He's like, no. To leave, you need to leave this place.
So I would look at him with a little bit of confusion, and say, well, how would we leave? We were obviously brought here for a certain reason. There's plenty of those that would like to keep us here, so I'm not sure how that would happen.
I control the guard switching. I just have to distract them for a little bit. And then he motions his head over to the edge over here. He's just like, those webs, they'll safely take you down to the water. If you want an inside check, you can again.
No, I'll reserve that. I would just say, why is it? I mean, you do seem clearly frustrated and not happy with your time here, but what would you get out of us escaping?
And he's thinking about if he's being very choosy on if what he should respond to. You can tell that. But after a brief moment of thinking, he said, if it can humiliate her, then that's all I need. That's all I want.
Do I discern her as Lolth or her as something else?
Intelligence check, if I recall. You wouldn't think is toward Lolth. You kind of recall that Beck and Pok may have mentioned a little bit about events that had transpired before you came in, but it wouldn't be about Lolth.
And so if it took us down to the water, how many of us do you think it would be able to actually, maybe not safely, but manage to get down to that level through this distraction?
He would just shrug and just be like, he doesn't really care. He just will just like, you guys will just jump down. That's all you need to do.
Would you join us?
He'd shake his head, no. While I wish to see her humiliated, I'm still tied to the City of Spiders.
And when would this happen?
Make it happen now. I can make it happen during the next shift. They don't really care where I go.
Like actually, like in the cell. Like I know people were sleeping before, but I thought like people had arisen at this point. So like, where is everybody? Truly?
I mean, it doesn't matter too much because you basically just gave them their food, and so they're all chowing down. I'm assuming.
Against the wall.
Yeah, I'm assuming you guys are talking in Elvish. I guess yeah, I'll put Prince somewhere else because he would fucking want to jump in there, and I would have done that if I would have remembered. Jim Jar would probably be trying to take his bed back, sitting at the edge of it, eating. Eldith, she would not go by the work. Work.
We didn't even speak to the Oracle.
He's just like
antisocial.
Yeah, they're not very
It's
social.
like early morning, right? It's like we just woke up, basically.
You woke up. You made a feast for breakfast. An hour went past. It's probably an hour and a half.
Do they make coffee or?
So I would ask him, like, do you think like now is the time, or should we wait until end of shift?
He's just like, the next time I'll, patrol more often if you'd like. Let me know when. They're based on Otto's, watching over. There's not really a huge difference between like the time frames or the amount of like, what's the word I'm looking for? The amount of watchful eyes throughout the period of time that goes by. It's always just like a good same amount of people. 2 to 3 patrol through here about every hour.
Alright, so say give us maybe a half hour, and why don't if you want to humiliate her, I think maybe 6 or 7 of us could get through. And if you maybe just want to come in and grab us and say that you have work for us to do, maybe that would be a suitable distraction from the others, so they're not suspicious. And then we can follow suit and make our way out.
Okay. He says okay. He nods his head, and he gives you a little bit more detail on what he's going to do. He's like, I will come back in a half hour. I will unlock your cage, or the gate. I will have the drow and the stalactite. He's kind of like nodding his head up. Follow me to the main hall, and based on your walking around, you would know you pretty much have a lot of free reign for all of these different webs. With there's like you and him are right here. So if he takes the drow out of here and across to the main hall, you have all of this area for webs and water and stuff like that. Is what he's getting at.
Okay. I would. So I would thank him. I would say, so you are already obviously risking a lot to do this for us. But I do have to ask, I guess, suppose one additional favor from you, in addition to just to obviously getting our freedom. But some of our friends, one of which that I came here with, as well as another that come to be acquaintance with, have some belongings that I think they would benefit from and would help their safe passage out of here. Do you think you have a means to acquire the gear that has been taken from them?
He kind of gets a evil little smirk on his face, and he was just like, that's asking a lot of me. The most I can tell you is where I believe those items would be located. If you wish to
point us in the direction, that would help as well.
Yeah, like if you wish to use my distraction to take the deep dive into looking into them, go ahead. Let's get off my bones. But
where do you believe them to be?
I believe they'd be in Elvira's quarters. The barracks have gotten full, and I believe they were storing everything in there from the time you guys got here. And I guess you wouldn't really be able to be super specific, but you can assume when he says when you guys got here, he's basically talking about you guys, the main characters, not the NPCs.
Got it. Okay, on the other map, where was that, from what he's saying?
Okay. So he's trying not to point too much, but he would describe it as not this stalactite, but the next.
So, okay.
That
And
was
he
me
would
thinking,
try to
was that
pull the
correct?
guards away from there, right?
Yeah, so he said he's going to grab these guards for something, and he's going to take them all the way to the main hall. So basically, there's going to be nothing here for drow guards. Interpret that how you'd like.
Okay.
Everything's gonna be fine.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Give us a half hour, and I will get a few of us ready.
He takes his leave without saying another word.
All right. So I immediately grab Rooney and Otto, and then
Pupito would have been right there, but
Creepy old guy.
Yeah.
What's going on?
So I would grab those two. I'd also have an affinity to Pock naturally because he got my stuff, and I would also retrieve my stuff from the hiding place. And then because of Pock's affiliation with
Chuck it rocks.
yeah, with Mr. Beck, I can never remember your name. So the 5. What I'm also considering is Shroom Boy and his drow friend. Potentially use them as a distraction.
Not stool.
Do you tell us that, or are you just?
So I get you 5 first, and I relay what has transpired, and I say I do trust this person. I think that while they are not good-hearted, they get the fuck away from my beef jerky, cat.
Fucking hell, Pock, chill out.
So it's Paul, like fucking like going up there.
Pop was trying to grab some food, and you yell at him.
Fucking cat.
As you're describing the escape, he's like,
So anyway, I would describe this and explain like how he's gonna be coming. He's gonna be pulling the guards away. That he believes everybody's belongings are 2 rooms down. However, there could be some threat of the larger creatures. And then I would question the group here of do we believe that it would be beneficial to have both Stool and Sereth come with us, and hey, maybe if they're able to be escaped, then fantastic, or maybe they suit a purpose to, I say without saying.
Sereth killed a guy once. At least.
So they say.
If we're thinking about distractions, perhaps that Quaggoth prince.
He seems to not like the drow very much, and he seems very angry.
That is very true.
The problem is, if we leave without everybody, the people that don't go are going to cause a fuss.
So I explained that the shit, what was his name? What's the guy's name that I was talking to? I didn't write it down.
Jorlin.
Jorlin. So I explained that he is going to, and part of this. Oh no, he's not. That's right. He was going to unlock the door as he passed by, but then pull the drow. He's not going to pull us out. That's a good point. Yeah, because if we leave, then it's going to obviously create a distraction, or everybody else is going to notice.
I guess my question would be,
I have the knife. What if I just kill everyone else?
3 dozen people.
glare.
It's kind of look to me like, is this guy for real? You know?
Pablo just kind of shrugged.
Why not then we just rally everyone? They could all be, useful in their own way. Better to die in battle than to die here.
So I make sure that I specified these 5 here, that the way that the Jorlin said to escape is really just outside of the cell, of dropping down into the webs, that it would take us down to the water. I mean, we could persuade everybody else to maybe split, some go right, some go left, we acquire our goods, and then we drop down while there's chaos.
Would we ideally go look for the goods while everyone else is running to escape, or
Perhaps
do we think that'll cause attention while we're trying to actually go deeper into the complex before we bail out?
What if we just tell them to bail out? Who knows if this guy was truthful? How do we know these webs will keep us safe? In worst case scenario, oh, these people escaped and died, but we're here in our cell. We were good. If we learn that in that situation.
I was just thinking about this. Did you find any grasshoppers for me? Or no?
Why would there be grasshoppers down? No.
I don't know.
No.
Is there any grass down here?
I don't know.
I didn't see any bugs. I tried.
if I'm at the gate and I reach my hand through and I cast my mage hand and I walk inside the room, does the hand still stay alive outside of the room?
I like to imagine there needs to be some kind of invisible connection between you and the spell you're trying to manifest or concentrate on. So I think if you went back into the cell fully, would sap it away.
Based on what he tried to do, if I tried to do the, if I tried to cast Gift of Alacrity on myself, doing the, what's it called, hand wavy movements outside, would that potentially, and then touching, as I touch myself to activate it, would that potentially work?
You're what?
As
What
soon
does that
as
You're touching yourself?
He saves himself to activate it.
Well, I know
Um,
what that does, but what are you trying to do?
yeah,
I don't know what
Oh,
that.
sorry.
I don't know what that feature is.
yeah, like any consistent magic effect that can like stay on you would probably just be dispelled by the magic word.
It's called Use Magic Device.
Okay.
What is your gift of alacrity? Use magic
It's
device.
1 second. That's the spell.
Gotcha. I mean, once we're out,
there's a medical condition for that.
That's true.
What you guys doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess the big question is, do we want to get everybody involved in this? I think it's gonna naturally happen if we open the door. So.
Yeah, I guess the main question is there harm in everyone trying to escape? I mean, we're escaping anyway. He said the guards weren't going to be here.
We need time to get our stuff. That's the thing. They can't cause a ruckus till we're.
Yeah, I think so. Gotham, I don't think would want to necessarily like directly put them in harm's way. So I think he would be more open to either end of the spectrum of either they're not involved at all if they just decide to escape as well they can, or would be to get them on board with, hey, this is what's going on, this is what we're going to try to do.
Speaking to a majority of them, you guys obviously would know that they do obviously want to be free of here and get back home. And you never sense any kind of ill will from many of them necessarily. Maybe a little confused because of how disconnected they are from their own mind, like Prince Durandal, but they do want to be free.
You had said this old guy was generally very persuasive. Is he kind of like a pseudo leader? Like, would these people kind of listen to him if we got him on board with the plan and he kind of made them agree? Like, if we decided to go get our stuff and then escape, if he was able to hold them back before, until we got back so we could all leave at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what you've gotten out of this, you could definitely try.
So this is what, so I think that's a good idea. This is what I would do as a character, I think, is inform them of everything that I'm aware of, with one exception, like one key exception, and that is that we are going to try to escape basically there, where the webs are, to drop down to go to the lake. I would mention that I've heard there are ways to get down there, but that's like the one thing that would be technically like deceitful.
The most important
part. Just because I wouldn't want people to go there immediately, since we would want to be trying to collect our gear stuff, our gear first. So
do we tell them then we're going to the lift so we get them all to follow us to the direction where we have to go past the equipment room? And then if we tell them, like, wait here a second, we go get our stuff, and then we're like, okay, just kidding, we're going to the webs.
I think Pock is going to need to do some sneak snock.
Man, you guys don't trust anyone in here.
Well, it's mostly to prevent, like, just them from leaping over the edge as soon as the door is open. And, like...
Gotham will be would be okay with that.
So run that by me again. You want them to follow you towards the equipment room? Wait.
We're going to tell them that, well, what's going to happen in a half hour, 20 minutes from now, gate is going to be unlocked, the cells are going to be unlocked, we're going to wait a moment, the drow are going to be whisked away, we are then going to have the opportunity to escape, we're going to go to where we believe our belongings are, which is the second room to the left, and then there is a lift that is one further room to the west, near where the mess hall is, that we believe would be a way to escape from here. The untruth of that is once we get our stuff, we're going to reverse course, come back, and drop.
Okay. Just despite that, just to explain things, the lift, while it is there, it probably only supports about 3 to 4 people at a time. So, not that you're using it, but just when you were near it, you would have saw how big it was.
What's up, Pock?
I would maybe relay that to them in transparency and say that you guys are probably going to need to take, like, in total, amongst all of us, 3, maybe even 4 waves. So...
Okay.
Just Jorland's taking the drow away doesn't mean that the lady's not going to be in her room. That's where he said it was. I'm assuming you told us that. That's where he said it would be.
Lara's quarters, yeah.
I think that's one key thing we're forgetting here.
I'm not aware of this lady.
She's the big bad bitch of this cave.
Jorlin used to be pretty subservient to her until he was gone for several days and came back looking like he does now. So something happened to him where he no longer has respect for her.
She's the one that seems to lead them, always going on about Loth this, Loth that. Oh, what a wonderful sacrifice. You're going to be a great kill. I don't know that he holds sway over her to pull her away. Assuming she's there.
You said the stalactites had like slits in them where like they could potentially see through, or like is it just the guard one that has it?
The guard ones have peoples on them.
Okay.
Do we want to take a couple minutes just to take a break, bathroom and stuff? Unless you,
Yeah.
it sounds like the general idea is lead them on the idea we're gonna go lift, and then once you get your shit, backtrack and jump.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
Okay.
Are we bringing anyone with us when we jump? Like whisking anyone away?
I mean, I fear if we tell one, especially the shroom boy, that it could get leaked to others.
But
I wouldn't mind if he and the drow came with us. But
What if I knock him out when it's time?
I really want to see that Shroom Boy's home.
I just want to
Me
go home.
too. Me too.
What if
Or do we just make our attempt, and if we're able to get our stuff and we haven't been detected, do we?
Get their attention.
Yeah, like do we just try and bring everyone with us that we can, or?
I also
don't know.
suspect we won't be able to shake the dwarf if we like it or not.
Maybe if the time, maybe if we do meet the Solara, this
I'm gonna
this
go to
guy
the
will be
restroom real
able to-
quick.
Yeah, let's take 5. We'll get back to it, and hopefully try to wrap what we're doing up in like an hour, if that's okay. If we go over by like 30 minutes. But
I'm fine with however long.
okay.
I'm good
Just-
with 3 more hours?
Yeah,
Let me
we're
know.
up to like 4 o'clock today.
All right, let's go. I got it all ready.
Cool.
Be right back.
I slept for like 3 hours after work, so I'm set.
Holy crap, guys! You can upgrade your Mythic Plus gear using the Bentham gear vendor in Nazjatar.
Wait, what?
Big.
The what?
What'd you say?
The Benthic gear guy, where you turned in like the little.
Yeah.
He does
They're-
power reward upgrades?
Yeah, they're just saying like all those upgrade guys kind of use the same interface, so you could technically go there and upgrade it.
Oh,
Same with like
cool.
your Covenant
They
armor
recycled
guy.
old code, so everybody flagged with that.
Yep,
thing.
it's just
that's weird.
it's all just consolidated. It's just armor upgrade, dude.
Like I'm ever fucking going back to Nazjatar ever. Like, fuck that place. Not as bad as the Maw, but it's...
Do
Close.
you have the crab mount yet, though?
Ma is just terrible.
Then you gotta go back
No.
sometime.
Yeah, you gotta go back
Gotta
for
get the
Eugene.
The crab
mount.
is cool, but I honestly, like, I don't care that much.
Seems just like 2 or 3 achievements from there. I
The only thing I'm thinking right now is I need to get 33 rating on my shaman somehow, so I can upgrade all my gear.
just
That's the
gotta
only thing I really care about right now. That and killing Sledgefist.
get 26 more scrying stones and kill 2 more rares to get the crab mount. But god damn it, that's just
I don't even
so
know what a
much-
scrying stone is, man. That's how much I like. Like, what is that?
That work
That's
on
those-
Clutch Fist felt really good.
Okay, so in that
Like, I was legit really fucking annoyed at the end of the raid when I said,
Really?
like, yeah, when I was just like, if you're not health stoning and health potting on third pillar, like, what are you fucking doing?
Yeah,
Like,
no, that's
because I
the
looked
rough
at the
part.
potions used and like people just weren't using them like over half the raid and they were fucking dead and I'm like, why?
Yeah,
You
but
know, like,
overall, I didn't even
what the fuck?
expect to get that far. So like,
No,
overall, I
it's
thought
good. Like I think if everybody starts health stoning, health potting there, like we're on to fourth pillar, like, you know, Tuesday. So like
and then we have less to carry us
I
through
should have
that.
said something on like pull 5, you know, instead of like pull 50 or it's not 50 really,
Yeah.
but
Actually,
you know,
we have 50 pulls on it now, so could have
we
been.
do now total, yeah. But I meant like that
Yeah,
night.
I know.
I should have said something earlier. Because like I think a couple of us realized like, oh, third is so on that you got to make sure like you're living yourself, like,
Especially if you're a boomkin line of sighting every healer, apparently.
right? Yeah, there's Demoosh there. Euron's going with you now, though, right?
Well, we just go wide enough that we get healed.
No, you're
or-
in lows. You're lows. Yeah. Yeah, it feels really sketchy when I'm melee and I go the direction away from the raid. I'm just like, well, I might die here. We'll see.
Melee did good though. That fight early on felt like ranged brain was the issue.
Yeah.
Like with the whole like getting close so we can bait. Okay, you didn't. All right, get in. Oh, only one of the partners got in. You're both
I think like
dead.
it was like we had a couple rough pulls, and I think when I said like, hey, melee, you just gotta like you gotta choose columns, like just line up with your partner. We have 3 columns, and like that's it. Like I think that helped a lot.
Yeah. No, melee was on point, I feel like overall.
Once we
Dude,
got there.
Headway with 25 uses of healthstone / tonics.
Yeah.
Across 30 pulls, number
Yeah.
1.
He seems pretty solid.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I got no complaints.
Yeah.
That wipe
a
on
new trial.
yeah, new Benkin.
Yeah.
The wipe on Shriekwing was actually just funny. I wasn't even mad. It was just
Yeah,
like,
no,
that was
yeah.
really funny. That wasn't bad at all. It was
and
just like
It was so
I'm glad,
shocking.
I'm glad
actually, the only
everyone's
thing I
reaction.
thought is people were like, we had no idea that would happen. Like, yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Like, it's in the dungeon journal, right?
I'm just glad no one like shit on him.
But yeah.
Because like to be a new trial and then to do that on the first pull, like
Maybe the guildy's done that with before put shit there, and like because they were moving the thing somewhere else, right? Like, yeah.
But,
I wasn't mad about it. I wasn't mad about the wipe. I was like confused by people saying, "Oh, we didn't know that would happen."
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we knew if you dropped a pool there, we wiped. We knew that.
We all good to go?
Yeah.
You might have to open my stream for the music again if you're even listening to it. It's kind of quiet. So just to clarify for what I'm doing and everything, are you guys? So you guys are at the very least telling them that the gate is going to be opened. Is that true? Or no?
Hawk
Yeah,
will do it if no one else wants to.
I think
Imagine Braveheart, the rallying sort of inspirational speech, and then as we all charge in for battle, as soon as we engage, we retreat.
So it's Braveheart meets Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Jesus Christ.
Run away!
Okay.
Oh, that was a hamster.
And do you mention to any of them that you're getting your equipment? I'm trying to remember that.
Here,
Yeah, we do.
I'll do it. Beck, lift me up.
I will give Pock uppies. I will hold him up.
You have power gloves on, you can chuck them in a wall.
Oh shit.
Just kidding.
I asked, yeah, you just need to give me that item and we'll do it.
Alright, listen up, you miserable sacks of shit. We're getting
Are you
out of
actually
here.
yelling this with the guard tower right there?
Not yelling, but enough to get these people's attention.
Maybe we'd like wave everyone close so
So
he doesn't have to scream.
Stool
busting outta here
comes
today.
over here and he's like, oh, friend, just do this, and he spreads the spores out to everyone. Now you can just talk to everyone in their heads instead of yelling.
Alright, I reiterate, you're all sacks of shit, but so are we. But we're gonna get out of here. We're not gonna be fertilizer to this Loth's whatever thing, and I'm gonna give the floor to Gotham here, because he has a plan.
Performance check.
Me perform, so him.
Him.
Do
Yeah.
you get advantage since I'm assisting him by giving him uppies?
Sure. Is that? Oh my god!
Beautiful.
So
power
the
of puppies.
double stack dragonoid performance check rings true in their head as they get hyped up, as you've informed them that they'll soon be free. There is a plan in motion. With the mention of the items being acquired, none of them will really say anything except for Elith. She would approach, I'm assuming Gatum or someone, or did Popok say everything? Like as far as
I was gonna start to explain everything, but we can.
oh, go ahead.
I either give the speech or we can fast forward through it.
No, you go ahead. I want you guys to have your time.
All right. So I say, my friends, some of you have known each other for 10 days, some of you for, well, a day. However, we all share the same potential fate, and that is to be sacrificed at the hands of Lolth. None of us want that. No, of course we don't want that. We want to be free. We want to live our lives. And we have a plan. We have a plan. Yes, it is a joyous plan. We are going to be free. You see, in just a short matter of 20 minutes or so, those gates will be unlocked. And when they will be unlocked, it will be free for us to roam, free from the eyes of the drow. I look over to our friend Sereth, and I say, not all of them, however, should be hated. In fact, all of them are very much so good people. However, some have bad intentions. Regardless of that, though, we will be free of their prying eyes. However, there will be some that we do need to watch for, and I'll look over to the form that Prince Darendel is currently in, and I'll say that we may have them to look after, but our plan is this. The gate will be unlocked, we will go and we will retrieve our items, which we believe to be in, I explained, the second guard tower. Once we retrieve them, well, we have a couple of options from there. There's the lift, but the lift can only manage to hold some of us at a time, 3 to 4 perhaps. So that is a way that at least a couple ways of us can get out. There are also other ways that I'm sure we will find, but it is at least a chance to see freedom and not just rot in the cell to die. So I ask all of you, are you with us?
Prince Durando would, as you're doing the speech, would run up to you as he's listening. He's getting really hyped up, really enjoying it. I want to make your roll performance check. It was really good. And he'd be like, I'm with you, brother! Because he's also an elf. Like, yeah!
So I'm going to give myself inspiration. I don't know if I'll
And
actually use it just yet.
that Autumn sort of like shakes his head up, like, oh yeah.
Oh,
Very
Yeah,
nice.
yeah, fuck it. I'm going to use the inspiration anyway, even though it's a decent roll. There we go, 18.
Okay. I said you didn't have to roll performance. Like,
You
you...
said you
you
automatically
said your
succeeded
speech was so
because you
good.
Yeah.
gave a speech.
You,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it was great.
Yeah,
It was
you
great.
crit.
So, you're
You
good.
crit with your words.
You are a bard with charisma. Congrats.
IRL charisma.
Yeah, IRL charisma. So Durandal would be like, yeah, brother, let's go! And then
Oh, wait. Is he Macho Man? Or is he Hulk Hogan?
he's something. He's a fucking quaggoth elf abomination. Bupito would nod in agreement, like, yes. I cannot wait to get out of here. And Eldith would immediately, hearing upon the items being restored, she would walk up to you also and ask, my shield and mace, I need it back. If we're gonna have anything, I need those back.
Okay.
Is it a +1 shield by chance?
What? What?
Rooney is actually like to inquire what the fish is after when he gets out.
Wait, what? The fish what?
What does the fox say?
I think Rooney wants to eat the fish.
No. I'm very curious. You said the fish was kind of he was
Okay,
like a
well,
hippie, go with the flow. So he's
Hmm?
go with the flow. What does he want now?
Oh, I mean, if I'm just leaving this cage now, that's just how it goes. So I go with the flow.
Is that like a fish joke?
Sure.
Ah,
That sounds like a fish joke.
Yeah.
like the river. I understand. Shushar?
Sure. Yes, of Bloop the Doop.
Shushar.
Or doop
Cheshire
bloop,
bloop
whatever the fuck it's called. I can't wait.
Cheshire bloop-de-doop.
Ah, yes, of the Dark Lake.
Okay. That's a lot of loves.
Of the Awakened.
Gotham, do we know how long of a window we have for this distraction Jorlin's providing?
I mean, we've been seeing the guards every 30 minutes to an hour, so I mean, once he comes by, I would suspect that we wait a few minutes and then we go. So we have about maybe a 15 to 20 minute window, potentially more.
Perfect.
Okay. Do you want, when we get to our stuff, do you want Puck to sneak in first in case the lady is there? Or do
I
we
would
just
say that makes sense, yeah.
Okay.
Stool would be like, yeah, friends, let's do this together. Feels kind of like a Lulu, I just realized.
Yeah.
Not intentional. That's just actually how he is. Sereth would be like, as long as I can get to the Neverlight Grove. Topsy and
What about
Turvy.
you?
Ron, he still be just kind of just like, whatever happens. Not like Shushar, but
We need
What-
your strength, brother.
my strength. Need a weapon for my strength. I'm kind of useless. I can punch you if you want.
Were you listening? We're
What?
going to get weapons. Come on.
No, I honestly wasn't really listening. I wish you had just stopped
Okay,
fucking
now
in my
you do.
head. I'm gonna hit you. You asshole.
Yeah, what are Topsy and Turvy? I think Beck would probably be a little concerned that they might not be able to follow along with the plan.
Yeah, so they're gonna kind of approach for the first time, and they're both really skittish and talking back and forth. But, are you sure we can get out? I don't want to cause any trouble. I don't want to get hurt. I don't want my brother or sister to die or anything.
I get in front of them. I say, "Did you not hear what I said? I said this is our chance. Would you rather die proud and with the opportunity to save your lives, or do you just want to just wither here and die, be sacrificed to Lolth?"
We just want to be together.
Well, then join us. And I turn my back and get ready.
Okay. Jim Jar would be like, ah, yes. It is time. Let us go.
One final bet, Jim Jar?
Sure. Oh, you actually owe me 10 rocks. I didn't touch those rocks. I expect you to pay up.
No bet, then.
Pick them up. They're right there.
Alright, well.
If Rooney heard this,
Ah!
he would say, was there a time stipulation on how long you didn't have to touch them?
Look
Rooney
here.
is very perceptive. I did not stipulate that. Nor have I ever used that word before.
Alright, look here. If we ever get into betting with real money, not these rocks, you guys better hold true. I will get real mad if you don't. And you can insight check that if you want.
Puck doesn't need to insight check because he respects a good bet and knew that what he was betting before was bullshit and assumed that he'd bet too.
You guys were both bullshit each other the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just curiously seeing if he's serious or not.
He's serious. Like, he takes his betting serious. If you don't pay up, he will. Pretty upsetty spaghetti.
Pretty murder hobo-y.
Yeah, no. He just might do other things. Anyways, think everyone's pretty much said their piece. Zareth would be like, oh yes, to the Neverlight Grove. That's where he wants to go. And Eldith, the biggest thing out of all this is Eldith really wants her shield and mace, which would have a very particular insignia on it of Gattlegrim, or Gattlegrim.
Dumbledore.
Basically just think Iron Forge.
He's so off.
Alright.
I had to Google it. Yeah.
So unless you guys have anything else to say, all good.
I
Ready to
think
go?
We're all ready to go.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Did got him? Did you get your stuff from behind the rocks? I don't remember if
Yeah, I
it's
said
still
that
there.
very before, like I did the whole speech thing.
Oh, okay.
I would
Where's
assume,
my
anyways.
Where's
And
my
then-
knife?
I don't know.
And then I'm gonna give my 2 points of inspiration, one to myself and one to Pok Pok.
Buck.
Pog pog.
Friendship in the weirdest places. You saved your drone. Alright, well, after some time, you would hear Jorlin approaching on the bridge. You would hear the drow and the stalactite say something to him, and he would respond back, not chill out. I simply forgot to gather their dishes. Give me a moment. And he would walk over, and he'd be looking at you guys among everyone here. And he would say, tell everyone to gather their dishes from their meal and give them to me.
Okay, yeah, that would help round him up.
Well, he would want to talk to you also, he'd say.
Okay, I am there.
Hello. So as everyone's gathering everything, he would fill you in. I will be leaving this gate open unless you have any change in your plans. I will grab the 2 guards to assist me in carrying the items you're about to give me. They will be taken to the main hall. No one else will pass by here for at least an hour.
I say, okay, well, our plan is we're going to be heading to the second tower to try to retrieve our belongings, and then from there we will try to escape as you suggested.
He gets a
Can
pretty... What's up?
Can we hear this conversation plainly?
I assume they're
Or is
talking
it-
in Elven.
Yeah, and I would try to be
Okay,
pretty
okay.
hushed with it.
Then never mind.
So at the comment of going into Elvira's tower, he would have a pretty wicked grin on his face, just like, good luck. Gonna need it type face. But he can only do that with half his face. So and as it actually probably hurt him a little bit, smiling so hard with that grin, and he'd probably reach up and just kind of grab at his face, like wincing a little bit pain.
I would say if there's maybe any opportunity that you could temporarily distract her, not remove her, but distract her, maybe we could rush in and take her off guard.
Oh, Avara? He kind of speaks up. Oh, she is not in her quarters. Not this time.
Oh.
Understood.
It's,
Alright, well,
I won't
we
go
are
into
ready.
Alright.
So I'll continue to hand him over the plates and just wait for him to head off and follow suit.
So as you bring the large amount of plates for all, was it 13, 14 of you in here? He would motion over here, hey, man! And a couple of the drow would come out, and they would grab dishes, then the other one come out, he would grab some dishes, that'd be the 2 of them, and he would then walk up to the stalactite, and you would see, because there is 2 bridges, one goes that way, the other one goes that way after the stalactite. You see them crossing this other bridge. And the gate is open. I probably should have said that. He just leaves it locked. Alright, so you guys are still in here. Alrighty.
So I think Pok Pok is planning to lead the way. I would cautiously open and try to still rallying everybody, but trying not to have them just run off.
Your speech has them pretty tight.
Are we gonna do a group stealth check for this?
Don't mind
to
these
cover
drow.
everything, or because I imagine we're wanting to approach quietly for as long as possible.
Yep. So go ahead and roll stealth as a group. And
people who would normally have disadvantage because of armor wouldn't, because they don't have any armor, correct?
correct. Like no one has anything on.
Yeah, I'm not trained in stealth, so I can't assist or anything.
But
It's a group check. Like you
Right,
guys
so
are
it's a
collectively trying to.
cumulative.
Yeah.
We're all rolling.
Heck is fucking stealthier than Pop Pop.
Okay, you guys got it. You're good.
Pock Pock taught me well.
All right. So you guys peek your head out. I'm going to delete all of the NPCs. Are any of the NPCs coming with you to the second tower?
I think they were, yeah.
They're all going.
I
Holy
think
shit.
at least
I thought the dwarf was.
Yeah, I mean, that's where we said we were heading to grab our belongings, so I'm sure anybody else that had any belongings would probably be interested as well.
Okay.
I think the orc might be because he was looking for a weapon.
Yeah, I would say at the very least, if we need some people to stay, we'd bring the dwarf, the orc, and the elf prince guy.
Okay.
Like, at the
Um,
very
I want-
least, but like if everyone's gonna
I
follow
want-
us, then
I need Stool. Stool's my friend now. Even if I hate him, I said he was my friend, so he needs to come with us.
Well, he'll be able to tell us how to get to.
So this is the one thing I do want to bring up is these bridges and platforms supporting like 14 people going across it is probably not realistic.
Well, ultimately, that leads to our getaway.
Yeah. So,
Not all at once, right?
So wait a second. We're still all like bound, right? We're
you still have your manacles on, but you have full movement. But you're not chained together or anything like that.
we could have most of the group wait in this tower and bring the select few across here to go get our stuff, and then
I'm okay with that.
when we double back, then we all make the leap over.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that would work.
In that case, who do we bring, if anyone?
Not the prince, he might be a distraction. In a bad way.
Yeah, if he sees a drow, he might just like enrage and charge.
So, yeah, I was gonna say that Ront is a man of few words, and Pop Pop would assume he knows his way around a weapon should he acquire one. So, the orc and the dwarf, at the very least, for the
That'd probably be good, just because we're already a decent group. So we don't want to have like 15 or 10 people going to this door, I think.
So
Oh, they don't like each other.
yeah, they actually are like mortal enemies. They're literally both in here because of each other. Which
Now's not the time for petty squabbles. You can kill each other when we're out of here.
she killed everyone in my tribe.
And you'll be killing us all if you don't assist in your own way.
Roll of persuasion. Pop pop. Won't be happy about it.
Okay. Are
So
you happy with the weapon I give you?
you got Ront. Now who's gonna convince Eldith? Well, I guess she doesn't need convincing. If you're going for her shield, she will begrudgingly assist. I will sacrifice everything as long as I can get myself or my shield and mace back to Gauntlgrim.
Oh, Gauntlgrim. No, out of character, I recall that.
Yeah, it took me a bit, and then I was like, oh yeah.
It's over near Neverwinter.
Well, it's like a hidden dwarf, like old
Yeah.
capital.
It's like an
Really
Iron
good
Forge type thing.
Yeah.
So, like, my character might know about it, but like
I wasn't sure. Like I wasn't. So
The gate's closed.
You have to go up.
Oh, how dim is it out here? You said it's like the little mushroom lights and stuff, or the fungi
Mushroom,
lights.
yeah, it's just dim light everywhere.
Okay.
They don't just work completely in the dark, despite being drow.
You said this NPC isn't here, correct?
Yeah. So I'm gonna jump you over to a different map.
Oh, okay.
Because this is obviously gonna get too crowded.
Let's. Oh, bottom right.
This is where your character tokens are. And I wasn't sure who you're gonna take, so I need to drag a couple other people over.
And we're just assuming the rest of them will be in that stalactite.
Yeah, just for the sake of, because
Just
you're
so
gonna
we're
figure
not
out.
standing out on the bridge.
Yeah, either staying in the jail cell until you guys flag them ready, or something like that. Because there's not a ton of room to work with in this whole area, as you guys would have
There we
figured out. Yeah, bottom right. If you just have like a black screen, everyone should be in there.
I just have a black screen. Scrolling over. Never mind. I lied.
So you guys are in the water. You're dead.
Shit.
But I assume you guys make your way across the bridge. I'm gonna use Eldith as like, okay, this is an everyone type thing. I'm not gonna actually get everyone. And I'm gonna highlight this. So you guys your way in. You can move your
This is what-
characters. What's that?
This is the first stalactite.
Is it dark enough that we have any kind of like impairment when using our vision, or that I would, I guess, is more my question.
Yeah, if you can't see in the dark and it's just only dim lighting, if you had like to make like a perception check, you probably wouldn't have like you'd have disadvantage for like sight checks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Everyone else seems to be, but everybody else to me seems to be moving without any kind of trouble, or
Yeah, so again, everything is dimly lit. You can pretty much navigate this whole outpost without light, because everything, or not without light, but because there's already natural light.
Puck seems fine in the
I
dark.
would.
But yeah, my question was more like everyone in the party. Does everybody in the party seem to be moving around okay, except for me, who's probably a little bit like.
No, I would be asking Gotham, like, if I could put my hand on their shoulder, like to, keep,
Do we have
place
three
the-
people without
place in the
dark
dark.
vision in this group?
Yeah. I think Puck and so yeah, Beck would be following Puck because he can't see well in the dark.
Yep.
and Rooney would be following Gotham.
Okay. Yeah, got him, and Pock are taking the lead.
Oh yeah. So down this way, this leads to where our belongings are. Is that correct?
Yep.
Just a quick glance at the stuff on this table. Would I see anything of note?
Pock and Gotham just roll me perception checks. It's a small enough room where you can just check out everything. Okay. Gotham, as you are, or both of you, I guess, are taking a quick glance around this room. It's a fairly small stalactite room. Fits a few people in there. You see cards and general just games, just kind of like dice and stuff on the bench where the guards would have been. On the far wall, you do see a coat hanger that would have had like cloaks and stuff on them, but is empty now. And then just another table to the side. On the far end, you also see a ladder that goes up to the top of the stalactite. Or not top of the stalactite, but up to the ceiling of the stalactite. And there is a trapdoor there. Or not a trapdoor, but there's a door that can be opened.
I'd probably ask if either of the people who can see, like, if they see any keys or anything to unshackle our chains. Just a quick glance.
Good idea. Yeah, I'd look around for that.
No, but I found these dice and I pocket them.
Any keys? No. So there's no keys. You would have figured out, Pock and Beck, that there's no keys. Just like, I guess you wouldn't necessarily lay them around, but they always have their keys in their belt, their little belt pocket, where they always pull it out from, where they always put it back.
I think when we get out of here, once we have our weapons, we can deal with the shackles.
I hope you're right. If we get to an area where we need more light, just let me know. I'll follow you guys for now. I can follow, but I can't do much more in these circumstances.
So you guys are just gonna move on?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't spend more than like a minute or two in there. So we just see what I can find within the minute or two, and then after that, go.
And I wouldn't want to stick my snout into doors that I don't know, like that trapdoor leading up to the top.
Yeah, I'm curious, but not curious enough.
Okay.
Then we can send someone up there. Like, oh, check.
Yeah, because if this
want
is
someone to?
where everyone's hiding out, if the rest of the group is waiting, could we? I don't know if we would ask someone to go up there. Or...
I'm literally gonna ask. So you're taking Ront and Eldith from here on out, and the other guys are just staying back between here and the jail cell, I assume. Obviously, they're not sticking out on the bridge or anything. They're staying hidden. Okay. Do you want any of them to try? You Pock, you would have kind of gotten from the vibe from Jim Jar that he's also kind of into, not necessarily thievery, but kind of roguish in nature.
I just don't know if there's someone up there. I don't think Pop would necessarily entertain the thought. He's on a mission.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe probably just wouldn't risk it.
Alright, then Aldith and Rot follow you guys forward, and you will make your way. I'm going to go switch the maps again, just so we got a little bit of context. There's not a guy in there, sorry. But you guys would roll me stealth checks again. Okay, yeah, you're good. You guys stealthily make it across this bridge. I hate how this is designed on this map, so I'm going to kind of draw out what I believe it should look like. As you get to the second, you will see that there is a... Every time you've gone past this, the bridge is above you. All right? So it's not like the bridge is like right there. Jesus Christ. So the way I imagine it, there is probably like a walkway that's carved into the rocks here that goes up to this bridge, and then it's a very steep bridge to the top of the stalactite, to where it'd be like the biggest open area. Rooney, as you approach from here, you would sense your weapon in the center of the stalactite. So basically, if you were directly looking at it from where you're standing, it'd be like right there. You'd be able to see it if there was a stalactite in the way. But you are now going up to the top of the stalactite instead. There's like no way to get in from the side yet.
So it's down a few floors if we were to go in through the door from the ladder.
Exactly.
Or the bridge, okay.
Alright, so you guys are approaching the top there. We're gonna move you back again. Sorry for jumping back and forth. I just like to give context for what's going on in that situation.
It's not an enormous map, so it's not like they take long to load.
Yep. And then... Oh, shit. I'm drawing the wrong thing. Real. So you climb up. Oh, shit. Oh.
So we're like here?
Hold on a second. That wrong.
I saw nothing.
Apparently hitting escape does not like get rid of it, it just completes it.
Escape completes it, yeah.
Jesus Christ. Oh well. But anyways, you guys are on this bridge. Who will be going in first?
Probably me.
Yeah, then I'd fall behind. Figured there was like the two of us leading him
I
and
would do
Ryan.
well, yeah.
I would
If
first
Rooney
listen
could-
at the... Go ahead.
So I was gonna say, if Rooney could sense his sword nearby, he might, be almost like shoving into Gotham as he follows behind.
Okay. I'm gonna move you guys up here so everyone
You're like,
each
"Oop,
other.
Sorry.
Okay.
And
No, I'm saying sorry to Gotham as I'm like shoving into him, trying
Gotcha.
to get to my sword.
even though we were told no one would be in there, I would want to listen at the door, because that's just
We're told that
Good
Varro
habit.
wouldn't be there.
a good habit of the puck.
Okay. Roll me perception.
Okay.
10. You can hear a little bit of something, a little bit of shuffling, but you're not really sure if it's the water beneath you or it's like within inside. It's hard to really narrow down.
Okay. Does it seem like the door, if I try at it, is it locked?
You opening it? Or are you just like
I'm
turn?
attempting to.
Yep.
I'm like seeing.
It opens. Like you're able to start opening it.
All right. I'll like start and then look back over my shoulder to see if everyone's ready. And just wait for confirmation, and then if they are, I will open the door.
Let's do it.
All right.
As ready as we're gonna be.
Swing it open, or pull it open, or slide it. I don't know what kind of door it is.
So you're just like opening it 100%?
Yep.
It's an automatic door.
Who's all looking inside?
Pop,
The
pop.
2 people I can see.
Yeah,
So
I
Pop
know.
Pop can go. All right. Both of you roll me wisdom saving throws.
I knew it, but I was not metagaming.
Yeah, I would think I would probably be a little further back than the others, but
Hold on.
Use that inspiration.
I'm thinking about it. Roll an add or check. But before I know the result, yeah, fuck it. If 1d6. Fuck, that's not gonna help much. So
All right, got him. Pock Pock swings open the door, and nope, wrong thing. As the door swings open, you see a giant, massive spider inside the room.
No, I don't.
There you go.
I wonder if revealing and stuff would be easier if we used like drawings, just like actual physical map reveals, you know, like to cover them and just remove them in the future.
Maybe. Like, this doesn't feel too bad. It takes a little bit of extra time, but so yeah, the door swings open and got him. You see a massive spider, and then in addition to that, you see a drow standing there. You wouldn't recognize her. Pock Pock, you would. That would be Asha. As she has her back to you guys, and she is down, basically praying at a shrine. But you see a massive spider in front of you. Got him. What do you do?
What is Pock Pock doing?
I see her before a shrine, correct? Like I just see her.
Yeah, you see. So what you see, try not to metagame too much, is her kneeling over a 10-foot tall statue of a spider shrine.
Okay, I would sort of just be gripping, as she hasn't noticed us, grip my dagger.
Yeah, so I would just see that. I'd see Pock Pock, and I would kind of like just tuck my head back and kind of wait to see what he does.
Is Pock Pock gonna fucking 1v1 with this thing? You are frightened, so you can't walk into the room right now.
Do I need another stealth check if I'm gonna approach?
You just swung the door open. Light would have. This was a very dark room.
Okay.
Asha is gonna see you, turn around, and look at you.
And I'll step forward. Does she say anything?
Give me 1 second. Be rid of this real quick. He would. I'm gonna change real quick. Ooh.
A moment of bravery for Pock Pock. We'll see how long it lasts.
I'm not sure how loud it's gonna be. You guys hear the music?
Yep.
You have it on? Okay.
Yep.
Alrighty. So Asha stands front and center at the shrine. As she sees you, Pock Pock, enter. She does recognize you, but not enough to be familiar with you. And she kind of sneers at you. She's like, "What is this? Why are you here?" And she is able actually to speak common.
Okay, I still remain brave. We're here to retrieve our things, all of us. Stand aside, or you may regret it. As he holds the kitchen knife.
I got a knife.
I got a knife. Oh,
She was a little loud.
That's actually good. Like I've haven't been able to really hear it.
yeah, that's the first time I've been able to hear it.
Oh, okay, it was loud for me. Okay, I guess I gotta just do some audio adjusting still, but it's fine.
I've
There's
heard it all.
music in this session? I didn't realize.
So from you threatening her, she would kind of hold up her hands a bit. She would have a holy symbol in one hand that she was using to pray with, and her other hand up. And she would be like in a defensive way. Because as she's looking at you and looking behind you, she sees multiple people have gotten free from the cage.
Does she have something in her hands?
There's like a holy symbol of Loth. Loth.
For I'm gonna do kind of personal thing. 13. I'll say 13 or higher. That's this. Okay. No, I don't react.
Okay. She'll basically say, stop what you're doing. If it was not for me, feathering the flames in Jorland's heart, you would not be here now.
We won't be here much longer.
Then grant me safe passage. Let me leave this place.
How about when we're done?
That would perk my interest, and I would show my face, and I would say, "Why do you seek safe passage?"
I'm very obviously outnumbered here. I fear for my own safety at this moment, and seems the job is done. You have been set free. I simply do not wish to be a part of the clash that may happen.
So I have Asha, priestess in training, in my notes. I'm trying to recall any specifics about her.
So
that's all I have in notes too.
Same.
Do you want to ask her?
Yeah, I would ask her, what is your purpose here?
She kind of sighs, seeing as she doesn't really have a choice in the matter as far as what she can say or not say.
Although I still see that spider, don't I?
At this point, after good 30 seconds have passed, you would have come to a realization: if Pok's not scared of this thing, something's not right, or something's not right with you. So I'll let it slide for now. But she would sigh a deep sigh, and she would simply say that yes, she was a priestess, or she is a priestess under Ivara. She watched her as a mentor, learned from her, so that she herself could soon one day get her own outpost to command, or be a high priestess within the city of spiders. However, upon seeing how Elvira ruined the heart of my cousin, Jorlin, I decided to use that issue in his heart to cause this whole stir so that Elvira could be forced to step down, and I could potentially be free of her or take over.
Where is she now?
Said in common, by the way.
What's that? Sorry, my music's really on.
I was saying, this is all being said in common, by the way,
yes.
So we can hear this.
Yeah, everyone can understand what's going on. Just for the sake of, I'm not going to sit there and you guys translate back and forth.
I would just say, may we get our things then?
That's absolutely. Just please let me leave. I promise I will not say a word. Once again,
where is a fur or whatever her name is?
Elvira? She is actually on a short trip. She is not at the outpost. Correct. She will be back soon, however.
While everyone's talking, I rolled a perception check to scan the room. Would I notice this?
Yeah. I mean, the room is lit up. You'd be able to see when you entered this room, there was a 10-foot shrine of Loth. I always want to say Lilith. Towards the back of the room, there are pillows, and basically that would be like her bedding, her resting area. This is also her quarters, Asha's quarters, in this top half. So Here she is.
I want to go down while they're talking.
Roll me stealth
Okay. I didn't know if I would need to or
and roll me perception also.
not. Oh, from here?
Just as you were trying to make your way over. Okay. So you think you're stealthy, however, your perception check, you are able to see while there was a giant spider that Gotham saw, there actually is a giant spider tucked behind these pillows. And it is sitting there waiting, ready to attack if needed.
What a...
Yes, I would probably tell her that, genuinely, that, I mean, I have no qualms with you, so I have no problem you leaving. However, let us acquire our gear, and then why don't we all leave together?
Roll me persuasion with advantage. Oh my god, never mind.
Do it again.
Wow.
Do it again. Do it again.
She
But it's just like,
Beautiful.
with the persuasion and the just the whole issue, she'd go into a little bit more detail about where Elvira is. She would mention that the caravan that should have picked you guys up should have been here ages ago, weeks ago. We shouldn't have had this many prisoners. So she went to investigate towards the City of Spiders herself. But she was only going to be for a couple hours to check the roads. We'll be back soon. I will wait here. Is that what you desire?
Yeah, just simply let us acquire all of our gear that has been taken from us, and then we can leave. You are welcome to maybe join us, should you wish.
He says again. This life of a drow. It is something you are born into, forced into. We shall see.
I would say, I know much of the life of being forced into something, and there are ways out of it. I am proof of that.
A 25 on your persuasion, so she's liking what you're throwing down. Good Pock's like.
What about that?
Pock's like,
So,
"Hey."
before you can even really bring up the fact that there's a spider back there, and now that she is thoroughly convinced, she will make a small like noise, it's like a spider noise basically, and the spider will crawl to its back wall along the ceiling of the stalactite, and then drop down over here. And she will.
Rooney. Wait, never mind. You can't see. I guess I'll go.
And this room specifically is pretty poorly lit. All right, and so she will command her spider to stand down, and she will mention that to you, Gadam. My pet, he will not be in your way. You wish for me to come down to Elvira's quarters?
I would ask her if she thinks that all of our belongings are easily retrieved, and likewise, any sort of means to relieve ourselves of these instruments, the cuffs, manacles.
She looks at your cuffs, and she does inform you that, fortunately, of all the people here, her and the Quaggoths do not have a key to the cuffs. However, their belongings, your belongings, will be down in the large chest in Elvira's quarters. I guarantee that. However, and she turns to look at Pock, who is being impatient. The chest will bite.
What?
The chest will bite.
What?
It is trapped.
Why?
In case I try to get the stuff out of it. Jesus.
Can you make it not?
No, I am not able to do that.
Okay.
Would you like to know more?
Yeah. What do you mean?
If
What she's saying is that the chest that contains all of her belongings is trapped, so when you go to open it, either disarm said trap or be ready to be bitten.
Yes. Bitten?
it is a needle trap. If you trigger the
Okay.
trap, a needle will poke out,
That's what I needed to know.
and you
Glare.
will and you would be infected with drow poison.
Oh, I'm quite resistant to that. Thank you.
I say, well, alright, why don't you guys go and retrieve everything if you don't mind, if you are looking at Rooney since we've traveled together. If you see any other of my belongings, if you could grab them. I guess that would be pretty much everything other than the additional ingredients. Fuck. Yeah.
I'm kind of making you not get that shit, by the way.
Yeah.
I'd go with Pock Pock to help carry everything else, because I probably would be looking for Dwarf Lady's shield and weapon for her.
You guys go
I'd be
down.
looking for my stuff as well, and
The-
Gotham's.
You guys
What's
go
up?
down the ladder.
Is Otto coming down or is he staying up?
At it.
Because like I can look for your spell book, but I don't know what that means.
I'd better come with.
I was gonna stay with her and just actually try to just chit chat with her and you know, get on her good side and try to see if she can get on my good side.
Okay. Eldith will probably follow you guys down. Ront, isn't interested in any of that stuff. He just wants a weapon.
I'll
He will
find you a weapon.
Chill here. I'm not good with ladders.
Smork goes face.
Alright, you guys can actually jump down. Or
Oh
can
shit.
drag your ball down there if you want. Alright, you entered another carved out cavern of the stalactite, and within this room you do see a very fluffy bed covered in a bunch of pillows. You see black webbing that looks like webbing, but it's actually like silk that stretches across all of the walls in the entire room. To the north, you do see a chest, a very big chest. It's definitely not 3 chests stacked together, and to the south, you do see a small shrine of Loth, and just a side table.
All right, I'm going in.
Yeah, but you can open this chest, right?
Maybe stand back.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to pick it with, so
Well,
let's see.
I mean, why don't you look for a trap first? You know it's trapped.
I don't need to look if I know it's trapped.
Okay, well, but maybe you can figure
I'll
out how.
investigate.
Alright.
I'll investigate, see if I can figure out the implementation of said trap. Is that just an investigation roll or something else?
Yeah, just roll investigation. It's fine. Okay, you know, you're very, very familiar with these traps, as they're pretty damn common, similar to things you've tried to pick in White. So you're pretty confident you should be able to pick it, even with like
My
a
knife.
hairpin or something like that. Which you are in Navarro's quarters.
I need something to pick it with. This knife isn't gonna get the job done.
Is
Roll-
there?
Oop.
Or I was just gonna head over to the shrine and see if I could like just look for something, if there's like a knife or a needle or
Roll
anything that
investigation
could
for
be-
me. You see the spider shrine. There's not too much. You're kind of distracted from Bok Bok being so cool with his chest.
He's so cool.
So cool.
Could I search the like bed for anything as well?
Sure. Roll investigation also. good enough. So searching around in the bed, you do find a couple of like hairpins that would have been like used to tie up her hair. You may think that Pock Pock can use it as a makeshift pick.
I give them to Pock Pock. Here.
I guess it'll do.
With your investigation, if you're going to try to disable the trap first, roll it with advantage.
Do I roll thieves' tools to do that? To disarm it? Or sleight of...
Thought
I
you
don't know.
did?
Okay.
Ask
I just never
Rathy
know.
real quick. Hey, Rathy. Rathy.
Yep.
I roll
for-
a crit again.
Okay, yeah.
Jesus.
Jesus Christ. I was gonna ask that to disable a trap, it's thieves' tools, right? Or picking it.
Yeah, thieves' tools and decks.
Okay. Well, you're so fucking smooth and suave. You're able to, in one go, get that trap disabled, and then just angle it in another direction and get that lock popped open.
Nice. I open the chest.
All right.
And then the second trap activates.
No. Puck is so cool. And you pop it open, and all of your stuff is in there, including all this hammer and shield. And she immediately runs over and grabs that for herself. What the hell?
What?
My music changed. I was not expecting.
It's like static white noise.
Yeah, it sounded like it was raining or something.
It was like chase music.
Yeah, it was like
Just
upbeat, like
turning-
chasing.
It's like initial D or something.
So literally everything that I would have had in my belongings.
Yeah.
is
So yeah, anything that you had checked on, spell books, components.
here? Okay.
The only thing that's not in there is Rathy's food.
Oof.
What about like our gold pouches, stuff like that, or
Yep.
no?
Your gold's there.
It's all there.
Just everything that you would have checked off, you can check back on, basically.
Okay.
Cool. Nice. The only thing that Pock Pock seems excited to have back is his little lockpick. That doesn't seem remarkable in any way.
Pock, roll me a perception check.
Oh, not advantage, so 11.
Enough. As you turn your attention away from the rest and take a look at the shrine, you actually see that 2 of the 8 eyes, the 2 larger eyes, are actually like gemstones inside this shrine.
All right, I'm gonna approach.
Oh wait, those are gemstones. I have to roll charisma too.
They're onyx gemstones in the 2 eyes. The 2 gemstones worth some money.
Basically,
Rune doesn't care.
to prevent going beyond the means of Pock Pock, if I ever roll a 10 or lower, I'm being big dumb.
Alright, so you're gonna pry the eyes out?
I guess does it look like I can pry them out?
Yeah, give me like a thieves' tools roll, I guess.
Okay. 50%. Oh yeah, a general weapon for Ront.
Yeah, I'm
Fucking hell.
looking for that in the chest.
Yeah. You pop out both of them pretty much flawlessly, and they fall into your hand. You could probably estimate, based on your experience with different gemstones, not necessarily onyx ones, but you're about probably at 10 gold apiece.
Did Rooney you approach looking interested?
Oh,
Is
I just like shiny things. I would just look at it kind of like, ooh,
I'll hand him one.
ooh. I would go
Yeah.
like, ooh.
You have one.
But yes, Pock, you now have your actual lockpick and everything, so you are good to go.
Happy.
Um,
All right. So you have one gemstone, Rooney. For 10 gold.
I will treasure it always.
So now we do have another trapdoor, or I don't want to say trapdoor, but another door that goes down to the 3rd level of the stalactite, or obviously going back up.
Did you find something for
Yeah.
Ron?
I would look for like just a hammer or mallet or mace or something big for Ront.
There's nothing really else in here except for what you had for your belongings. Unless one of you had like an extra weapon or something.
I do now. But
Yeah, I mean, I think I start with a javelin too with my sword, so I could just give him that.
one
Not very graceful, but
all right. Well, I don't see a reason to go down further unless
yeah, I think if we got everything for us and then forgot
go
him
look down
as
there.
well.
you want to take a
Yeah.
look.
Yeah, just poke your
Can I
head.
just, yeah, can I just perception?
Okay.
Just
You
poke my head in?
poke your head down, and
And I'm decapitated.
it's a trap.
While we're doing this, could I cast my Gift of Alacrity on myself?
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't work. I'm just kidding. It works.
Say that I see another chest, I assume?
Yep.
That is? So there's another chest.
You see a chest, a circle of pillows, and a table with a couple chairs.
Do you want me to check the chest out, or is it not worth it? Could be trapped. Could be another big spider down there. Not feeling good about that.
You still have a point of inspiration.
Is what
I think
Pock hears in his mind as he recounts what got him. I'm gonna do it.
Alright.
Pock descends.
You make your way down to Shore's quarters, underneath Avara's. Kinky. And, yeah, just basically just as I described. There is a wooden chest in the corner. And
Is there anything on this table at quick glance without going over to it?
there is a pitcher and a pair of matched goblets worth a total of 1 gold.
Alright, I'll get to that in a second. I want to investigate this chest.
Roll it. Yeah, it's a locked chest.
Alright, I'm gonna unlock it.
Okay, roll me these tools. Alright, roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Alright. Perfect.
You're inspired.
Yeah, I'm just gonna use it on that con save.
Okay.
It's a d6, right?
You yeah, go ahead. Okay. Alright, you say.
Yeah.
You take 1 damage as a needle juts out and stabs you.
You hear a yip from down below, but doesn't sound super alarming.
I'd probably like lean down and whisper, and be like, "Pock, what's going on?"
This one bit me.
I told you they
Don't let
bite.
it- Don't let it bite you again. Get out of there quick.
So
But-
is it unlocked, or do I have to?
So the trap has been activated and is now gone. However, the chest is still locked.
All right, I'll just give it one more try if I can. 'Cause I
Okay.
don't want to spend.
Yeah, because you tried the trap. Now you're
12.
trying.
Is that better?
Let me reread this. It's easy when you crit. It's like, oh yeah, you got it.
Yeah. He's not going to spend too much time. Just.
Yeah, you get it open. His is simpler.
All right, what's inside?
The chest contains Shore's personal items, clothing, as well as a small purse containing 20 gold coins, a black velvet mask stitched with a silver thread spider web. Like, mask,
A mask?
spider. Yeah,
All right.
COVID mask.
Is it a real spider web?
No, it's like stitched with silver. So the actual like stitching may actually be made of web, but it's silver web.
So, how much gold? You say 10?
20 gold in the small purse. The
Okay, let's take that.
patterned mask can be worth up to 25 gold if you can find a buyer. A set of bone dice engraved with elvish characters, a small black velvet bag containing spider-shaped onyx brooch, worth 50 gold.
I will take it all, and I will put the mask on right now.
All right. And you also have a flask of strong blue liquor.
Sure.
Sure.
So all this time I've been trying to again have small talk with her to get
Yep.
try to see if she might abandon this life.
Roll me a couple of charisma checks, or just it's not really deception. Yeah, persuasion. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
A couple, 2 or
Yeah, just do 2, because it didn't take him that long to do all that. Okay. You're a bit more than neutral on your persuasion, and you get the sense that she's not completely against it. As she was saying before, she was born into this life, and this is just kind of what she has had to do. If she went against it, there'd be repercussions. You would figure out that she does fear that if she were to stray from her current path, that Loth would, go down on her. As that is a very real scare for a row of her nature, especially a priestess who's supposed to worship her.
Spiders going down on you.
So you get the sense that she'd probably be all for it, but she's also scared of the repercussions of what could happen as a priestess.
Well, I mean, my companions aren't with me at the time, but I would say, well, we are going to find a way to get to the surface, or at least to live a better life than living in a cell. So you're more than welcome to accompany us. Leave this life.
I wasn't expecting us to go this way. Which is fine.
Us to murder
No, actually, no. I was hoping you guys wouldn't, but I wasn't expecting you guys to try to recruit her. Either way,
a friendly fucker. He is not he's a pacifist. He makes friends.
Yeah, which I like.
Persuasive.
She would keep your thoughts, or keep your offer to heart, but she would. Why is that loop not working? You'd keep your what you're saying to heart. However, she does feel that she will need to keep following her priestess footsteps until she can.
I stab her. I'm joking. No.
Right.
Like the fucking giant spider there. You're by yourself. Ronson's gonna punch shit. He doesn't care about you.
No, I'll say that I wish you luck, and hopefully, should our paths cross again, they will be once again on amicable terms.
Fair enough. I wish you good luck in your journey, as Underdark a rough place to wander.
Actually, I would say to her, if are you planning to flee, or do you want us to make it look like you put up a fight and just were simply outnumbered?
Do not.
Just let Ront punch her in the face.
Yeah, would that actually serve you better in that
if you
position than to run?
I don't simply wish to run. I just simply wish to not be in this room with all of you right now. It would have. So basically, you put her in a weird situation. If she would have just been able to walk out of here, and then just met up with all the boys, they wouldn't have done anything. But now that's been the 10-15 minutes, it could jeopardize her position. So yeah, she would say yes. Perhaps if there looked like there was a bit of a struggle, that would better my position here. As she clenches onto her holy symbol as she's ready to take a punch or something.
Oh God. I say, well, fear not, the punch would not come from me. I cannot harm you. And I kind of eye over at the orc, and I think twice for doing that. So I wait for one of the other members to come up. Perhaps Beck could do the job.
We're punching
Yes,
someone?
but at that point, see Puck Puck come up to where the group is wearing a spider silk mask.
He put it
Probably
on.
probably poorly fitting on his snout.
Yeah.
What are
They're
you
just like
wearing?
hanging off his chin.
I found this. Is it cool?
Did you find anything else useful?
Just things that look valuable.
We can
That's
sort that. We can sort that out. I don't particularly care. All right, let's get back upstairs to help our friend. There's no other way out of here, right?
Didn't look like it. I didn't look very closely, but
Puck Puck, when you get upstairs, roll me perception with advantage.
oh shit! What do I say?
Okay, don't need the advantage. Since you on the smaller shrine downstairs, you notice that the eyes had more gemstones or had gemstones. When you get up here, you do see that the eyes of this statue also have 8 gemstones in their eyes.
Pop Pop is not fucking with that. Not
Okay.
with this guy.
Um,
In fact, he would probably skirt along this wall as closely as possible.
you guys get upstairs, and as you're getting
I would
upstairs,
wave
you're
back over.
Rooney
I would
would
first
hand
hand-
over the. Yeah. Oh.
Nope, go for it.
Well, I'm not sure which one of us got the stuff for Gotham, but we, hand over the stuff for Gotham, and then mean to head out.
Yeah, I would be thankful, but at the same time, very disappointed that I don't have my cooking supplies. But I would flag back over, and I would say, kind of paraphrase what the plan is. Say, unfortunately, she's not wanting to leave this life, but I think she's good at heart, and to at least keep her in good, decent praises with her kind, we need to leave her as if she put up a fight.
What do we do about her pet? Should we like put him in there so it looks like we trapped him?
He's a tame one. I can move him wherever he needs to go.
Okay. So you just want me to bonk you on the head?
Just something to
Wait.
look. There's a struggle.
I knew this would come in handy.
You
Wait.
want this space to look like there's a fight?
Basically, yeah.
Oh, just look over at these pillows and just like cast bonfire and start moving it around.
Oh god.
Bonfire.
All right, you start all those on fire.
Oh god, 5 foot of rope.
Looks like they're tying someone up.
Yeah, I would I mean, if you want a bruise on the face, like I guess we could do that. Otherwise we could just tie you up and put you in the corner and just look like we kinda overpowered you.
That sounds like it'd be fine. I can't be mad that I got intruded by 7 people.
Have you met your company? They might just kill you for that.
Potentially.
Then
All right.
yeah, I would do that, and I'd probably put her away from the fire, like so, maybe over here in this corner.
Okay. As you approach her to get ready to wrap her around in this 5 feet of rope, you all hear a death-curdling screech from outside of the stalactite. And
It's time to go get.
so, basically, there's a freaking really loud noise. You're starting to hear a lot of footsteps and running, a lot of commotion, a lot of screaming. People are freaking out about something, but you're not really sure. No one's coming up to you guys, but you, Pock from your location, you would have noticed the Quaggoths, who would have been by your cell, are running underneath the bridge towards the lift area.
I bet it was the prince. We gotta go. Tie up quick.
Alright, yeah, I would.
I wish her good luck, and again, hope if we meet again, we meet on good terms.
Yeah. So you are going to tie her up?
I'd tie her up, but probably not like super tight, like loosely to where,
Okay.
you know, if she struggled for like 5 or 10 minutes, she'd be able to get out fine.
All
Just enough to make it believable.
Yeah, just everything's on fire. It's all good.
Yeah.
Right,
I'd put her in far away from the fire.
You tie her up, put her to the side, and she's actually really worried about what the hell that high-pitched screech was. And I assume you guys make your way out.
Yeah, Rooney would probably be
And pass her, we're gonna ask her what it is.
What's that?
Go ahead, Rennie.
No, I'm just saying I'd be starting to like run out towards the commotion.
What did Gotham ask?
I would just ask her if she knows what that is.
I have no idea what that is. I've never heard a sound like that in my life.
Let's run.
And then doing some map stuff. So give me a second.
I'll allow it. What is this song? DMCA.
Nope. Maybe. Sorry, just give me
I've played so much DMCA music past. with that
It's only if you're
playlist.
popular.
Yeah.
I like never care about that. I just play whatever. Like nobody wants
exactly.
my stream. They don't give a shit.
If someone's going and reporting someone that has 5 viewers, like, fuck off.
Yeah. Kind of like,
Yeah.
right? Like I'll make it a Twitch account.
Yeah, exactly. Just make
Oh,
it
no.
a one.
Sorry.
You're good.
sub stream.
Alright. So, good enough. I've probably got too many Quaggoths. Do a little reveal.
Too many Quaggoths, not enough Drows. No.
What are we?
And
Oh, jeez.
so as you guys
I know what those are.
as you guys get outside, you do see a very large something of others fighting each other up in the air in front of the lift. They're going at each other. The 4 bug-looking ones are attacking the winged beasts. They're going at it back and forth. They're flying around. They do eventually smash into the lift, breaking it completely. The Drow are trying to stop things by shooting them with crossbows and stuff like that. The Quaggoths are being useless because they can't do anything from the ground. But basically all hell is breaking loose as the outpost is getting in the middle of an attack. What do you guys do?
Get the fuck out of here.
I think that's a perfect
Yeah.
distraction.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd say
Oh,
we
that's
should
helpful.
run now.
Time to go.
Again, these things are like beasts you've never seen before.
I can't get in! Let me in!
We have to go around.
Yeah,
Yeah, just move yourself.
On the outside.
That's fine. But are you guys jumping? What are you doing?
We need stool,
Stool?
at the very least.
And stool's there with you. Or if you went through the tower.
Yeah.
Don't use this as a reference.
Okay.
Use Elith as where everyone's at.
Yep,
we jump
I would
down?
try to quickly
Okay.
go back to the gate and call for everybody as best as able and say, now's the time, let's go. And
I'd be like, what was that noise? Is that you guys?
Yeah, that was the signal. Let's go. Hurry up.
Okay.
Come on.
And
Earlier you said that was what the signal was gonna be.
so everyone jumps down into the webs in varying degrees.
Right as we're like sort of jumping down, I'll reach into my pouch that I picked up earlier, or I'll grab one of the glowworms that I scavenged up and like cast the dancing lights and throw some down, just like on me and then down into the water a bit, so there's at least some light.
Yeah, and I ready feather fall in case I'm gonna fall to my death.
No. So as you guys jump, this isn't like completely to scale, but there's tons of webs. It's very thick. There's a lot of shit going on. So as you guys fall through, you just slowly get taken down. After close to like 50 feet in the air, they do eventually snap away, and you fall down into the water. As you fall into the water, roll initiative.
That's right. We haven't fought anything.
Yeah, this has been a long RP session. If you guys like need something you need to do tomorrow, you need to stop, just let me know. But we're almost.
I got nothing.
I would. Jesus.
Look at these initiatives. You and me,
My
baby.
initiative is 27, by the way.
No, I didn't add my tiebreaker.
Ah, shit! I didn't hear my turn order.
What gives you that? Oh, was it your spell, the alacrity?
Yeah, Gift of Alacrity gives you a plus 1d8 on initiative.
Nice.
Beat 29.
Did your
Minimal.
dancing light orb roll initiative?
Oh, did I roll it on?
Yeah, you
Three?
You were tired.
Oh, did I somehow roll it
You were,
on the?
you were
like,
selecting.
Yeah, roll again for me.
because I have them like on. I have my tokens on top of each other. That's why.
Where's the initiative tiebreaker thing? Oh, wait,
It's in
Dex.
the cogwheel on the middle top box. Add Dex tiebreaker to initiative.
Okay,
Check.
got it.
Oh, wrong way. Descending. All right, Rooney, 20 fucking 9. All right, you guys land in the water where you're at. I'm just gonna whatever you guys did. I guess won't move you too much. Rooney, you are up first. You are in the water.
So, do I see anything?
Nope.
Okay. Well.
Sick initiative roll.
Yeah,
Going
yeah,
first.
no, it's great. It's great. So, what I know, which is nothing, I would just swim forward, I guess, trying to find some edge.
Yeah. So
That's my secret. I'm always edging.
So yeah, I guess it's hard for you to see, but Otto did drop some dancing lights. There, you are able to see that the edge of this water is over here.
Oh, okay. So those are dancing lights. I got it.
Yeah.
Are
Is
these?
the distance to scale?
Yeah, that was my question. Is the distance to scale? So would I have to use my I'm guessing I'm like. Is swimming difficult or typical terrain?
Actually, I don't know. I've never really done swimming. Just do your 30 feet of movement as normal. For now.
I think it's difficult, so I'm just gonna do 15, and that's
Get
what
to
I
the
can
edge. Okay.
Yeah, it's half speed. Climbing and swimming is half speed unless
Okay,
you're
good to know.
trained in it.
Alright, got him.
Second. What?
Oh, do you mean me? Or
You're both 11 right now. I'm on.
No, down
Oh.
one.
I'm 3.2.
Sorry, I had an old roll. I fixed it.
yeah, I guess that I would just swim here. What's the current like in this? Is this just like a lake, or is it like a pretty fast flowing river?
So you have the waterfall going behind you, but the water is pretty steady away from the waterfall. There is a little bit of current going to the northish area, but nothing crazy.
Okay, then yeah, I would just move as far as I can, which I think is here. That's it.
Okay. Bok bok.
Same. Half speed movement. I suppose I can go there. I'm not quite out of the water. I didn't want to like swim through Beck because that doesn't make sense.
All right.
I can jump
Then
off.
hold.
Old brothers.
Mm.
Did we ever establish like what like flanking rules and stuff we're using?
No flanking.
Period.
Nope.
Okay. Oh, you did actually. You put it here. My bad. No healing surge either. I forgot that you put it all in one like condensed post.
So as you guys are swimming through the water, you suddenly see this gelatin ooze thing start making its way up out of the water. As it sees Rooney make it to the surface. Actually, no, it's gonna go for people in the water. Actually, as it sees Beck, it's going to swim over and
Hello.
attack him.
Did we have time to don our armor and stuff? I assume because I did.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just 'cause that matters.
21 versus your AC.
Yeah, that hits.
Alright, you take 2 bludgeoning damage as it smacks against you.
Is it literally just like a slime thing that I see?
Yep, like a slime that's kind of... So it's like, it kind of looks like it's melded with the water, and it's just kind of floating in front of you. Not floating, but, you know, sticking out of the water.
As I got hit, I'd probably just immediately yell for everyone to get out of the water as soon as you can. There's something down here,
Alright.
and it's right here.
Next will be Gutum.
Okay, so seeing that one, that's the only thing that we see as of right now.
Yep. You want to roll something to look? You can.
No, I don't want to use my action for that.
I wish this phone app would let me attack. That would be an
Alright.
actual.
Sure, why not? Alright, I'm gonna move to here. So swimming, half speed, 15 feet, so
Yep.
30 feet of movement. And let's have some fun with this. So, Dissonant Whispers, DC 13 Charisma save on it.
Let's see.
I can't imagine it has much charisma.
1. You got it.
Alright, so it takes 5 damage and it must use its reaction to move away from me.
On its turn,
Right now, reaction.
so it has to move away.
Yeah, it provokes attacks.
Okay.
Nifty.
So,
Oh yeah, Beck's gonna swing out at that thing.
do we know how far does it go?
It moves its speed.
Its speed?
It misses.
Cool.
It only has 10 feet, but to get away from Rooney, I'll do that.
Well,
Yes, that would.
Beck,
So
you would. Home, you
It
miss.
would. Back in Pock would get attacked.
oh yeah, fuck. I was in range.
Yep.
Okay, I would definitely take that.
Go for it.
And with Rooney there, so your call obviously, but with pack tactics, I have advantage on attack roll if at least one creature's within 5 feet, which it would have been.
It would have been.
But
You're-
does the water impede that at all? I guess is my question. Or
Nah,
is it...
go for it. You hit.
All right, I would have sneak attack. 7.
7 damage. Damn.
Look at that! Look at that level 1 sting attack damage.
I'm a rogue.
And then it would move up to there.
Alright, that'll end my turn.
Let me reveal a little bit more for you guys.
There's like 8 of those
13
giant things
more.
right there. Those giant bugs. I can't remember. Are those? I don't remember anything about them, but are they chasmes? Is that what those
Yes.
are? Or however it's
Oh
pronounced?
my god.
I don't know.
My freaking game is dying a bit.
I made Archaon fight 3 of those in his session 0.
Jesus.
Not just alone, but
All right. A little bit more room. Otto, you are up.
Alright, let's see. So there's this thing still. That's the only one I see?
Yep.
Alright. So I'll bonus action and I'll kind of move these lights a bit. Just kind of out and down, I think, a little. Just like down another 5 feet into the water.
Okay.
And then I'll swim this way. And then, do I see this if I'm swimming?
Yeah, you definitely see it. You got
Okay,
your lights and
well,
everything.
I'll just cast the. It's out of the water, so I'll cast a fire bolt at it.
Alright.
Missing. What a turn.
You hit.
Hit? Oh,
Barely.
we level 1, boys.
But
5 damage.
as you hit it, you feel like a lot of it just got absorbed.
Unfortunate.
Good thing you have Firebolt and Bonfire.
Yeah.
For a slime.
The
Alright.
What a turn. Wow, wow.
Firebolt rolling low is just a universal curse.
And we're back up to the top. Rooney. Seeing your buddies do some damage.
I'm gonna poke it with my sword.
You poke it with your sword, and it deflates and disappears.
We did it.
Woohoo.
Alright.
Are we level 2?
No.
Just gonna-
So out of initiative, but hold on.
You didn't do anything.
Okay, I'm still not gonna move in.
Oh my god, I need like to restart Roll20 so bad. I'm trying to man through this.
Man.
Alright. Don't mind the text.
I see it. I bet I know what that says.
Alright. So as you guys are fighting off the slime, what's happening at the same time is all this stuff over here is fighting, it's fighting, it's fighting. One of them gets, or a few of them start flying away. You get clashed into a fight. You'll see Elvira and Shore are to your south. They have were making their way back when this all started happening. They are not unconscious, but they're like holding their heads after that screech. It seems like they were hit the brunt of it. As these guys are fighting, the Chasmi, whatever the fuck it's called, is going to knock this one back, and it's going to fly back towards you guys. It looks heavily wounded. As these
Ray, I
guys
think you can take it.
continue to fight. And now these are much closer to the ground now. They are not up in the air anymore. And as that's happening, you see multiple drow jump off the top here. They grab onto the webs, and they slowly descend down as they go down. Quaggoths follow suit, though they are a bit heavier and take some damage when they land. Alright, so you got a wounded Vrock right next to you. What do you wish to do? And I probably revealed a little bit too much with the lighting, but just to expedite things with Otto moving around his dancing lights, you see also 2 different paths to go.
Pop, pop. Are we out of turn order, or?
You are out of turn order. You guys are kind of deciding what to do within the next, 10-15 seconds.
Let's fucking run!
Oh yeah, that's usually a bad place
Yeah.
to run.
Who among our party has like survived the jump and is like, or among
Yeah.
all the other prisoners and is like,
So, as you guys were fighting the slime, you would have seen them, or not seen them, but you've been carrying them splop, plop, plop, into the water one by one. And they all make it.
So they're with us.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd agree. We just ignore this thing and
Let me chill out on this
follow the
music.
water out.
No, that's not our battle to fight. Not mine, at least. If you guys want to, that's cool, but...
Go back to the song. Alright. So you guys make your way up the path. You ignore the very wounded demon, and you run away.
What's a demon?
Is a demon.
Never seen one before. Do we have Stool with us?
That is all
Yes.
that matters.
You have everyone with you.
Okay.
Hey, I've seen this map.
Yep. And you progress onto this map. Go ahead and put yourselves down. I forgot to copy paste you guys. Losing my shit. We're gonna assume just the whole group is behind you guys. But go ahead and do what you're gonna do. Gonna be walking along.
Are we, like, out of danger at this point? Do we
Uh,
perceive?
And not necessarily. You're running
We're
away
not out of
from.
the abyss.
That's not what I mean. I meant from that immediate threat of that battle.
You don't know.
All
You
right.
don't know if they saw you running away. You don't know anything right now. You're not too far off. Like how you didn't get too far away. Is what I'll
I
say.
would want to... Hawk would want to keep going at a fast pace, but also try and take a look around. I don't know if that would impose, like, disadvantage or something.
Yeah. If you're trying to go fast, but also look around, disadvantage.
Assuming the rest of the group wants to keep a brisk pace, that's what I would do.
I'd say if we like can still hear like the clashes of that battle going on, we'd probably want to keep moving quickly.
That's a not bad fucking disadvantage perception roll.
Okay. So you're taking a look around. You're seeing the various plants and stuff that give off very dim light, mushrooms, things of that nature. I assume, though, you are running forward down this path as you make your way further from the outpost. However, Pock, make me a dexterity save with disadvantage.
Fuck
Oh
you.
my fucking god.
Jesus.
Alright, I gotta do a contested one then.
Oh no. I just need to get to level 3, guys. That's it.
Alright.
Yeah, I need level 5 so I can do my inspiration per short rest.
Oh man.
Oh my god, won't page open up.
Look, I'll roll it for you. Oh, I won.
Yeah. Roll me dexterity with advantage.
Just straight dexterity.
Yep. Public roll it. Fucking hell.
10.
Alright, so as you are walking forward, Pock, a hand tries to reach out and grab you as you get to here.
Like
From-
a human.
Yeah, well,
hand?
so you'd be pretty shaken up after having to deal with all that shit. What's up?
Still's camera.
Oh,
Yeah, it went.
Kitty cat.
I just mean, okay, when I say human, I say a humanoid hand.
Yeah.
I'll describe
so
it.
you just
Okay.
see just like a black hand just like try to reach you from right over here.
And I'm able to
You're able to
avoid it.
dodge out of the way. And as you do that, the
Another
person
one.
reveals himself.
I remember you.
Mhm.
I think.
Yep, you would. Why does she have a guy? What the fuck?
She got pink eye.
What
She let.
is
Never
that?
mind. I'm not gonna read
I
that.
know where that's going.
She would then approach.
Spider King.
Yep.
She would then approach you and tell you, "Do not go this way. This is the wrong way. If you wish to serve yourself on a platter to the City of Spiders, then go ahead. But you must turn back if you wish to live.
Guys, she was the only one that was actually kind of nice. I think. Do they see her and hear her too?
Yep. They see her step out from the shadows.
Oh, she was the one who tested Pock with the lockpick, right?
Yep.
Is that her? Okay.
Yeah.
Which is why she reached out for him.
So we have to go back past everything to the other path. Frick.
She would say that in saying that this path leads to the City of Spiders, Shushore would be finally able to connect some dots, and he would chime in and say, "Ooh, if this is the way to the City of Spiders, then Dupe, whatever the fuck it's called, it shouldn't be too far away. Dupe, shouldn't be too far away." And
As in, he wants to go this way.
no, as in, so he would agree with her that if this is the way to, if this direction, this northern direction, leads to the City of Spiders, then the western direction would have left or gone to the Dark Lake where Sloop Derp is from.
Well, if we're gonna go back, we need to now. I guess I would. No, I don't think Pop would insight check this because she was the only like somewhat merciful one.
Yeah.
But I think she would trust her.
Yeah, as you walk away, she would grab onto you again, or reach back out to you to take a look at you in the eye. And
Stop! Just use your words.
do you look at her?
Yeah.
All right. You fall under her spell as you fall into her eyes. Give me 1 second.
I am her.
Let me get this page set up again.
I fit perfectly into her token.
2 second. We're almost done, guys. Sorry.
We just did everything wrong. It's fine.
As you do.
What I thought was 3 hours of prep.
Is that the same image that Zach used on this year?
No.
From way back?
No.
Okay.
Found a
I
lot
couldn't
cooler one.
remember. It was so long ago.
Alrighty. Everyone should be able to see this page. I don't remember if I...
Black
Sorry, it's going to be very bright.
Oh,
Fixing
you
it.
just hid.
You could see because you're there.
No. I only see a tiny square.
Well, I mean before.
Yeah.
Oh, I just hit it all.
I got you. I get what you're saying. You're fixing it for everyone.
Yeah.
Because now I see nothing.
All right.
Now I see everything.
So as you look into her eyes, you begin falling and falling and falling. Another thing. Two.
I trusted her.
So, what the fuck?
It was just a 3-second clip.
I think my internet's just, or my computer's ready to give out. But as you look into her eyes, you fall into them, and as you fall and fall and fall, you eventually find yourself landing onto a web safely, and in front of you, you see a giant spider. Roll initiative.
What?
Nice done, you Pock.
Alright, so we're gonna treat this as like...
My elephant hybrid burst out of his chest.
Yeah.
That'll be my next character.
We're gonna treat this as soft initiative, but the giant spider does go first with an 18. and it is going to use all of its movement to crawl at you at very fast speeds. But it isn't able to attack you quite yet. Now it's your turn.
Okay. Is it within range of me?
Yep.
Puck. I assume since he's nowhere to go, would only know to swing out with his sword.
Okay.
17.
Alright, roll damage. As you swing your sword, the spider completely just dies, and as you see it fall to the ground and collapse into itself, it's almost like its exoskeleton or endoskeleton, whatever the fuck it's called, kind of collapses into itself, but you see it moving. You see the whole endoskeleton moving under its own skin, basically, and you suddenly see dozens and dozens of spiders, tiny spiders, just start crawling out of it all over the place. They start crawling all over you as you suddenly feel extreme fear and can't move. These spiders crawl all over you, all over your body. They crawl into your open mouth as you start crawling inside of you. As they just completely start invading your body, and you snap back out of it.
Did I win?
Did you win? Alright. You snap back out of it, and you wake up where you're at, as if nothing happened. Everyone else says
She's
you...
there.
Yes, she's still there. Everyone else says you saw this happen. It would have only been a very short time. She would have grabbed him, turned him around, and then he would have probably just stood there shocked for maybe like 4 or 5 seconds, and then Pak would have came back out of it. And
he would just ask, "What was that?"
She would lean close to you, and she would say, "You lack courage. All you do is fear. Gain that courage."
Can any of us else hear that?
No, she's just whispering up in the Pak's ear.
Okay, but maybe another day. I think right now is actually the time for running.
Okay. And she wouldn't impede you or stop you. She would stand back up straight and would move herself back over and go into the shadows again.
I'll explain later.
I think it's time to go, Pak.
All right. So you guys will run back to Velky.
Oh, hey.
And I'm going to change the battlefield a little bit because it's not the same anymore.
Did she mean this way?
Yeah, I think so. That's how I interpreted it. Of course, we chose the wrong way.
I mean, you kind of got forced that direction.
Somewhat. We could have chosen.
Yeah, you definitely could have. And I wouldn't have made you go, "Oh, you should have gone that way." I wouldn't have done that. But as the fight progressed from the few minutes you guys were away, there's less of the bigger monsters. And they now pretty much have surrounded. You see Elvira pretty much front and center. You see her weapon that she has pulled out is a 3-tentacled, basically like sword almost, or whip, I guess is a better description. And you see her just whipping away at these things, chunking them, like the insects, like armor, or not armor, but like skeletons being chipped away, arms being chopped off, as they are getting through this line of different. No initiative, but what are you guys doing?
I guess trying to get to is that what, like the northwest exit?
Yeah. I feel like full sprint at this point. But
Yeah.
No stealth, just you just want to sprint.
I mean, yeah, I think I agree. Let's just try to get out as quick as we can.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we have a big party, so it'd probably be hard to stealth anyway.
I mean, disadvantage maybe sprint, but like let's just run. Like speed is the priority.
All right. So you guys just run out from the north area and you start making your way down to the west one as directed by Zesir and Shushor. As you start to make your way, fairly close to the battle, the drow would notice you. And he would shout, "The prisoners! The prisoners, they have escaped!" And Elvira would turn to look. Turn, really does anything. And wouldn't move, but she would acknowledge that you guys have escaped, but she is way too occupied to have to, or to deal with that issue.
Good. I was about to throw my dagger.
Here's your kitchen knife back. And you guys are able to round the corner and get away.
And we level up.
Yep, you were level 2.
Oh shit. Is
Um,
that where we're ending it, or we got a little more?
Yeah, so just for basic what's going on now, you guys do make your way through this cavernous area. As you guys are doing this, Shushor is trying to get a sense of direction, basically. He understands City Spires this way, so this way should be the Dark Lake and Sloop Blue Dupe. But he isn't 100% sure. He just knows it's in this general direction until he gets a good feeling of where he's going. Pretty much we'll be starting the next session as you guys make your way through the Underdark and try to figure out where to go, how to get there, survive.
All right. Cool.
Nice.
Leveling up. So level up is we roll our HP, but the lowest we can do is average roll.
Correct.
So like if you roll lower than average, you just take the average.
Yep.
So my
Oh,
average.
look, I rolled average.
So roll. Okay, I take average. Fuck.
That was a very heavy. I wasn't expecting the jail thing to take so long to go through. But
I mean, part of that was us, right?
yeah, I mean, that's, you guys wanted to talk things out with everyone and make plans and stuff,
Yeah.
which is what you should do for a jailbreak. So
I blame Pock Pock.
What?
Mhm.
I wasn't going to reveal the whole.
And Pock Pock won't get such a what's the word I'm looking for?
Focus.
Yeah.
Didn't someone else have the web thing happen to them? Was it Beck? In the
Huh?
zero session?
Yes.
Was it? Yeah.
Yeah, when you were in the zero session and looked, when you made eye contact with her, you felt
Yeah, with the assassin person.
Did something similar? What was said to you?
nothing. She didn't say anything
Wow.
to him. They just made eye contact. He fell through her eyes, and he felt as if his soul was being pulled and separated from him, and he snapped back to reality.
Oh, there goes Rabbit.
Oh, the humanity.
I was really thinking about having Asha join you guys.
Was she a cleric?
My only issue with it, which it could still happen, maybe, I don't know, is you guys would have zero trouble navigating the Underdark if she was joined.
Perhaps we just simply have an ally for the future.
Maybe she joins us with missing her eyes and her ears.
Unless she's like the Casimir of Underdark.
You guys
Exactly.
did tie her up in a burning room, and then all this happened. Then she was not a part of this fight, as you can see.
Maybe she's dead.
Maybe she's a ghost.
Wow, that was really quick leveling to level 2. In terms of like what needed to be done.
Mhm.
Done. All right. Well, level 2. Cool.
Guys really didn't get. The only thing you have for food is just the stuff in your belly right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I technically
Yeah.
have some rations from my belongings.
Okay, I guess I
don't do it.
should have at least clarified that. Any food related things would have been part of
Okay.
the kitchen.
That's why I was bringing it up.
Yeah,
just-
I also grabbed a handful of fruit at some point, but that was like yesterday, I suppose.
that's like a day. Even.
How about when I grabbed the fruit and stuff?
Oh,
You dropped it on the ground. Did
What's
you pick
wrong
it
with
up
that?
again? Did you
I
pick it
mean-
up again?
I was presenting it to the group, so I assumed
Okay,
someone
well.
did.
I grabbed a handful for myself. I'm not sure what y'all did with the fruit.
Alright, I'm gonna head on out, guys.
Same
thank
thing.
you for
Yeah.
taking all the extra time. I'll try to get it
I'm just,
nailed down better.
I'm
No,
gonna
I-
say I have
It's
to
fun
get
at the
rat.
same time.
You guys all talked at the same time. I have no idea what any of you said.
You know exactly.
We all said it was a good first session. I think,
Yes.
more or less.
I believe
Okay.
that is true.
I said I have one ration of fruit.
Okay. Yeah. The thing is,
Fucking fruit, man. I
like,
stole it already.
if you guys just think about it, like you're traveling with so many people and none of you have rations.
Maybe the people are rations. Pop.
Oh,
thinks
yeah.
Whatever
so.
floats your boat.
But not Stool. Even though he hates Stool,
Fucking
he said they
Rathy's-
were friends.
The stool is the most ration-like party
Stool
member
is the
we've
most
got.
important person we have.
He might be
because-
grow. We don't know. He might be
Yeah, it's like
renewable foods.
I just
Maybe
want to
he-
go home.
Maybe he molts, and we can eat his molted.
maybe it's like that cow from Hitchhiker's
You
Guide
want-
to the
what the
Galaxy.
fuck?
He's happy. He's
That just
happy
made me
for us to eat him.
cringe so hard. Eat his molt. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, molten fungus.
Alright.
My thought process was, one, Pock said they were friends, so he had to honor that. And two, he allows you to communicate with things you wouldn't be able to otherwise. So he was the most important thing there.
Pretty important, yeah.
But I have no idea what he eats.
You guys just like literally like in the first 20 minutes, like, oh, let's kill stools. Like, like I don't even know what you guys would do. Like you would just lose access to all the NPCs.
Did anyone get a big HP roll? Looks like got him.
I got
Yes.
7, yeah.
I got 7
Be
too.
nice.
Nice.
I just got +1, but still.
Alright. Night, guys.
Yeah.
Alright,
Good
yeah.
night.
Yeah.
I can now bonus action to do stuff.
I
Right.
can
That's
cast
actually huge.
spells.
I know.
It's like when you can actually start doing rogue things.
You can now do the thing that General did, which is bonus action
Oh.
disengage.
Yeah, that's super good. Though I won't even need to as a swashbuckler as long as there's only one opponent.
Oh, you're doing swashbuckling.
So I'll be able to. I can get the zoomies and dash a lot, maybe.
And later on, you get panache, which is like the coolest thing.
So you're like turning back and forth just a little bit. And on my stream, you just see you like move into one screen, move into the other.
Oh, because of my.
Because Rathy left and you're split again.
There you go.
Alright. Turn off the stream.
Alright.